What's up, party people?
How's it going, Bill?
Oh, not bad.
I think it's just you.
I'm just living. Yeah, that's cool.
Just party.
That's great. Yeah, we're just having another party. We're gonna watch another insufferable city council meeting. We're gonna all share in the misery that is participation in municipal politics. And we're gonna come away with a sense of hopelessness, per usual.
I was just going through the agenda, and it strikes me that this is one of those meetings that could be either like the most boring thing in the history of mankind, or it could end up in a fist fight.
I think that we're looking at a fistfight meeting.
Yeah.
I think that it's probably going to get held because we hold everything once, just to let everyone know where we stand. That's sort of what we do now. And the Columbus statue is definitely going to get held, like 100% automatically by Candy Merrill Carlson. Calling it now. I'd put $100 on that. And that's a shame because I mean we saw last week Sarai really kind of fucking lost it with the townie racism.
Yep.
And which was refreshing to see. I wish she would do that more often.
Her losing it or the townie racism? Just wanted you to clarify.
Oh, the townie racism. I don't think that the townies are racist enough here, honestly. No, it was cool to see her fucking lose it last meeting, and it really seems like she threw a bunch of orders on the agenda out of just like complete frustration. She's really the only one with orders on this week. Other than that, it's really a light agenda. I think that the reason for that is that we're going to see some sort of action tonight on the city manager thing, which that's how I'm thinking at least. And I think that's going to be a really close vote. The thing tonight is whether or not to do a search. The ship of doing a real search that everyone takes seriously, I think that's kind of sailed. Yeah. We're not doing that.
Definitely.
But it's going to be a very close vote to see whether we basically entertain the idea that we should be doing searches for city managers. And it's going to be 6-5. I kind of already know how the votes are going to go. I think we know who the 5 are.
Yeah.
And I think the only wild card is George Russell. And that's awesome. George Russell is always a wild card.
We'd be in a better spot overall if we left the city's fate to George Russell on a more regular basis.
Yeah. He's the. I've been watching a lot of Coen Brothers movies past week. I want to make sure I've watched them all, so I'm watching some of the more obscure ones. And are you familiar with the actor John Polito?
Of course. Yeah.
George Russell, John Polito energy. Yeah. He's he and John Polito are the same person, I think.
He would make a good benevolent dictator.
Yeah, for sure. I decided I'm currently rolling a spliff. Okay. I'm gonna try to see what smoking weed goes like for these council meetings. See if it makes it go better for me.
It's been terrible for me. I've only done edibles while we're doing the show, and the anxiety just goes through the roof. I feel like any panic attack I've had in the last calendar year has been directly related to too many edibles and this show.
That's awesome.
Yeah, so I'm gonna be straight edge going forward on our presentations.
I love that this causes you so much pain. If I have a panic attack today, I'll let you know.
Yeah.
And I'll sort of walk everyone through the process of me having the panic attack.
Yeah.
My thought process, like, why are we here? What are we doing? Why are we doing this?
I mean, that's just it, right? I mean, everybody learns in high school set and setting is key. And this show, or I mean, this council is like the worst set and the worst setting possible.
Yeah. Hey, so I haven't looked it up yet, but and it's not really worth paying that much attention to because I don't think Paul Fellon has a chance of winning against David LaBeouf. I almost just said Shia LaBeouf.
Would be also awesome.
That would be sick. Shia LaBeouf does like a bit part where he just comes and runs against David LaBeouf for state rep seat. But apparently at the debate, it wasn't I think it was yesterday or the day before. Paul Fallon made a voter fraud claim that somebody went into one of the fire station polling locations at the last election and like stole a bunch of ballots or something. So I'm gonna go back and try to find that and look it up, because you just love to see that kind of shit coming home.
I do. Yeah. No, I've been really concerned that we would get completely passed over for absurdist claims of voter fraud.
Yeah, it would be nice to talk to like some of the polling people to see if we have any vigilante poll watcher types trying to get election worker jobs, because that's a big problem where there's more of these people, but Worcester has these people. And it would be interesting to see if any of that stuff is come up.
It has happened in the past, but not in any way that was, on par with what we've seen today. Like everything else, it's evolved. But like back around when the Tea Party was kind of getting underway in Massachusetts, that was pretty common to have opposing sides of poll watchers who were there, not necessarily for the best of reasons, but Massachusetts laws make it really difficult to have the kind of intimidation stuff that you're seeing like in Arizona, where you just have like armed vigilantes showing up and videoing every people walking in.
Yeah, right. I'm just walking around like the polling station with an AR-15 on their chest.
Yeah, why not?
Totally normal. Yeah, Paul Fallon does have a lot of kids. Paul Fallon, don't really think he's a threat in this race. I don't think anyone cares about the drunk driving thing. I mean, like if they did, Tim Murray wouldn't have the outsized influence that he currently has. It's like everyone's just like, yeah, drunk driving, it's basically a sport in Worcester. Somebody clip that. But yeah, I mean, like I don't know, anything on the agenda that you saw that's like at all interesting besides Columbus statue and city manager search?
Well, again, like I feel like everything is dumb, but everything could be a giant nightmare. Like, I mean, there's a petition about election legitimacy, which again is, it's nothing, right? Like everybody should, I would assume that everyone's going to agree that yes, elections are legitimate. That's why we have them. But I don't know. I could kind of see someone like Donna losing it on that one.
Open question.
Yeah. Do we really know that these are legitimate?
Yeah.
How will we know if we just accept it in advance? What else did we have here? There's some little things.
Some notes.
Sarai also had one that was about loud music and relationship to religious organizations. I feel like
that was weird.
A complete nonsense conversation that could end up getting really fucking hilarious.
Right. I mean, that's like kind of right up the alley of the city council. Is that something you can sort of like, just complain about without having to propose a solution?
Right.
Just be like, and these kids, they sit in their cars outside of Crompton Park and they blast the subwoofers with the music. I don't know what they call it. Some sort of reggae tone music. And
more of a Gambao guy myself, but yeah, reggaeton is fine too.
It's like we should tell the cops to do something about that. Meanwhile, the cops just do whatever they want.
I feel like that's one of those weird things that could have unintended consequences, right? Like at the end of the day, JetBlue is the loudest thing in the city of Worcester. Like this is the perfect item for the city council to agree upon a decibel rating for music or sounds outdoors that inadvertently shuts down the airport.
Oh, you know what else we have is Phil Palmieri's East Park Crusade is still technically on the agenda under held items. So that means he can still technically come and speak. So that's going to be interesting to see if Phil Palmieri tries again to no avail to win his battle on the East Park thing.
Yeah, the Columbus statue is really the one. I'm just hoping that 50 years of Plantation Street residents who were reactivated at the last meeting decide to come back and now tell us the history of Christopher Columbus.
Yeah, it's going to be awesome. Oh my God. Upstairs neighbor is fucking banging away at something up there.
You haven't started smoking weed yet. What's going on?
I know. I think I'm going to wait till I got my cigarette joint going. That's how I like to do it usually. and I'm gonna wait till we get to public comment because that's just always funny and awesome.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. This could be a very short meeting, or this could be one of the worst meetings of all time, because there's not transparently, on the face of it, any bike shedding going on here. This agenda is a lot lighter than the agendas usually are. Can you guys hear that? It literally sounds like she's just hammering the floor.
Yeah.
Like she's just on her hands and knees, just hammering the floor. And that's okay. We'll live. We will live. Oh, you know what was funny? I wrote about it in my post this week. The city held a naming ceremony, or they announced a naming ceremony for Ed Augustus Way. They were going to change Library Way out in front of the library to Ed Augustus Way. And then the next day said that the event was postponed indefinitely and didn't give a reason why. And it was very, very strange, I thought. Because,
did you get to the bottom of that at all?
Well, I called around. I asked almost everyone that would know these things, hey, do you remember there being like anything in council or subcommittee or anything about this idea of renaming the library street for Ed Augustus? And everyone said, no, I don't remember anything about that at all. So it was a decision that was internal to City Hall.
Yeah.
It didn't come from some sort of council petition or anything. And then they just abandoned it.
I just have to
without explaining why.
I mean, I could be totally wrong. I just had to imagine that it was. Rarely is there anyone in City Hall who has like the concept of time and just optics in the forefront of their head. And I feel like that was something that's a group of people said, hey, this is a fantastic idea, while completely blocking out of their brain that only a week earlier we spent 2 hours of our lives discussing the importance of keeping Plantation Street.
Yeah.
And that maybe the optics were just a little broken, that the following
right.
week, hey, just name a street after this guy, because why the fuck not? Like, that's a very Worcester thing to do, ignoring our recent past. But
right. Yeah, it was that's what I wrote about. You remember because we talked about it live, but Candy just coming out and saying that the real reason why she was upset is that UMass didn't ask her permission before putting the idea on the table. And then I got my hands on like an event invitation that goes around to like the politicos and stuff for this Ed Augustus Way. And wouldn't you know it, Candy Merrill Carlson's name, big, right in the top left-hand corner of the screen, as big as the mayor's. Candy Merrill Carlson cordially invites you to Ed Augustus Way ceremony. So I kind of have a feeling she was like, let's get this going earlier, just so I can big dog UMass and be like, I get to change the name of streets. You don't get to change the name of streets.
Just awful. It's really just, it's comically awful is what it is. But if that's what counts as a flex for the city council, and who are we to take it away from?
Yeah. Just, do whatever. If you're not going to do anything useful, just, occupy your time however you feel, see fit. Yeah, Matt. Library Way, right outside the library. Good name. Totally appropriate name. Love it.
Get lost.
Yeah. And also it's a ceremonial renaming. So I don't really know what that means, and it was left unexplained in the release. But does that change anything on Google Maps? Is there any sort of updating to say Ed Augustus Way anywhere? Does it change any mailing addresses? Probably not. But is the street sign going to be different from Library Way? Even though, like, if you get a piece of mail to an address on Library Way, it goes to Library Way. Like, how ceremonial is this? I have a feeling they're just never going to do this now.
If it is actually Ed Augustus Way, it's just going to get destroyed, right? And there's going to be nice development housing put in there.
Yeah.
That's the Ed Augustus Way.
That's the Ed Augustus Way. I don't know. So I don't think they're ever going to do that. But I really do think it was Candy Merrill Carlson just trying to big dog UMass, being like, I get to rename the streets around here, not you.
I kind of like to think
that this trash alley, Che Anderson Alley.
With the exception of presidential libraries, I've always kind of been under the impression if you name something after somebody while they're still alive, you're just kind of saying out loud you wish they were dead. I kind of thought that was
Right.
for Ed too, but
Yeah, like, what's up, Yenni? Yeah, like we haven't even picked his successor yet. Like, we haven't even gone through the sham process of pretending like it wasn't chosen.
Yeah, his
back in
body's not
March.
even cold yet. He's still got a warm body.
Yeah, he's still down the street. He's over in Franklin, figuring out how to charge kids more money for something that's fake. Just kidding. College is good. But yeah, I don't know.
I think that college is
college is pretty fake. Let's be honest.
Kids,
like,
could you not get your D1 scholarship because you were bad at school? Come here for 2 years, give us $100,000. Then you get to go to that D1 school. Hey, girls, did you dance?
Yeah.
Did you dance your whole life, but you were actually kind of bad at it, but it was your whole personality? Come here and then become a nurse later.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I used to work in the summer at a moving company, and I spent like an entire summer moving dorms at Dean College. They have a small amount of actual dorms there, and oh my god, that was like a Soviet fucking prison. Holy shit. It was so disgusting. It was like just like stains, just stains everywhere, like the grossest, weirdest kind of science experiment stains.
That's their mascot. They're the
what are those bugs with this thing in front that are really slimy and they're like grosser than centipedes? Silverfish everywhere, crawling up my legs and stuff. Ugh, I fucking hate thinking about it.
What kind of
That's where Ed is
institution is Ed Augustus running down there?
Yeah, he's running an educational gulag. Somebody clip that. Yeah, are we live here on the city council yet? Hey, Travis, what's
Not
up?
quite yet. They started the pre-stream, but nothing quite yet.
They postponed the meeting indefinitely.
Can you guys hear that incessant pounding going on up there?
Do you have a pole or something that you can bang back?
I guess so. I could probably figure that out.
Yeah, that's the Worcester way.
Yeah. And just yell, "Shut the fuck up!"
Because yes, we can hear the banging. It's
yeah. It's just some really intense coitus going on.
Oh yeah, no, I hear it now. I definitely hear it now.
Yeah. It's like
somebody's gotten into wood working above your head.
Yeah, I know who it is, and she's cool, and I'm not going to put her on blast. You guys probably know who she is too.
Maybe she's.
But I wish you would shut up.
Maybe she's choking and seeking help.
Just kidding. I'm kidding. It's for comedy.
Don't take your phone on a walk and check things out. Make sure everyone's safe.
Yeah, right.
We'll go explore.
Go up there and be like, go up there and be like, "Are you hiding children? Are you hiding children up here? Are you doing a trafficking? Are you harvesting their baby blood?" That's what happens in these fucking Democrat cities. Tell you what, you hate to see it.
It's an epidemic.
It's an epidemic of lost children, missing children, and it's not good. It's no good. Oh my god.
Troubler, I'll send you a message. Just responding to a comment.
Something. Can you whisper me? Oh, that was directed directly to you.
Yeah. Cool Kids Club. Sorry.
Yeah.
Bill.
Wow. Okay. Well, hey, I don't want to talk to you either, Troubler 50. Fine. Fucking fine. Yeah, but I'm gonna get. You know what? I'm gonna spice things up tonight. I'm gonna give a shot. I'm gonna smoke a bunch of weed. Mm-hmm. See if
Good call.
See if that helps me. Because I gotta say, and we've talked about it, it's totally on purpose. But these past couple months of meetings have been excruciating. Really absolutely excruciating. And it's got to be on purpose. Mayor Joe Petty is just making sure everyone feels the pain he felt when all the progressives abandoned him, and he doesn't get to collect his third or fourth state pension. Yeah, so I'm really hoping that everyone is on the same page with this meeting, that this is going to be kind of a short one, and we're not going to bloviate on and on about inane nonsense for like 5 hours.
Well,
but
that Columbus statue.
Yeah, the Columbus statue, I have a feeling that the townie motivators have motivated the townies sufficiently that we're going to get call-ins and stuff. Because the Telegram had a very misleading headline, I would say. Their post on like previewing the Columbus statue thing was like city council to not even just consider. It was like city council prepares to remove Columbus statue or something like that. Which is, man, you're 60 years old, you live on the east side. Oh boy, Jesus. You see that? Oh my God. And you're instantly so mad. You're the maddest person that anyone's ever been. You don't take away my freaking statue.
What a way to ruin somebody's breakfast at the Boulevard.
Dude, I can only imagine the conversations that were happening at the Boulevard. I mean, especially if they had like Spectrum News on the TV and there was a little segment like with one of their like little like beat reporters, like city council tonight to consider removing the Christopher Columbus statue from in front of Union Station. They're like, oh my God, what's next? What's next? That's what they're saying. They're going, what's next?
It would be fantastic though if like the end result was like we ended up with a couple 80-year-old ladies from Shrewsbury Street like super gluing their hands to the statue to protect it.
Oh my God! Imagine
we kind of need to start seeing absurdist horseshoe theory in protests. That's like
yes, yeah.
Everybody just needs to glue themselves to something. But Worcester
doesn't. They're going to be Kenny Merrill Carlson is going to lead the weather underground of the fucking east side. Just start pipe bombs and mailboxes and shit. Yeah, I wonder what the scenes are like down there. It does, yeah. This might be my time to dip out and smoke some weed. I'll go outside, but I think it's annoying when I go outside because of the cars.
Potentially less annoying than the banging neighbor, though.
I just want to welcome everybody to the
it would be less
council
meeting.
Than that. And before we stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, Star Spangled Banner, I just want to keep our thoughts and prayers with Raquel Castro Corazzini, who was in a major accident over the weekend. So keep her in
I don't know about that.
She's a wonderful worker for the city of Worcester. So it's the end for the Pledge and Star Spangled Banner.
I'm just going to reset the stream while they do this so we can see.
Yeah. No Christian tonight?
It didn't look like it. That's not good. Hopefully he's remote. Does anyone know the story with I didn't catch the whole name. Raquel Castro
Corazzini, Nicole
Corazzini. Do you know what happened? Anyone know what happened?
Nope.
Huh. I think I saw a GoFundMe getting spread around, but I didn't look into it too much. Oh. Was it in Worcester? Was the accident in Worcester? Or is that not relevant? I don't know. I guess it's not relevant. Oh, in Leicester. Okay. We got to get rid of doing the pledge. It's like...
We're just better songs.
It's so loud.
Every week, a member of the council should be able to pick a song, and we sing that song.
Kate Toomey sings it every time. Kate Toomey, next mayor?
Possibly.
That's awful.
Not in my backyard.
What a nightmare. What a nightmare scenario. What a nightmare. All right, I'm gonna make the moves I need to make to go smoke my joint outside. But I'm gonna bring my computer. Better than the banging.
Decision.
I think the banging has stopped. I don't know.
After spending the past 5 days in London, it's refreshing to hear this beautiful song. I know you guys can't hear it, but I can still hear it in my headphones.
You were in London?
Yeah, I literally just got back this morning.
Yeah, welcome back.
Yeah, thanks. It was my first time, and Camden Town is rad.
Yeah.
Popped around a whole bunch of stuff. It was awesome.
Fantastic.
Here we are. That's right, Mo Bergman.
Roll call.
Councilor Bergman.
Here.
Councilor Calorio.
Well,
Here.
Christian is here.
GA.
Here.
Councilor King.
Here.
Councilor Merrill Carlson. Councilor Nguyen.
Here.
Councilor Rivera.
Here.
Councilor Rose.
Here.
Councilor Russell.
Here.
Councilor Toomey.
Here.
And Mayor Petty.
Here. Whereas, just have a proclamation for Disability Employment Awareness Month.
Councilor
Whereas
Joe.
October
Oh.
is National Disability Employment Awareness Month, held annually. This observation is led by the U.S. Department of Labor's Office of Disability Employment Policy. But there's a true spirit lies in the many
Funny story about this weed. I bought it from a grindcore
across the
band
nation every year.
called Escuela Grind,
Whereas National
who sells
Disability
weed on their merch table,
Employment
and
Awareness
it's called
Month
Vanilla Ice.
commemorated for the contributions to individuals with disabilities.
Cool
making
merch.
the American
Give me a 1 to
economy
10 rating.
workplace. This year's
It's
theme,
tasty.
disability,
11 out of 10.
out of equity equation, observed annually in October.
You know,
National
say what you will about the
Disability
city of
Employment
Worcester,
Awareness Month
but we're
celebrates the
really good at
contributions of
meaningless
American workers
ceremonial
with disabilities
proclamations.
past and present, and showcases
Right,
support
unless it's
inclusive
about
employment policies and
trans
practices.
youth.
Yeah.
And whereas the
But we
city
tick
of
off
Worcester
most of the
observance
other
this
boxes.
month declares its support for Sales, Massachusetts, and its employment services.
Did you guys see that we
Mr. Sales, job development. and
we
placement
honored
services
a suffragette
that provides the
today?
people with
I forget her
disabilities.
name, but we had to
East
we
Sales,
named a square after her.
Massachusetts experienced
The two
employment
people in the
specialists
picture,
provide training
Kenny
and
Merrill
ongoing
Carlson, Mo
support
Bergman,
so people with
voted
disabilities
against
can increase their
allowing
skills and secure
legal
competitive
residents
jobs.
to vote in municipal
Whereas
elections.
East Sales, Massachusetts offers a service training, provides
It's great.
services to people with disabilities, whether it's getting a loan for an essential piece of adaptive equipment for work, learning how to improve independence at home, helping nonverbal students communicate,
I
or
didn't
simply
see that, but
knowing
it sounds
what the
fitting.
options are. Easter Sales guarantees people with disabilities will learn something useful when they experience assertive technology services. And whereas Easter Sales offers individualized and comprehensive vocational assessments
What is he saying?
conducted by a
Easter
certified
seals?
rehabilitation counselor. The counselor provides the guidelines for students, parents, and educators to use when planning for appropriate and realistic employment goals related to students' individualized education program and transition planning form, and formulates short-term and long-term career options for students.
Guess this is kind of a
as
history
they
question.
transition into the
But when did
community,
proclamations stop
post-secondary
meaning anything?
living, employment, and independent living.
Did they ever mean anything?
Whereas
Well, I feel like if you watch like Monty Python and the Holy Grail or whatever, like a king or somebody is like bound to make a proclamation that you would assume that all of your loyal subjects, at least the loyal ones, would follow and consider basically law. And then this whole democracy hubbub came in and kind of changed things up. But we still do the proclamations, even though they don't mean anything.
It's whenever they moved from
True.
scroll to shitty 8.5 by 11 paper. That's when they lost their. That's my guess.
All residents to recognize and participate in this observance. Council Russell, do you want to?
Nobody reads from a good scroll anymore.
Joe Burrell, I think he's
Oh, that would be great.
right there. Joe, do you want to say a few words? Mo, you wanna-
Imagine getting the city council agenda in a scroll tied together with a piece of like silk. You have to unfurl it. That'd be sweet.
Yeah, it would be carried in by a rat, of course.
Mhm.
I'm gonna put out a Worcester Sucks quarterly magazine. That's just all of the articles handwritten on a scroll, and you have to buy the scroll and unroll it. And it's just in like my shitty handwriting. Who's talking?
The level of unemployment for people with disabilities is still like 20.
There's a that guy.
People with disabilities
Oh,
not
okay.
working. And even with
Oh
all
my
this
God.
technology
Well,
out there and other things, we really need to just keep that in mind that there's this pool, this untapped labor pool of folks with disabilities, a diverse group, and it's always important just to remember to encourage
facts.
employers to think about.
I put in a records request to see if Joe Petty was using keys to the city for his campaign. Like if he put in drastically more keys to the city this year than last, but it was kind of the opposite. I was a little bummed about that. That's like a story I wanted to be true, but it wasn't.
Encouraged to think about work. A lot of times,
When I had the last deal with keys to the city, they were very sensitive about not giving too many out. All of a sudden, now he's worried about watering down the meaning.
Think about hiring people.
Yeah, that's very weird.
Untapped labor force.
I mean, in 2019, shit, he gave out like 100.
And it's just the technology.
Yeah.
It really levels the playing field. So thank you very much, Mayor.
And here I am, can't even get on the goddamn tree committee. I'm never getting the key to the city.
No.
Not even when I legally changed my name to not Candy Merrill Carlson and run in D2 next year.
I would be
Yeah,
more
we
than
will.
happy to blame the presence of the lanternfly on your absence from the tree committee. Those two things are perfectly timed up.
Yeah, yes, sorry.
I like that.
Gloria,
Yes.
Councilor GI,
Yes.
Yeah, we need our brown shirts for the lanternfly.
Councilor
Like our
Nuya,
fucking roving goon squads.
Yes.
And just going and killing these
Rose.
flies.
Yes.
We haven't heard
Councilor
anything
Marco,
about that since the
Yes.
first
and Mayor Petty.
sort of little
Yeah.
story about lanternfly spotting in
Under
Worcester.
public
So
Participation, the person may speak for no more than 2 minutes and they are appearing on
Fred
the
Nathan
agenda.
already took care of the problem.
So there's your name,
You just ate the milk.
city of residence,
Yeah,
and
Mo,
item
you
number.
can get in via the back in a
Fred
wheelchair
Nathan, what's
and
the-
then take the elevator up to the chamber.
Yeah.
11A. We cannot keep on canceling.
Here's Columbus. Yeah.
Changing history. We move on as a society, but we cannot erase history. Anything that happened 500 years ago or more, we cannot change. We just have to move on and all get along.
Can't we all just get along?
18A.
What an orator, you know?
Really is amazing.
Like,
Glad he's
He's a
here.
man of our times. He was in the Telegram out campaigning for Paul Fallon.
Well, look, Phil Palmieri is there, right in the middle, looking like kind of like Dracula, actually.
He looks like he's in Blade.
Next speaker, just your name.
He looks like he's about to offer you the red or blue pill.
I watched that on a plane this morning. The latest one.
Oh,
it's
hell yeah.
awful. It's awful.
That's it. No, what are you talking about? Great movie. Matrix? Get out of here.
The fourth one?
Oh, I didn't hear you say the fourth one. Oh, okay. Yeah, all right, never mind.
Columbus. Before I do, I'd like to give Councilor Rivera a
He
little
just said he's here to
background. How the
defend a
statue
great
in
man.
Washington Square-
Hey, remember when Soraya Rivera was like, I'm sick of all this townie racism? And then she's just going to get hit with it again?
In the late 1970s, 3 Italian Americans came together to make a dream a reality. Those men were Nunziato Fusaro, a well-known and respected attorney of the city.
Yeah, the Columbus statue was fell off the back of a truck, you know what I mean?
Mario Jame, known as Mario J.
Shane Gillis, the comedian, has this really funny bit about how Italians are the last people you can be openly racist for.
$50,000 to purchase a statue, as well as paying for
And
a
it's
service
true.
dedicated to his late wife Esther. Father
Yeah,
John
people
helped
are pissed off that
Kavanaugh
Mario doesn't have the Italian accent.
community behind the idea
Yeah.
and arranged the initial meeting with Mr. Fusaro. And my father
Mario is really funny when you consider it's like a
was the man.
Japanese person's interpretation of what an Italian guy is. So sick.
Oh, wait,
Is
hold
this
on.
guy crying?
Yes, my tears.
The political clouts to bring it to fruition. In fact, it was he who sold the benches that now sit in the pocket park at the end of Shrewsbury Street. I have the drawing here that he used in selling those benches.
Well, we'll
That
happily
money was
burn
used to
those
reimburse the
drawings
city
after
for
we're
the
done
costs
smashing the fucking
involved
statue,
in
pal.
the installation of the statue. The plaque on the monument in that park honors these 3 men. On April 29th, 1979, more than 1,000 people gathered in Washington Square for the unveiling. Including
This is
many
so
prominent
good.
politicians of the day and the Bishop of Worcester. Washington Square was chosen because of its high visibility. And the men behind the statue wanted this great symbol of Italo-American pride to be seen by the whole city. And as remarks that day, Mr. Fusaro called Columbus's voyage one of the greatest events in the history of the world. He went on to say the great navigator was adamant in his belief
Second
in a
only
new
to the
world
wheel.
where the principles of free government are embedded in the soil. The city manager at the time said,
Second only to
"Statue
Russell Crowe.
opening the new world."
Dude,
It's a
if he raced
symbol of
grandma, it's going to
Make
beat the
it
shit out of him.
my parents and all of your parents too, to come here and take advantage of this great city and this great country. He went on to note the sacrifice, energy, and dedication of the Italian community, adding, "The statue is a symbol to Worcester's
They're able to
youth,
come here unencumbered by those
daring,
pesky First
and what
Nations folks.
America is all about."
Can you wrap up your comments, please?
Quickly.
Come
Sure.
here to make Prego sauce. So you're
And
welcome.
let me wrap up my comments quickly by saying this, Mr. Mayor. I would ask all those.
And they
who are
didn't even
affected by
get to
the
enjoy
again, to think
the
about
free
family,
real
the
estate
Fusaro
of
family,
Manifest
the Capuano
Destiny,
family,
like
my family,
the Scots and the
entire
Irish.
community of the greater Worcester area, if it is
The
removed.
Italians came over during the Industrial Revolution.
Please leave this symbol of Italian American pride alone. In closing, I again quote Attorney Fusaro's remarks from that day. This statue will serve as an inspiration to the youth of our city to venture forth with confidence, daring, and perseverance to achieve their goals.
Thank you.
I thank you for your time.
Of running a plantation in the Caribbean.
Idella Hazard. I disagree with. We know the history of Christopher Columbus. He is not a positive symbol to the youth of America or to America. He raped America.
Oh, shit.
And enslaving the Native Americans. I think what the mayor was trying to say to the people when the statue was placed there was that he appreciated what the people were trying to do when they invested in the statue of Columbus and thanking them for the statue. However, since then, history was no longer able to be held back. It became public who Columbus really was. And he did not discover America. America discovered America. Balboa discovered America. And many other explorers.
That's the most amazing part of all of this, right? Like,
Eric the
you
Red.
picked the worst representative.
So
You
many
had plenty of
others
people with
have
funny
come here
vowels at the end of
before.
their names that you could have chosen from. Instead, you went with that guy.
So I don't
Yeah.
think the statue should be there.
I'm telling you, James Gandolfini, Tony Soprano statue, everyone wins.
Tourists come here who know the history
Fucking Chef Boyardee, dude.
of
Who
Christopher
cares?
Columbus. And on 11C, I think that the Hispanics, Latinx should be given great opportunities for business and for correct the social disparities. But at the same time, I think those same opportunities should be given to Blacks, Asians, different genders.
Other people.
We did find that Worcester was the worst in the United
So
States.
good.
Latinx.
Thank you.
I really just, yeah. Whenever someone says the
I
blacks,
also
it's
wanted
just,
to say on 11E,
I don't know.
for room and houses and shelter programs, they are pretty much in one neighborhood.
We're just giving Idella the floor
What I
tonight,
think
huh?
might happen
She's been going on for like 10
is
minutes
that
now.
we might put
I was going to say, I just fed my dogs and she's still talking.
because we do have a shortage of housing.
Dude, Phil
for
Palmieri is
so
not
many
moving.
Women, and
He is like a
shelters.
tiger ready to pounce.
Or it's like Weekend at Bernie's.
Yeah.
Did your name say your residence? And
Hello, I'm Mark Gentili. I live up on Granite Street in Worcester. I've been
Wonder how
Do you
he's going
think
to feel
he's
about
going to
it.
be pro?
resident of Worcester. I help in campaigns. I've been around. I'm a fourth degree member of the Knights of Columbus. You know, though I'm not representing them here, this is me. I'm looking to remind the council some stuff that's relative to Worcester, you know, worldwide. We're at the brink of nuclear war with the Russians. If not, we're going to be at war with the Chinese within 10 years. What are we doing about emergency?
Oh, he wants it so bad. He
Over
wants
the
it so
weekend
bad.
here,
Who-
yesterday
who
a
was the
murder
enemy
up
in
on
World
Burbank
War
Street.
II?
There was a shooting over the weekend, and 6 people got shot last week in the same location that a kid was murdered right in front of 100 people on Christmas Day. Okay.
And I have a practice space there.
Gone up 64%. The homeless problems out of control.
I didn't do it. That's not what I'm saying.
You know, I understand people wanting to talk about the Latinos and people want to talk about people of color. These are all the issues that disproportionately affect people of color.
Italians.
Oh, shit. No, he's going the other direction, Bill.
Street and taking down the statue.
He's taking to that other place.
Get our heads right and start dealing with something that we're supposed to be: literacy, jobs.
because if people can't afford a place to live, we either have to do something about that and get them housing, or we have to get them jobs they at least can afford.
Only cares in the context of not doing something else. Would not be bothered to care about this if it weren't a what about.
I think that to get on point, why are we wasting our time?
The only thing I really know about Knights of Columbus is that we used to play hardcore shows in their venues.
Serious problems
That's
going
about it.
on. Worcester's 15th in manufacturing in the United States.
I'm pretty sure they're a social club for Italians.
Contractors locally.
Yeah.
Does anyone get it through their mind that we're a target? We should be dealing with issues that matter right now. I'm not to denigrate you. I'm sorry. You want to remove these, statue, but as an Italian, I'm personally offended by that. There are over 1,000 Knights in the area, 40,000 in the state. From everyone I talk to, a lot of us.
Let's see your sword, pal.
Are you Italian, but are you American?
Okay.
And
Thank
if
you.
a young lady would like to talk about the history like that, I have a master's degree in that.
Okay, direct your comments here, but thank you. I appreciate it.
Oh, I have a master's degree in history. Wow. That's crazy, dude. Did you get it at Dean?
Did he call Idella a young lady?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go.
Hello, my name is Keith Scott. And many
Love
of
it.
you are disappointed about me standing here, and every time I turn around here, you're ushering me out of here. But I'm going to give you some history. As part of the Black History Markers, where the statue
Oh my God.
stands,
Good facial hair.
where the first
Keith Scott's the
settlement
man.
of Black
This guy knows
Black
more about Worcester history than Bill
people
Wallace
in
ever
the
will.
city of Worcester settled down there. My great-great-great-great-grandparents, the Gimbys, the Scotts, and they all were down. They all had jobs and stuff. Right down there at Union Station, and right underneath, it used to be called Pine Street. The statue that they want to take down, Christopher Columbus did his thing. You know what I mean? And we were in the process of showing exactly where the history lies here in the city of Worcester. We're still working on the project in the markers and stuff to show the history.
I really got to talk to this guy.
I'm going to say
Mr.
that
Scott's
because I'm
shit.
part of the history family. And whatever back the city of Worcester, my family has been involved in. I'm in the process because now I have grandnephews and nieces going to school, and I've been hearing things, where people saying that the Democratic Party said, they don't belong. But I'm gonna let you know, my brother himself, had the strong education and employment program.
Let me have the pleasure of introducing Jenny Pasillo.
Hey, Jenny.
Hi, guys.
What's up?
We're getting a history
Not
lesson.
much.
Oh,
good.
Sidewalks, and taken down. Now, I'm not.
Wouldn't you believe it? People don't like the idea of removing the Columbus
And
statue.
we have plenty of Italians
Shocking.
and friends that I went to school with, and who are.
But seriously,
are
Bill, if you ever
involved
wanted to hear like a
in
really
everything
great
that go
account
on.
of
They
the
inquire
city's land
things.
takings of
But I just
formerly
wanted to
middle-class
put
black
it on the
neighborhoods to
history
put up
book.
290,
I'm not- I'm
Mr.
not-
Scott's your man.
I need that. I really need that for a project I'm trying to do.
I'm looking at some way of putting a giant statue down there to show that we settled down at the low end of Washington Square, where they might with robbers. I got some peanuts in my mouth. Must be, but yeah,
Oh, yeah.
Settlement.
I got some penis in my mouth.
Under that bridge where the 290.
Don't we all, Mr. Scott? Don't we all?
I fucking just, I hate it when that happens.
Christopher Columbus was adding on that piece of history. And I think we need to get on it because we're far behind
This,
right
the
now.
closed
on
captioning
those
heard it
things
too.
that we're
Just
gonna work
Oh, it's
on.
perfect.
Yeah,
Thank you.
yeah. Is that what he actually meant to say?
I think you're saying peanuts, but
yeah, pretty sure he was saying peanuts.
Well, the closed caption picked it up as penis, which is great. I wonder how this guy's gonna feel. Do you think he likes the Columbus statue or not?
Oh, this is
Mr. Mayor,
this
thank
is the
you,
guy that
and,
owns
through you to the
or
City
runs
Council. Thank you very
the
much for hearing
Worcester
so many opinions this
Public
evening.
Market.
I want to applaud the gentleman for speaking his mind. That was very courageous.
Check your comments up here.
Yes. A couple of you may know I'm the executive director of a place in Worcester called the Worcester Public Market. And the Worcester Public Market was a vision by a gentleman by the name of Alan Fletcher, who wanted to make something in the city of Worcester that pertained to cultural diversity. And that he did in spades. What he did was he created a place, and through his hard work, my hard work, and so many folks' hard work, that represents 14 different countries throughout the world. First-time business owners, many of whom barely speak English, and we're so proud of that location because it represents a lot of cultural diversity in the city.
She really has to leave.
In the second largest city in New England, I would dare to say that there's enough room for enough cultural representation where we wouldn't have to remove or we wouldn't have to disinfect history by taking a statue away that represented a person, a former culture, a former government, a lot of pluck, a lot of courage to go and venture out throughout the world to discover new territories and new
a little
lands.
Genocide. You got to get it's plucky.
This isn't about
Phil.
being Italian.
It's a little plucky.
Although I am. This is about.
Is he Italian? I'm not sure.
I don't think it's necessary to have this become a zero-sum game. I don't think it's necessary to remove one thing and put up another in its place. I think there's plenty of room.
Christopher Columbus is a hero in this house. You hear me?
To recognize wonderful people like the gentleman that just spoke, and also maintain the cultural integrity that made this city so great.
Legit.
That made Worcester the second largest city in New England. And I want to thank Mayor Petty for all the work he's done over the years.
I think just people living here made it the second largest city in New England.
Yeah. That's what I have to say. Thank
Yeah.
you very much.
Thank you.
Phil's
Here we
lost.
go.
The Prince
Here
of
we
Darkness
go.
rises.
The Prince of Darkness rises. He who connects the souls.
Residence and item number.
Hear ye. Phil Paul Mary.
Jamie Flores.
On 20F, a council order by Councilor Christian King. Though I might not agree with the entire order that Mr. King has proposed, for the most part I do. And first of all, I'm pleased that I'm able to speak before the council because I've been thwarted on countless occasions by Councilor Carlson from being able to do that with council orders.
She's kept him at bay.
Say her name.
As others as well. I think the upgrade
Councilor Candy Merrill Carlson can suck on my penis.
issue in the park.
I'll check that, Matt.
There isn't any question that that upgrade should be front and center, first among any other issue in the park. Those basketball courts are utilized at least 11 months of the year, without question.
I'll reset it after him.
By people in the community and outside of the community. And the deplorable conditions that those basketball courts are in is just mind-boggling.
Is it deplorable?
And that this would be almost cast aside for a $1.4 million project for the Little League field that has 3 teams.
You know, just
Absolutely
because I'm completely
remarkable.
bored by everything Phil is saying.
Shows you where your
His sweatshirt. I was up in Newburyport this weekend to see a
Well,
performance of Evil Dead the
and
musical.
the
What a beautiful
Urban
community it
Forestry
is up there.
Tree
I got to get up to
Commission is
Newburyport
also,
more often.
Part of
That's
this
I didn't
council
I didn't know they did that. Evil Dead the musical.
Yeah.
Oh,
tell
it's
me more about
insane.
Evil Dead, the musical.
And apparently it's for
Yeah.
sale. Like someone should, whoever likes putting on productions around here. I mean, it should happen here because it's nothing more than an excuse to get dumped with fake blood for 2 hours. It's
That's
just like
so sick.
everybody just leaves completely soaked with really cheap.
It's like a
fake
Guar
blood.
show.
I was gonna say it's a theatrical or even more theatrical.
Yeah, but it's just over the top with like swearing and like everything's wicked lewd. It doesn't make like you're not there for anything other than like juvenile humor and to have somebody with a super soaker off stage hit you in the face with fake blood. Beautiful.
Gotta say, my perception of Newburyport, just in my imagination, and that happening there is like incongruent.
Yeah,
It's like
I've been to
yeah.
Newburyport a lot. That really set a new tone for me up there. It's like
Yeah, that's weird.
Fun fact about Newburyport, they have the Community Preservation Act, and they were able to add 3.3 miles to their Clipper Rail Trail.
Oh
No
my
kidding.
God. Always
Can you
selling
repeat
something.
that?
Those that are in the
I'm just kidding. The Community Preservation Act. Flip your ballot over twice.
Yes, on five.
Vote yes
Hi,
on
Tracy
5.
Novick.
Councilor Rivera for at least raising
Hi,
I have a
Tracy.
lovely high school.
of Columbus and
Yeah.
having a healthy.
But that's
Um,
actually, my wife and I were talking about that as we were walking around yesterday morning, Jenny, is like they're downtown and it's a small footprint, but everything from the brickwork on the sidewalks to just the way they've taken care of all the historical buildings there. Clearly, the community sunk a ton of dollars into that. And it's paid
nice.
dividends when you realize how many accents there are around you enjoying it.
And what it is, it's a
You know what helps
petition.
them do that? The fact that Worcester's not getting that fucking money too.
We're leaving
You know
that
what I
money
mean?
on the table.
Yeah.
Mhm.
We got to be getting that money. We got to vote yes on 5.
We need it.
Jurisdiction.
Don't let the kind of people who would get upset about paying $40 more on their taxes keep us from having
Not
nice
tolerate
things.
any attempts to override the free and fair results of the election. So on July
this
1st,
is- okay.
1971, 18-year-olds were given the right to vote because the country finally decided that if you were old enough to go to war and be drafted, you were old enough to vote. Yesterday, I went to the dedication of a plaque for Sarah.
And voting has since stopped all the wars.
And she was a constituent here, and not a constituent, she was a resident of Worcester, but was not allowed to vote. But she had
No,
to pay
Tracy, I didn't. Anything
And so she put her foot down and said, I
anything
wouldn't pay
good in
property
there?
taxes. I was willing to go to jail after a long, prolonged fight against it. So I took civics in high school, like a lot of us did, and we learned about our government and our right to vote, and I took it for granted for 50-some years. I voted in almost every election, and the people that were working at the polls, I didn't realize what an essential duty they were doing. It's become very aware after January 6th that our free and fair elections are at risk, and we're asking the city of Worcester, the city council, to come out and say that, yes,
Wait,
we will support.
which
the
auditor
result
is this?
of the election. Thank you.
City or state auditor?
Thank you. What's the name of city residents?
Oh, okay.
Hi, my name is Sue Mailman. I'm Worcester resident and a member of the school committee, and I'm here to talk on 18A about the search. Recently, we've had a lot of talk about there's been so much time that's passed and how can we, we might as well just appoint Eric Batista to the position. And as we've had talk at the council and in the community, one of the things I think about is our recent school committee search, and that was an 8-month process. It was September 2nd when school committee voted to not renew Maureen Benenda's contract, and
She was just like, yeah, we know what we're doing, and I wish you did.
Process. We're about 4 months in since Ed Augustus gave his notice.
We care if we do a good job.
Now, even if we started the process for the search at this point, it would really very much mimic the time frame that the school committee took. So there's been a lot of talk about it, but I'd like to just say that I don't know, that doesn't seem as credible to me. And
I think we get the
lastly,
motion to appoint Batista tonight.
one
I really
unintended
do.
consequence of a search might actually provide us something we're probably all looking for, and that's some unity. Because I think we could all get around a process.
Personally, I'm
where
here for the
we're
division.
we never
And the
thought
guy in the
everyone
Italian
would
jumper.
apply for the job
Yeah.
for school committee, but they did. We had several choices, and we
Look at him, he's nodding along like,
again, and one of them will
he's like,
be
yeah, I gotta do this more often, get involved in this whole being a
it might
citizen
be a
kind of
process
thing.
that also helps us unite as a community and
This
as
guy
a
down here in the corner
council.
wants to
Thank
talk
you.
about the Raiders.
Good evening, Mayor and councilors. My name is Dennis Conlon. I live in Hudson, Mass. I'm here for item 11A.
Of course you are.
Oh, boy.
My connection to the city is I was born and raised here. And I drive a taxi cab here till 3 in the morning every Saturday night. I don't worry about anything. I feel like I'm very safe in this city. My father loved this city.
Because of Christopher Columbus.
I didn't know
Yeah.
this, but I fell in love with it again.
I
about
believe that's
6
called
years
privilege,
ago.
sir.
Any criminal, they come into Worcester, they see that statue, they know who's boss around here. This is an Italian town.
Drive through Washington Square, driving your great citizens from one side of the city to the other. I will be very upset if anything happens to that statue. I know it's had troubles in the past. My advice to people who are unhappy about this in any way is to put up your own statue. But please leave Christopher alone. I believe.
You know, that's actually an idea I've never considered before. What if you put up the slaver Christopher Columbus statue?
How about we start a
like
GoFundMe?
he's cracking a bullwhit. What?
We'll start a GoFundMe. We'll get a big brass dildo statue, and we'll name it Christopher Columbus.
Yeah. Oh, which Christopher Columbus statue are you talking about? The one of the guy or the dildo?
I feel like we can get a butt plug out better. Like
we already have the Christmas tree. The Christmas tree is the world's largest butt plug.
Citizens able to express our will, and it's the reason that all you people are here elected to represent us. So I hope that everyone, realizes how important elections are.
Yeah, you're right. Wow. It's not Christopher. It's Christopher.
Way too long. We always assume.
No, that's the nephew from The Sopranos.
Every year, whether it's municipal or.
Yeah, how about a Christopher Moltisanti statue?
Federal. And since 1788, we have an election. There's a winner, a loser.
Which character from The Sopranos is the guy from the marketplace dressed up for Halloween right now?
Declare the winner.
Oh, Polly Walnuts, baby.
Okay.
Definitely. All he has to do is put a silver stripe in his hair, and he's basically there.
Didn't even know if he would accept the results of the election before the votes were even in. That was kind of the opening volley of what's become basically a disaster in terms of threats.
What is he talking about?
He's on the accepting the election stuff, accepting the results.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, the ponytail threw me off too. I thought we were getting another Christopher Columbus.
Oh, I just assumed that was the case, and I thought he was talking about elections in terms of Christopher Columbus.
It's probably Italian there somewhere.
And now we have the total.
I'm out of the loop. What is the election thing? What are they talking about?
It's a petition someone put on to recognize safe and fair elections. It's just like a, yeah, it's like, yep, good. I think we can do that.
Voting fraud is non-existent, and let people want to, have elections come under attack. So what we're asking.
We didn't notice the striped pants before.
I was
this is
just
beautiful.
Gonna say those are so awesome.
That's a full tracksuit right there.
It's a full.
It's what that is.
I feel like I'm with my family when I see that guy.
Those who don't.
Although,
fun fact: did you folks know that the Crompton building was built specifically to process slave-grown cotton from the South? Yeah,
I did not.
There you go.
Are you saying that seed to stem is a racist business?
Just telling you what the building was there for.
Oh my God. Birch Tree Bread is canceled, dude.
On a historical moment, I'm asking you to break.
That is kind of cool, though. It's like, not cool. It's not cool, but it's a neat historical fact. It's like, kind of got totally lost in the Plantation Street debate 2 weeks ago.
Well, that's what made that whole thing horrific and hilarious at the same time, right? I mean, that enslavement is what we did to First Nations people who weren't willing to convert to Christianity and that we didn't have room for in our, at the time, relatively small prisons.
Yeah.
And we hadn't invented big prisons for like another century. Like we didn't have room for them. So we enslaved them and shipped them off to other places where they couldn't cause trouble.
Since the 1950s?
We have a huge history. I mean, Massachusetts was a slave colony like all the other colonies until about, what, 2 years before the revolution? Like,
you have someone
yeah.
here that knows can do
I was
the
just
job,
listening to an
has the
interesting article
experience,
about Oregon, how they still have slavery in accepted use for punishment. So even though it's abolished nationwide, apparently some states can still use it as punishment. Well,
because like the Pacific Northwest, those states were all designed specifically to be white only states. It's kind of wild stuff. That's why whenever Portland or Seattle pop off, you end up with so many chuds pulling out of the hill country because it's, I mean, you've got a lot of people that generationally are there for the hill country.
I did not think in my life.
Yeah, Matt, I was going to say that's like what? That's like slavery. The slavery freaking amendment. I sound like such a dumbass right now. It's like it allows for basically the way that we use prisoners today
have
to
an
like make
opportunity
license plates and
to
shit.
become the city
Yeah.
manager of the city. And I hope that it happens.
Yes, Matt. That was what I was trying to say, but couldn't.
People that vote for this to happen. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gio Hellraiser, you just missed people talking about how good Columbus is, or we need the statue.
I'm here for 18A, I think it is, in support of
Small Human is very Italian, so she not totally sure how she feels right now. I'm afraid to ask her.
When we do things like this, it looks like systemic racism, what Augustus was talking about.
Seems mad.
So here we are, 2022.
Goldie's pro statue.
About how we're going to pick the city manager. This is a young man that grew up in Worcester. He's a product of all of us in here. And for us to get someone that we know nothing about, there's going to be a learning curve. And with this learning curve, we never know what we may miss out. He's already been in all the rooms to run our city.
So he won't get lost in City Hall.
His experience.
Who is this guy?
On this.
This is Charles Luster. He has a hydroponics business where he grows vegetables and gives them to like nursing homes and stuff, so people can have locally like grown organic food.
Oh, Yenni, please call in. That'd be awesome.
Also has some really sweet cars.
Okay.
So you know the impact we have with kids.
This is also true, Tracy.
So he's in the proverbial family that wants to keep the city manager job in the family.
In college, right? You were
Yeah.
in college, right? City council?
Okay.
This is 2 for 2 on pro Batista. Okay. Just give him the job.
Well, here's the thing. He's our future.
I think they're going to make that play tonight. I really do.
And instead of investing in a hope and a dream, we never know who we may get. And
either Petty or Eric.
The statue. I like what you said. We should put statues up. So
let's get a statue of Eric Batista.
Black history is going on. You don't know what it's like to be a black man in the classroom when we're talking about slavery. Oh, and Christopher Columbus had slaves. So maybe we should put a statue of Nat Turner up. And then we would see how people really feel. We got to realize our history in this country has not been fair. So I don't mind the statue staying up if we could put a Nat Turner statue up next to it.
Can you direct the comments right
here? Dude, Italia guy was like, look at that. Look at that. The guy's making moves. He's making solutions.
My name is Janice Guzman. I'm from Worcester. Good evening, Council. As a resident and a leader of Worcester, I'm here tonight to request for Eric Batista as city manager for our city.
Oh, they're going to do it. They're doing it tonight. They're going to do it.
Eric as permanent city manager.
So this is what we're going to accomplish tonight. We get to keep a Christopher Columbus statue, and we get Eric as city manager.
We're keeping the Christopher Columbus statue, and we are keeping the city manager job in the family of people who will never do anything about something like a Christopher Columbus statue.
The universe demands balance.
Yeah.
Eric has needed. We need Eric in the city to represent us Hispanics.
Eric sent me this text, and I didn't read it before reading it right now. That's why I'm stumbling on it.
I request you guys to please.
It was really hard to print out this text.
City manager. Thank you.
Yeah. You ever try to print out a text message?
Anybody else?
Good evening. Buenas noches. My
3 so far.
And I'm from Worcester. I like to speak on 2 issues, and with all due respect to those who are in favor of Columbus, I just want to share with you, as an educator, I taught in Worcester, and I've been in the educational process, and I always say that the only achievement gap that we have in our public school is that our children graduated without any history, without any knowledge of the history and contribution of indigenous blacks and Latino. And with all due respect, I don't think there's anyone here that knows why indigenous people became known as Indian.
Oh, I don't
Those
know. I think,
explorers from Europe, when they left Europe, they were on the way to India because they were looking for places to make profit. And they got lost and ended up in this area.
I like how
They
Dom
took
looks like he's
away
learning
the
something.
land, took their citizenship, and many were killed. and took the land.
India, what's that?
Who
Seriously.
Seriously. He made.
Dude, look at his body language is like, watch what you're fucking saying right now.
Oh, here he goes.
That's a very interesting point you bring up there.
And even as today, as we see what's
But
happening.
why don't the
with
pants have the same
Latinos and
3-color
blacks
stripe?
in this city?
You have the money,
Where
Dom.
Latinos are,
You ever consider
like I have said
that
to
being
you,
Italian's hard?
Latino students are suspended.
People are always
85%
like, you're
higher
a
than
spicy
white
meatball.
students for
I'm
doing
not
the same
spicy.
thing.
My great-great-grandfather worked in the stone quarries. You think that was
The worst
easy?
way for us Latino to live.
The thing that drives me nuts about the conversations with the Columbus statue, and the same goes for the St. Patrick's Day parade, both of those things didn't come up until the Department of Justice reached out to Worcester to remind us that we were about 20 years behind getting on board with the civil rights movement, and we needed to desegregate our schools. And then suddenly, like what we always joked about being Worcester ethnic, decided to flex and start having all these big celebrations of their cultures. It's no different than the whatever the Civil War heroes in the South, where the statues went up 40 years later, more around World War One than before the Civil War. It's
You'll notice it's actually really interesting. I had somebody who knows this kind of shit explain it to me. So the statue goes up in the 70s, right? Or like the early 70s. At a time, at a time when Italian Americans were just starting to like racially depolarize, they were like really getting considered white and not a minority group, but they still kind of were, and they were seeking the legitimacy of whiteness amid like the Black-led civil rights movement. So these statues were going up for that reason, to show that they're like good, upstanding parts of the community and not the rabble rousers like African Americans.
The relationship that we had,
Very interesting stuff generally.
I mean, I feel like a lot of that got missed in Worcester because we're more docile, but it's better seen in Boston, where you had actual riots taking place over the need to desegregate and start school busing programs under federal order. Like it wasn't like some wacky counselor had the idea of like, hey, let's have school buses. It was the federal government saying like, you're the most segregated part of the country, folks. Like,
yeah. And we remain that way.
Totally.
Massachusetts racism is like the most interesting racism, I think, of like any like state or microcosm of the U.S.
Yeah, I mean,
maybe that's just because like I'm in it, and so that's what makes it interesting. But it's really like it's so like institutionalized in a way that doesn't need to be addressed out
It's
loud.
super crass, but the best way I've ever heard it phrased is in Massachusetts, you'll accept a black boss, but not a neighbor.
right, yeah.
To have Eric Batista to be our city manager, two reasons that we say this. It's a bilingual, very intelligent young man.
They're really doing it tonight. No one would have gotten these speakers out if they weren't going to make a play tonight.
Yeah, this feels like the culmination of the delay from a couple weeks ago.
Latino, black, and
they couldn't get enough of these people all together to come talk at the same time or something. So he made Shaun Rose stay home.
I am the chairperson.
I think I don't know.
Most of the time, I work in general.
I'm saying Shaun Rose votes for search. I think I was wrong. I'm saying that he votes for search. He doesn't vote to just appoint Batista. I think I got him on the 5 side of a 6-5 vote. And I
is
think
Shaun
that,
zooming in?
No. Oh, is he? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I think
he's here. He's here. It's no one's absent, right? It's full
I believe
council.
it's full council.
Good evening. My name is Stacy Luster, City of Worcester resident, third generation born and raised, and it is an honor to be here in my home in so many ways.
Yeah, I think they're making the vote tonight to appoint him. And I haven't heard anything that is going to happen, but
sometimes forgets just how good it is. We've been
and
coming
it would only
along,
happen
and
at the
now
end.
we're in this renaissance, and we're starting to see how wonderful we are. And I think that same inferiority complex, that same imposter syndrome we might have of our native sons, like in Eric Batista.
Oh
As a
my
person
God, I can't
who has
listen to this.
recruited
I'm going to
people
the
to
bathroom.
come here and work here for a long time.
Pick the wrong night to smoke weed, Bill.
To go national for. This is the candidate that you hire.
That's the trick. You just smoke weed every
and
night.
He's right here. Let's not.
Jenny, are you interested at all in addresses that have anti-CPA signs in front of them so you can go over and kick them?
Someone that good
Yes.
did come
Okay.
from
There's
here.
some in my neighborhood.
The people, not the signs. I mean, the signs would get you in trouble, but you can just hang around and wait for the people who own them to come out and kick them.
We do.
Yeah, like I'll jump them.
Yeah.
Own. And
Mhm.
even if
Okay. My neighbor has one.
you're Dominican,
I'll shoot
even
you the
if you're
address
brown
privately.
or black,
Yeah, I would
you
love
can't
that.
come from this city and make it to that.
There's
city.
more in Burn. Well, I guess you would expect some in
He's there
Burn
because
Cove, but
he's
there's a few
qualified.
around my
He's there
house.
because he worked really hard. He's
They in my neighborhood, they're all adjacent to Paul Fullen signs and out of district Paul Fullen signs and the Amarillo, the guy running against Angobi. So it's, I mean, it's totally predictable.
Oh,
It's not
that
like they lost
kid.
anybody. But
Yeah.
What's your name, city residents?
Good evening, Ted Costa, City of Worcester. 8S, I'd like to ask the council to file that. I don't think it's necessary for the council to be committed to act on the legitimacy of an election. I think the ballots speak for themselves. 8T, I'm asking for the city council to file that. I don't believe that cities and towns can congregate in the DCU Center to decide whether nonprofit organizations should be taxed. That would affect not only the universities and the colleges in the city, but the churches as well. And I don't think they deserve that. 11A, the Columbus statue, I say let's leave it there and let's learn from it. We can't
Jenny, where is
erase
this?
history, but we can learn from it, whether it was good.
I don't know where the small human went.
18E, a report by the city manager for the creation of police precincts throughout the city. I think it's a great idea, something that should be investigated, and I think you'd be great doing that job. And 18A.
Oh, fuck, we're going to talk about precincts again tonight. I forgot about that.
City manager.
Oh, we're going to be here for
City of
all
Worcester,
night.
born and raised.
Bill, you froze on us,
Everything.
and you
I've
scared
done it all.
Phil away.
And I see a young man there with a lot of potential that could do the job, and I hope that you suspend the search and hire Mr. Batista. Thank you very much.
My bad.
Not really, Bill.
Name and city residence and item number.
Oh, this is Alex.
Alex Corrales, City of Worcester.
He's
Good
pro
evening,
Batista
Mr.
too.
Mayor, City councilors, thank you for allowing me to say a few words tonight.
Sorry
I
if
wanted
that
to
went
share
weird.
my experience of working with acting city manager Eric Batista before he was acting city manager. Before I became the CEO of the Worcester Housing Authority, I've had an opportunity to work with Eric on a number of initiatives. I found Eric to be
I always wondered what he looked like.
Oh, genuinely a fantastic dude. Like we worked really well with Powwow Worcester, working out in the oh my God, not Plumley Village, Great Brook Valley, and then I did their bus wraps. They do this cool food program, so I did their 3 bus wraps that they're rolling out, and he was fun to work with. He's a ball buster, but I like him.
Strategically he was about an issue.
His sister lives down the street from me. She's pretty nice. She's cool.
Around the table, and he promoted open
Does
discussion.
she share terrible takes on a city manager search?
Since then,
We don't talk super often. She's very tiny and pretty, so I was.
I have seen his strategic approach.
What are you trying to say, Jenny?
Every time.
She's tiny and pretty and very smart.
All the years I've been here,
And
in
he
Worcester,
seems very smart and
and
nice.
think
So.
about the years when Worcester was not considered a place to visit, but rather a place you pass on your way to Springfield or to Boston.
Yeah, I don't know anything about that.
This makes me think of some of the similarities. Eric and
Physically unable to wear ties.
arrived to Worcester
I
when we
think-
were 7 years old.
Damn.
We both
That's
attended
actually
public high
fairly
schools,
accurate.
Public schools and public high schools. We're both graduates of North High School. Go Polar Bears. We both decided to
R.I.P.
settle in
Kenda.
Worcester after college and dedicate our careers to public service. Over the past decade, we've talked about this renaissance of Worcester. We've celebrated all the things that and all the work that has taken place, as well as some of the attractions that Worcester has brought in.
We should have a Kenda the
Certainly,
polar
like
bear
any
statue.
large city, we have our share of problems that we tackle every day.
You could set it
But
up
I believe
adjacent to the
Worcester is a
Columbus
better
statue,
city
like it's
today
eating
than we
Christopher
were 10
Columbus.
to 20
That was
years
always
ago.
my dream, was to
Tonight, I'm here to show
sneak
my
into the
support to Eric
ecotarium with a
Batista
couple really
as our
long
next
aluminum
city
ladders
manager.
and drop
I
them over the
believe
side
Eric
of the
is
polar bear tank
uniquely
in the middle of a
qualified for
blizzard.
this position.
And then, so like when
Spending
school was
Worcester
canceled, the entire east side would just, you'd
life,
start getting like reports of like children missing and whatnot and like out playing in the snowstorm.
of the most vulnerable
It'd be probably days before they realized that Kenda wasn't in the pen anymore, and
level of the city
then would have a
administration,
all hands hunt
being
for the
part of solutions
polar
and
bear that was.
strategies to help address
Point being, you give the opportunity for the polar bear to die like a polar bear is designed to die, right? Like
He brings people together.
ravaging the land,
He is compassionate. He is strategic.
doing what it was designed to do.
Being the alpha
He
in the
knows
ecosystem.
Worcester.
Yeah.
He is one of us. And he's able, ready, and willing to take on the challenges that this job brings. Thank you.
Bill's restarting his computer.
Bill's smoking weed.
Bill is smoking. He's restarting his brain.
Jesus Suarez, business owner here in the great city of Worcester. City manager Eddie Batista is a proven leader. And I think this city council, the city managers that have been here before him.
Sue Mailman's look of displeasure is perfect for this camera angle.
Got to be able to struggle to find success. And Batista is an example of struggle for finding
Yeah,
success.
but the pocket square.
I was gonna say, this guy is an example of how not to wear a pocket square. Pocket squares are tight, but that is not how you wear a pocket square. Unless you just blew your fucking nose, then you have an excuse.
I did think it was like a corsage at first.
This city. We have seen the change in this city for the last 10, 15 years. The city have changed completely. We have two of the top city managers that have been there, Michael O'Brien, Ed Augusto. And both of them understand and see the value.
Oh, where's Bill?
We need to rename it Eduardo Augusto Way now. That is just perfect.
If we see what happened in the last 10 years, it takes leadership and a vision to be able to see what's going to happen. You guys have invested, this council, this city have invested in a person like Batista because you guys knew that he have the power, he have the knowledge, he have the capacity, he have the love and the passion to bring this city to all the levels. In this process, I know he have understood.
Can we get somebody to call in on this item, but only talk about Dave Batista being the next city manager? That would be fantastic for me if we could make that happen.
Yeah, Big Dave.
For you to be
Yeah.
I feel like if anybody can, Jenny can.
Yeah, Jenny, you call it because Joe will let you talk forever, and you'll just have the most beautiful childish smile on his face the entire time, and you just give him a lecture on why
No.
David Batista is the right person for this job.
I respect the 2-minute rule. And also, Dave Batista would be great because he's like super progressive, surprisingly.
Yeah.
Not the black community.
I'm a
not
huge
the
fan.
Indian community. Not that he represents
Hi, Bill.
the city.
Hey,
Oh, you sound great.
I think I wanted that
awesome.
for your leadership.
So how many people would we estimate have done the pro Batista thing? Like
I
10
believe
now?
we're at 8.
8?
Getting Batista bombed up in here tonight.
Not a single vote for David Batista.
It's really wild that this isn't on the agenda, but the mayor's letting all of them talk. I seem to remember him enforcing that rule on people speaking about things that aren't on the agenda.
Have to be Latino, and we love that he's Latino, but it's not about being Latino. It's that he can represent the city. So I give you thanks, and I think today it should be a day of happiness because this city and the council that been leading this city shows a great leader to be able to take us to the next
Wrap it
level.
up, Pete.
We love you, Batista. And he does not only love the city love him back. We love you.
Jesus loves you.
No, you only get once. You only get once. I'm sorry. Russian will make up for it.
Frederick Rushton, Worcester. To speak to 18.
Is he gonna rap?
I hope so.
The first thing is, the most important thing is, as long as people state where they stand, that's transparency.
Oh, fuck off, dude. That's
As long as you state where you
this
believe,
guy, this fucking guy.
transparency. And the role of this council is to elect a city manager and a city clerk. That's it. There must be a search, must not be a search. They come from inside, they come from outside. They'd be blue, they'd be green, they'd be black, they'd be yellow. No. As long as you state how you want it to proceed and how you think would be in the best interest of Worcester.
Listen, as long as you do what you want, I mean, who cares about the process?
Yeah, legitimate, just nobody.
There should be a search. In some people's eyes, because
I mean, like, I took the time and effort to figure out how they hired Augustus and O'Brien for real, and they're just obviously doing the same exact thing, and it's gonna work. But like, holy shit, they're not even like trying this time. You know, they're just doing it.
It's okay to grow people within your organization. In fact, the most strongest organizations do that. They build from within. I was lucky enough when I was 15 years old to work at Coughlin Electric with Ted Coughlin and Jim Coughlin. And I'll never forget what Jim
Is this a
said.
teaser as who gets
I
us to
want you
come?
to stay. I want you to get as much experience as you can here, but it's okay to leave. But we try to grow our people within. And
That is fair, Tracy. Isn't it tabled forever until they want to take it off?
Most places perish.
Hold on. Now
Strong
I'm confused.
organizations that build within, they survive and advance. Now, in this case, some people would argue that there is no need for a search because after time, observing, being a part of the community, and observing the present acting city manager, they feel
We have never once heard Eric Batista talk about why he wants the job, what he would do with it, what his goals are. He has not been put in the position to even articulate his vision for what leadership is because we're not comparing him to anybody else. We're not doing an interview.
of the new Worcester.
It's so transparent.
Parents and grandparents.
I'm getting mad.
Cincinnati Melican.
I gotta calm down.
Wyman Gordon, Norton's for life. That's gone.
Maybe he wants it because it pays a ton of money and then he can buy like whatever he wants.
There were no.
Because
Yeah,
that's
maybe
how I
it's
want it.
it's probably the city funded SUV he gets to drive around in. Yeah, you get your company car. That's part of the $40,000 a year perk package that the city manager gets on top of $220,000 a year.
Imagine making, oops, sorry guys. My dad was FaceTiming me. Imagine making $40,000 a year. Woo.
Wow.
Here on behalf of
Whoa.
George Luis Perez.
Okay.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, on behalf of retired George Luis Perez, one of our respected leaders of the Puerto Rican community for over 55 years, who was not able to be here, I would like to read his statement for the record. Mayor Perry, members of the City Council, thank you for allowing me to address you on this very important and historical moment concerning the future of our ever-growing diverse community. Let me say it without any hesitation. I fully support the permanent appointment of Eric Batista as Worcester City Manager. I want to congratulate Mayor Perry and the City Council members who are supporting the motion to name Mr. Batista our permanent city manager for your fortune.
And this, folks, is how you get a second-rate city.
I know you have endured much.
We're watching it happen in real time.
However, you are
You know, it's really weird that this got held for like a month straight. And no one came to talk at those meetings. You know, they wouldn't have known that.
Making our city government by reflecting.
Yeah, I'd be fascinated to find out who
Oh,
put out the call for
shit.
this.
Community.
Wait, free girls chat?
I stood
Sick, dude. Let's get this going.
Honorable chamber requesting and
Oh,
advocating
is it my computer?
inclusion.
Yeah.
A year ago, who would ever
Let me try.
thought that a young,
Anybody who's in the comments, I really would recommend calling in. It's clear that, as Bill said multiple times now, that I think Tracy indicated this as well too, that clearly somebody put out a call to the old guard in the city to make this happen tonight. But they did it in a way that didn't make it clear somebody should be speaking in opposition. So they're going to do what they always do and just say out loud, "Hey, we just got a mandate from the city, and we got to do the will of the people." Look how many people showed up for this tonight.
Will of the people. All people that I have their personal cell phone numbers, but the people nonetheless.
I love procedure and I love process, and I believe in it.
This is such a crazy stunt. Like, holy shit.
I was serving in a federal committee that, as you served, it will help you to even grow to a next level, which was in my mind, and I served in various capacity as volunteers in the city of Worcester. And I also believe that this is my second time coming in front of the city council to speak on subject, not just coming here as being appointed a volunteer. The first time I appeared in front of the city was way back when they wanted to build a casino right here in the city of Worcester. It was my first time to speak for all representative pastors, to speak on behalf of the pastor and speak on behalf of city members and young people. Today, where they want to build a casino, we had a baseball field there today. When we say it was not good to have a casino, but have a baseball field here, or something that would benefit the city. And it is happening today, we see it. And I also come tonight with the procedure, with the process, it's fine, but I believe Mr. Batista have worked. When you look in this section, in this agenda, I see there 9.5, he served as a diversity and inclusion, 9.28 as urban innovation. He had experience, he had tested the city, and I believe he had the ability to serve our city. And I want the city council to give him the chance and the opportunity. This will help other young people and other people in the city of Worcester to give their time and service to serve our city. Thank you.
Okay. Seeing nobody else, anybody on the...
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, we do have a few folks who are on the virtual platform. If you'd like to speak, you can raise your hand or press *9 if you're on the phone. First calling user identify as Kathleen Roy. I'm going to try to unmute the resident now.
Disgusting.
Hi, good evening. This is Kathleen Roy. I live in District 5 in Worcester, Mass.
Stop bringing down my property values,
I
Kathy.
agree with
Move.
Mr. Nathan and the gentleman who spoke after him that they're right. History is history. Unfortunately, it comes with all the good and the bad. Christopher Columbus is a symbol for the Italian families who helped make Worcester the city it has become. It must
Wait a
remain
second.
as
Who blocked
symbol
SecChat
of
69?
heritage.
Sorry.
On
I know you
April
guys were
16th,
having fun. I'm sorry.
Mr. Batista knows Worcester. Working under Mr. Augusta for the past 10 years,
Trying to keep
he
our
is
numbers
the
up, I
most
guess. I don't know.
qualified person to become our next city manager without spending more of the taxpayer dollars in a nationwide search. And finally, I'd like to say thank you to George Russell for standing up for the taxpayers and businesses at the last MLO meeting.
Please, please.
Preservation Act. We simply, as taxpayers, cannot afford another tax on a tax.
That meeting was wild because George Russell, did you guys watch it?
No.
He was like, it was just him and Christian King, and we were there for CPA. And he said, I don't think people should be allowed to speak on the CPA because did you notify the other side? And Christian King was like, this is a public meeting. Like, we weren't specifically notified. We just read the agendas.
Mr. Mayor,
It was a whole thing.
First, I'm going to silence my phone so I won't hear myself. I wish to speak on item 11I.
Okay.
My phone, I'm still getting echo, and I don't know. I wish to speak on robotic aids for water safety. In June 2021, 5 police officers responded to calls to help 3 teens struggling in the cold,
We're doing water drones?
52-degree waters of Green Hill Pond in Worcester. On that sad day, Worcester police officer Manny Familia and teenager Troy Love drowned at the pond, and 3 other police officers had to be taken by ambulance to the hospital, nearly exhausted from their efforts. Given such a terrible tragedy, might some additional resources be helpful in supplementing
Did all those
the
Manny
courage
boxes get
and
put out?
strength of our most dedicated first
It's
responders?
like lifeguards, right? Or life
Honoring the
jackets or
memories
something.
Yeah, it's supposed to be
of
life preservers
Officer
in a box
Familia
that
and
that all the
Troy Love, as well as the heroism of the other officers who responded that day. I suggest considering whether equipping first responders for Worcester's public swimming areas with an Emily robot lifeguard,
But isn't it
or
also not
a
a public
Hover
swimming area?
Arc H3 robotic
Yeah, they weren't supposed to be
life-saving
swimming there.
buoy could be helpful for water safety. Either of these aids could save lives in dangerous situations like that at Green Hill Pond, as they are remote controlled,
Only unhoused mermen and women.
quickly provide help to swimmers.
Yeah, we don't want Atlantis 2 starting in our backyard.
Eliminating any need
Is that a Black Panther spoiler?
even to enter
You son of a bitch.
I know, I didn't see that.
Well, it hasn't come out yet. I hope not.
Thank you.
Oh, that's right. I'm in this weird timing thing. I came back in time this morning.
Oh, fine. Tell us all about your trip to London, Mr. Fancy Pants over here.
Other than I was at 10 Downing Street yesterday. And like we didn't understand why everybody was all in a.
Did you see the cat?
No, there's a cat.
Yeah, there's a cat. The Downing Street cat. That's like.
Oh, they have it like well guarded off. You can't even get to Downing Street. You could just like look down.
We have 18A in support of Eric Batista for city manager. Boy, have I seen the city change, and I've seen so much diversity and so much.
Namor? I think
that
Namor
Eric
is head of
Batista
Atlantis.
not only to bring
Yes.
professionalism that we're looking for,
And he's in
but
the
he
he's in the
also
trailer.
brings
Everybody knows.
community for our city. He's done the job.
It's not
He's done
Atlantis in the MCU?
It just makes no sense to me to go looking, searching for the perfect candidate that we have.
I thought it was.
He can't leave Downing Street till they find a at least semi-permanent
just,
replacement.
Thank you for the city council and the mayor to give me the opportunity to share with you that this, but I just know that I hope you guys make the right decision. And like somebody said earlier, let's break the glass ceiling. Eric Batista for city manager. Thank you for your time.
Next.
Mr. Mayor, the next speaker is Yenni Desroches.
Oh, here we go. Yeah, anytime.
Hi, this is Yenni Desroches. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So I am calling in support of items 8S, 11A, and 18A. Sue Mailman and others have spoken better and more detailed than I could on the city manager search issue, but just to sum it, if he's the best option, which I do not necessarily disagree, then he will make it through the search, and we should not allow a good option get in the way of great. But to the main reason I'm calling, I am calling in support of hosting the community discussion to determine the best course of action for removing the Christopher Columbus statue. I'm an Italian American, second to third generation, 100% Southern Italian background. My grandfather, Louis Brusco, came here from Italy during World War II when a bomb fell on our family farmhouse in Calabria, a farm I've had the benefit of visiting in a country where I saw no celebration of Columbus. This is a mostly American construct. Growing up, my family and I were members of the Manhattan Columbus Club. I participated in organizing Italian festivals with his name on them, and I've been immersed in Italian culture and history for my entire life. I, on occasion, spoke with my grandfather about Columbus, and for the most part, he was just confused as to why we were celebrating Italian culture from a man who's barely mentioned in Italy. I ask my fellow Italians, why are we celebrating him? I understand that the local history of the monument from tear-filled comments earlier, and we can celebrate what our local Italian Americans did without continuing to celebrate someone who's not worth celebrating. There are so many other famous Italians and Italian Americans that we could celebrate instead of a man who was born Genoan, Italy wasn't a country yet, resigned his Genovese nationality to swear allegiance to and sail for the King of Spain. After many rejections from regal courts all over Europe, he was getting laughed out of courts. He failed in his goal, which was supposedly to find the West Indies, and he never stepped foot on the land that is now part of the USA. Spain even admonished him for his actions. Most importantly, and not to be overlooked, is that he incited and participated in massive genocidal atrocities. I'm sick of seeing my fellow Italian Americans continue to praise a man who did nothing praiseworthy just because 3 men organized a statue in a park name in the 70s, celebrating a man who Herbert Hoover decided to start a day for Italian Americans and needed to find a hero figure. How do Italians not see this as embarrassing? We should be ashamed to be associated with Columbus, and ask any child about famous historical Italians. And other than artists or popes, you'll get Columbus and maybe Mussolini.
Okay, can you wrap up your comments?
We need to shift this dialogue and include positive Italian influence, not negative. This vote is to open the discussion, and I hope that our city will allow the dialogue to happen. We should always be open to having dialogues happen with people who disagree with us.
Okay,
Please
thank
vote
you.
yes on 11A.
Okay, next speaker.
Mr. Mayor, the next speaker is a calling user. The last 4 digits of the phone number is 3690.
There's a really interesting story about map
Please state your
making
name and city of
as
residence.
to why it's
Press
America.
*6 to be unmuted.
But yeah, nice job, Yenni.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, just your name and city of residence.
Thank you so much. Good evening. My name is Gina Platanino, and I am an attorney, a community advocate, and a member of the Latino
He tried,
Empowered
Yenni, but you wouldn't let him.
Organizing Network. We focus on identifying and addressing policy issues that prevent Latino community members from achieving their highest potential and fully participate in our community and contribute to its socioeconomic development. We want to applaud the contributions of Mr. Batista towards our community. We support Mr. Batista's many statements that there be a search. Leon, as it did with the recruitment of the Worcester Public School Superintendent, supports the policy that there be a city manager recruitment process and that it be open and transparent. An open and transparent recruitment process will guarantee that all community members, Latinos and non-Latinos, understand the requirements and selection process for the new city manager. The fact that there was no process on the past doesn't necessarily mean that it is correct. We appreciate Mr. Batista's efforts and know that he will
It's a
be
pretty great statement.
in any search. We ask that council not go back on its previous order that there will be a search. Leon was the first organization that supported publicly the appointment of Mr. Batista as acting city manager because of his incredible qualifications. We also supported the appointment because council publicly committed to a search where the community will have an opportunity to participate. Going back on this public commitment has created division in our community. We ask the council do what it originally had publicly committed to. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The next speaker is Mady Morales. I'm going to try to mute the resident now.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Maide Morales, resident of Worcester, Massachusetts. While I agree with a lot of the things that people are saying, I think it's important that we realize that this is not about an individual person. The search for our next city manager and leader. And we need to look at processes and policies that are ongoing and sustainable. Again, the search for the superintendent, what included the people's voices. We had forums in English and Spanish with multiple languages. People were able to voice their concerns, what they needed and what they wanted, and that search was successful. So while I agree that Batista is homegrown. He is, a lot of people consider him the top candidate. So if he is the top candidate, then he will get there. But we still need to be able to continue the process of hearing the people's voices, which is the most important thing here, because that's who the city manager is leading. It's the city for the people. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The next speaker identifies Wilfredo Santana. I'm going to try to unmute the resident now.
Hello, how you doing?
What's your name and city
Can
residence?
everybody hear me?
Yeah, it's your name and city residence.
Yeah, it's Wilfredo Santana, I was born and raised in Worcester. I'm just speaking on behalf of Eric Batista. I know that there's a process that has to be done. I understand that, things have to go through the loops and everything that has to be done. But I want to speak on behalf of the person. Eric is pretty much born and raised in the city.
I've honestly lost count.
Just look at the layout as far as what has developed. Look at the development.
High system nomad.
And the changes, that were made and that have came. And the great people that led that change. He was a part of that. And the city wants to stay in front of that. Look to the future and stay in front of the forefront. And and to make the changes in the differences, he was also a part of that. I feel it's almost
People wear it as a badge of honor.
It is such a weird thing.
I get it.
Their opinions matter twice as much as Clarky's.
I actually do get to vote twice because I was born here.
Why have the opportunity to kind of develop him. At the same time, it's like he was elected.
There's something about working on the hate of not having it push you away, so you get to have that double vote.
People are grateful for what he has done. The impact that he has, done by, the company that he kept with the council. It's huge. The opportunity that has been presented to him, that's not by chance. He knows the city. He is the city. This
is the city.
Something that we have to strongly consider and look at, to appoint him permanently.
Whole effing show,
Manager. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. We have 4 more speakers. We're going to close it off after that.
The next speaker identifies Elvia G. I'm going to try to unmute the resident now. Please state your name and full name and city of residence.
Good luck with that. All 3 of Jenny's kids have
Can
been.
you hear us? Oh, we can come back. Go down to the
All
next
right, not hearing from that resident.
Hi, Clementine.
Next speaker.
I'm right here.
Oh, you're right here. Okay.
Okay, sorry.
What's your name, city of residence?
Yeah, my name is Elvia Grajales, and I live at 37 Sylvan Street. I've been a Worcester.
You don't have to do that.
My whole life, and I'm here to say that myself and my family would want Eric Batista to become the next city manager officially. When I think about who can make our community and city better, focusing on
Clementine's been a Worcester resident her whole life.
or a black percentage goal.
Someday you'll
isn't
get to
what I'm
vote twice
concerned
too.
about. I don't look at race. I don't look at ethnicity. I look at your work ethic. I look at your values, your principles, and your morals as a person. I look how you can better your community, better your colleagues, better those around you, and better those most in need. And Eric Batista, to me, is the person I think of when I envision the future of this city. He's been under Ed Augustus' wings and knows what the city needs. The city
And
of
knows what it
Worcester
smells
has
like.
been thriving with the previous city manager. And with Eric
Batista
I
is
believe
the
city
wind
will
beneath Ed
continue to
Augustus's
prosper.
wings. That is the most
make
beautiful
this
statement
city
that's ever
great.
made about this young man.
Give Eric
I don't care
Batista
about dinosaurs anymore. I just care about this image of Eric keeping Ed aloft.
Next speaker.
Mr. Mayor, the next speaker is Marcia Grenier. I'm going to try to unmute the resident now. Marcia, can you hear us?
Marcia, can you hear
Can you
me?
hear me?
Yes.
Yes, good evening. I've been a resident of Worcester for over 30 years now.
Single
And I'd
vote.
like to speak to item 8S. We all know how important Massachusetts has been in the history of this country, but the city of Worcester also played an important role in American history. The Declaration of Independence was first read in public here in Worcester, and the first National Women's Rights Convention took place here in Worcester also.
Matt, they said
But
2
now
more
the country
speakers
is
after
in
this.
crisis. We're deeply divided. Americans have lost faith in our institutions, and we are in danger of losing the right to free and fair elections. The International Institute for Democracy
Not for me, I
and
was born
Electoral
here.
Assistance has designated the United States to be a backsliding democracy. We need to take a stand against forces that would suppress the vote and subvert elections. Certainly, citizens have the right to contest elections, but through recounts in the courts. Once these challenges have shown that there is no reason to question election results, it is time to concede and accept the results. By approving this resolution, the city of Worcester would set an example to the country that we stand for the rule of law. Thank you.
Thank you. We have two more speakers.
So, Mr. Mayor, the last two speakers are calling users. The first calling user I can identify as 1144. That is the last four digits of that phone number. I'm going to mute you now. Please state your name and city of residence. Press *6 to be unmuted if you're on the phone.
Hello?
Just your name and city of
Hey.
residence.
Hi, my name is Emma Narkowitz,
Oh, I can't
and
do that
I
here.
am a resident of Worcester. I'm calling tonight in support of 11A and 18A. Many people have spoken to this, but I think we need to learn from history, and what we choose to honor says a lot about what we value as a city and a community, and I think we need to have a long overdue conversation about removing the Columbus statue and living up to what we claim we value. Additionally, it's clear that many people from the community know and support Eric Batista. I don't personally know him that well. He seems like a very nice guy.
Well, I mean, we've given people this job for just being a nice guy in the past, so that's like 90% of the job requirements.
I think that is in the best interest of the community. And the reality is, while in this case, backroom dealings and insider favoritism, going with a guy that developers know, that people in power feel comfortable with, might end up getting someone from the community that cares about the community and people trust.
Yeah, it's a really sweet perk, Maine South Mom. It comes along with formally. It's as soon as you have your name on a headstone in St. John's Cemetery, you're automatically given the privilege of a second vote.
Move forward in a transparent way. And I also want to say, people have been saying how unfair this has been to Eric Batista to be asking for a search. I just want to say how unfair this has been to Councilor Christian King, who is the chair of municipal and legislative operations and has been trying for months to do his job and to put forward a report on the need to get the search started. And I just want to thank him for the work that he's continued to do, and say, as a resident,
This is fantastic.
It's extremely frustrating and disappointing to see this old order be held and not addressed. I ask that you move forward with a transparent search so we can have the best candidate, whoever it is. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We have our last speaker.
So, Mr. Mayor, the last speaker is the phone number, last four digits, 1774. I'm trying to mute you now. *6 to be unmuted.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
We can. Please state your name and city of residence and item you're calling on.
Yes, this is Mary Leovich. I'm a District 3 resident of Worcester, and I'm calling on behalf regarding the candidacy of Mr. Batista as our city manager. And while I think a lot of people have a lot of very interesting and heartfelt beliefs in this process, to me, this is a manager's position is a civil servant. It's not an elected official open to public comment. It's really about who can get the day-to-day work of a city done. Now, Mr. Batista has had the opportunity to work under Mr. Augustus, who is very well thought of, but he's also had a chance to do this on his own as well. And through this process, we
Is
have
Bill
had
Shaner coming back?
He said he was messing with his
And I
internet,
don't think that
but he smoked a
supporting
joint, so who knows how long that's going to take.
What I'm guessing is that he's just wigging out right now. He's probably in the corner of his dark living room, crying to himself,
longevity that
trying to work up the nerve to come back on live.
Just staring at the router. What are you?
Speaks volumes as to his capability. And the other part of this, people talk about a process, but, this is the 21st century and we think more agile. And we risk becoming a slave to a process when we have an answer in front of us. And it's a good answer, a very good answer, really. The man's quite capable, obviously, because he wouldn't be there still. So to me, the exercise of going through a search, just to go through a search, so that people who don't actually
Enjoy,
have any
Nomad.
say in it, which is the day-to-day people of Worcester, can feel better about a search, doesn't make any sense to me. You know, you have a very capable person in front
I
of you.
believe ain't
You have
nobody got
people on
time
the
for that.
council that work with
Yeah.
him
Oh, Bill's back.
regularly, and members
Hey.
of the
Hey, hopefully things are better now. Hold on.
He's worked under a great leader already for us.
Better
and
with your
who's
computer or
been
better for the city of Worcester?
nurtured
Because
by
no, it's a
that
complete
leader.
fucking nightmare out here.
So, to me,
This is like, I've been listening on my phone,
a blind eye to a very obvious choice.
and it's just, it's just depressing, man. It's like,
You know, we might have a better candidate out
the
there.
the city council doesn't even care to pretend
You
that
know,
it's
perfect is the enemy.
the oversight body of the city
And I'm
manager.
not just saying that.
Like,
Yes, sir.
they're
I'm
not doing
saying
that. They're not taking
only
that
good. I'm
seriously
just
at
saying
all.
that,
They're just
you know,
members of the
I'm not
same
saying
fucking club, and they figured out how to keep the
will
job
not
in the
get
family since they had O'Brien. And they're just
or-
going to
or
repeat the formula
O'Brien
over and over again.
in city management
Thank you.
unless you groom that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Unless you groom them. Thank you.
There's city managers in like every single city. This is not something you need to be from Worcester to do. And we would really, really benefit from somebody from a better city coming and taking a look at how we do things around here. We super benefit from that.
And go from there.
This is just like,
So, hearings and orders, 7A.
we
to
could have
7B.
had a Superintendent Monterez, but we're just giving ourselves a Binyenda.
Caloria?
Yes.
Councilor Gia?
Yes.
Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor Carlson?
Yes.
Councilor Nian?
Yes.
Councilor Rivera?
Yes.
Councilor Rose?
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Like, Batista has not been put in the position to even publicly say what he'll do with the job.
Anybody opposed to the coordinate locations on the agenda? Seeing nobody opposed, motion is to approve 8A, 8B, and 8C.
Yeah, I agree.
The motion is to adopt. First, the motion is to close the hearing and to adopt. Take those collectively. Roll call.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes and yes.
Councilor Caloria?
Yes.
Councilor Gia?
Yeah, Brendan, you put it best. Like, this is just how we say second rate, second class city. Yeah.
Councilor Rivera?
But the sad thing is so many people don't see it themselves. Like everyone that's gotten up, I know they're given a script probably by Joe because that's like the 10 people that he has in his phone book that spoke there tonight. But it's, when you hear people talk about Renaissance and all the great things that are happening here, all I hear is people that haven't left Worcester over the last 10 years because that shit is happening everywhere in the country. Like
exactly,
there's like 3 places in the United States that haven't had the same kind of growth that we've had the last 2 decades, and that's mostly because they're Superfund sites and the federal government doesn't have the money to clean them up.
Like, like this is
here that's special at all. I'm not being dismissive of what's happening here. Most of it, I think, is kind of boring, but we're not special because we have it. It's kind of grim that we have such an insular perspective on the world that we actually think there's magic happening here. And then we'll do the same thing in 6 months when we formally get into a recession that we've been in for a year already. The wheels fall off the bus, and we'll be acting like we're the only people struggling in a downturn as well. And I hope Eric is here for that because it's going to be really awesome to watch him squirm.
Like, yeah, like he will probably have to oversee a down period. Just based on the way the market's
for it. Yeah.
This is me being like an old person here. I don't know. Maine South Mom is here, and Tracy's still around. But for those of us that were paying attention when Mike O'Brien came on board and the wheels fell off the bus economically on a national, global level, I mean, City Hall and the city went through one of the largest firing phases that it had gone through. They mostly did it through consolidation, but heads were dropping left and right. And yeah, that's what's going to happen again. Our bond rating's likely to plummet. Development's going to stall. Brick and mortars are going to suffer because we've flooded the market with capital over the last 2 years due to COVID for the right reasons, but there isn't going to be any tolerance for more free cash to keep people's heads above water. And it sucks because, to your point, Bill, we don't look, and Yenni said it, we don't look outside to see good ideas and how we can better ourselves based on best practices. We just assume that this schmuck has all the right answers, and that's atrocious.
right, because we're doing this thing with Ed Augustus that's overtly political, where we're attaching all of the city's good fortune over the past decade to the leadership of this man, and not the outside forces that made developers want to invest in mid-sized cities for freaking housing developments and shit. So the only thing that Batista has to do to satisfy these people that believe that is just be like, I'm going to do it like Ed. Ed taught me how to do it. I'm going to do it like he does. And it's not good. It's not enough.
Okay. So just change one word and add a couple words.
Is it still being fucky? Fuck.
It just started again. You sounded great right up as soon as
Yes, I'm not necessarily opposed to that.
I'm gonna try to use my phone.
Bill, are you running anything in the background tonight? Because that's kind of what it seems like, is that your computer's just getting bogged down.
Nah, there's nothing. Just my web browser.
What we've seen has occurred in this country, and what we've heard.
I'm gonna set up some sort of system to prop my phone up and try that way.
It's important.
You're not downloading anything big off of LimeWire?
Of any sort of
No.
integrity of our ballot process.
Yeah, I guess I found a LimeWire shirt at the Northbridge Salvation Army 10 years ago, and it remains my favorite party shirt. It's like falling apart. It's got holes in it, but it's so sick. It was like from a LimeWire company event or something.
Strongly and firmly behind that. I don't necessarily agree.
I've been hacked by Kate Toomey. She's trying to shut me down.
And I also don't think that the petitioner was trying to avoid recounts. But I'll vote. I'll go ahead and vote with this because it's important that the message is sent. We have a city clerk that we appointed.
Also, Jenny said she'd be right back too.
What's hilarious too is that in the context of like this show, it's like all of us have gotten messages from people who are either on the council or adjacent to, like with some of the frustrations that we dare talk about them and make fun of them on a weekly basis. And there isn't enough self-awareness for them to realize that this is exactly why we're making fun of you on a weekly basis. Like, it's so small-minded, provincial, and silly.
Thank you.
Yeah,
it's just a bummer.
Councilor Russell, followed by Councilor Corio.
What street that nobody knows exists should we plan on naming after Eric 10 years from now?
It'll obviously.
I was talking to someone, and I'm not gonna say who it was, but they're like generally on, like, they're generally like care that Worcester becomes better, and they want Worcester to be better. But they're talking about the election coming up next year, and they're like, I don't know. I think there's going to be a rightward swing because we're going too far left. We're moving faster than the city. And like, too far left? What left-wing proposal has not been processed to death or shot down? We're not going too far left because it's been completely obstructed. I wish we were.
Right.
But that's going to be how most people, hopefully not most people, but most people of this milieu, in between, like, say, like the political perspective of like Sean Rose and Donna Colorio. So like outside of the most left leaning people, that's exactly how they're going to see it. They're like, oh man, we're going too far. We need sensible centrism. And it's like, to do what exactly? Like, just not even try to be better?
Things are very close in nature.
Thank you. Councilor Bergman, what do we suggest that we keep?
It's just a fucking bummer.
The other amendment you made?
I'm not married to that one particular issue. I'm just going to say, I don't know what that means.
And it's kind of like,
next year.
I don't know, not to get too heady about it, but like Worcester's not unique in this,
No.
And it's like, it's really like, it just speaks to like a level of like professionalizing of city halls where like the democratic process really doesn't matter. And we would never do anything to interfere with the way that the market works anyway. So it's like, we're not really going to do anything, but like, because you can't really do anything or you don't want to, we just end up with a bunch of K-Toomies and Mo Bergmans,
right,
who just want to rule over whatever like little petty fiefdom they think they have, like just like little Lord Farquaads out there, just like fucking
election follow what the elected people just said,
hashing out petty fucking beefs like Phil Palmieri and Candy Merrill Carlson using the fucking floor of city council.
I said yes to yesterday, I would support it, but now having read it, I still.
Because they don't perceive themselves as having any fucking power.
That may have unintended consequences because it was.
And they don't really want it. They wouldn't want it if it came about.
Sometimes you write these out, you don't have the opportunity to really think about how somebody.
Look at this guy pontificating on unintended consequences when in an hour he's going to be voting on Eric being permanent city manager.
Yeah, he's about to vote on not even fucking asking him, what's one thing you do as city manager? What is one thing you want to get done? What's one of your goals? The city council is supposed to benchmark the city manager against goals that he publicly says. We have not put Eric Batista in a position to even outline one goal.
To the council, actually, anything related to elections by our charters in the jurisdiction.
We don't even know if he has a fucking
Hell
idea of what he wants
yeah.
to do.
Hold on, Nico just came in and corrected Candy Merrill Carlson.
Hell yeah.
Responsibility when it comes to voter registration, election results, recount.
Are they for real squabbling over this like completely innocuous
to my colleague
resolution?
I don't think we need to worry about a recount.
Yeah, they're trying to make sure everybody falls off so that they can do this Batista shit very last thing.
Okay, so we'll set to vote this then. Okay, so let's vote the item as it is. Is that okay? Okay, roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Calorio?
Yes.
I thought smoking weed for this would help, but like
I told you, man. I told you you were going down a dark path.
I'm not even like weed paranoid spiraling out. I'm just like the anger and frustration that I feel at the city council has just like it overrides any sort of high that I possibly could have gotten from weed. And just like
Staring into the ether when the ether is this dark and disturbing is never a good place to put your brain.
Yeah.
Roll call.
Mr. Chairman, hold on one second.
I wonder.
Mr. Chairman, also AT&T and your.
So FOIA-ing, like doing a public records request for text messages is like something you can technically do,
Those are going to be held
but
by council, correct.
it usually creates a shitstorm.
It's
Um,
going to be held under privilege by Council Russell.
but public
it's
records
not-
requesting
It's
Joe
not going to be
Petty's-
Joe Petty's text messages, right? It's going to be just one of his people just started a telephone chain. That Rick was there. I mean, Rick was probably the one that was quarterbacking people.
Yeah, or like Bill Eddy or something. It wouldn't even be worth it.
Oh, to find people to get the call-ins? I'm not following what the text message thing is.
Oh, so just like maybe I haven't made it clear, but the big thing with this public comment was how overtly coordinated it was, that so many people that are politically connected showed up to talk about Eric Batista tonight, even though like it's not technically on the agenda that somebody has made a move to nominate Joe Batista, Eric Batista.
David Batista.
Not Joe. David Batista.
Steven
Eric Batista. No, stop saying all the names. I'm going to say it wrong now. Eric Batista. Like,
Mr. Chairman.
so it's obviously coordinated that someone's going to make a motion later tonight to offer him the contract, presumably after they vote down continuing with the city manager search. And it'd be just nice to show how that happened, because this is the third or fourth meeting in a row where we had this delayed, but it's been the same agenda item. But everyone that's in support of Batista knows to come tonight and knows to talk about this tonight, you know, when they would have or could have or should have the first time this was on the agenda.
Like, for example, like the Lusters live 2 streets away from me. I can't tell you the last time I saw both Lusters in the same place at the same time, right? Like that's just unheard of, that both of them would be at a meeting to speak for this unless it was coordinated. And to Tracy's point, because you mentioned it, they've probably just made phone calls. Let's all just publicly blame Dan Rassicot. I'm going to throw out the
hold on. Joe Petty's talking about the search. We should listen to this.
The current contract with the city manager. And, so I want to thank both Council King, Rose, and Council Russell.
And he's talking like it's already done. Jesus Christ.
You know, I really believe this is one of the most important jobs as a counselor.
And you're not doing it.
And since you've been here since like the mid 90s. You would know that.
We have 3 positions.
And you've never done it right.
In the art. That's our job to make sure we get it right for the city of Worcester. I take it seriously. Want to make sure
No, you
the right
don't.
person in the right slots over the years.
I take averting a proper process to appoint one of my friends very seriously.
At Augustus, I thought he was the right choice as the city manager. I know people were unhappy.
Acting city manager who said he didn't want the job. They interviewed 3 candidates through a search process and nominated him, even though he didn't apply through the search process.
Worked hard to make sure.
Oh my God, this is so pathetic.
The right superintendent. And in that case, we didn't have someone sitting in.
I don't have Two's number. Can somebody text Two and ask them to stand on their chair and dump that Gatorade on Joe's head while he's speaking? Because that would be the only thing that would save this meeting right now.
Like, you did it, coach. You got your guy in.
What are you going to?
You won the Rose Bowl of Worcester politics.
You debate this. People have their own opinion.
It was a complicated play, but you made it work.
When someone we have
The thing about it is, it would be nice if they even did a complicated play, but they're just running the ball right down the middle.
Someone who has experience with the budget, someone who has experience with the open.
Honestly, the football analogy here is they took 3 knees and then on 4th down, ran the ball straight through the middle, knowing that they would score a touchdown.
Well, at that time. And the city's doing well, and I think
it's like youth football. Like the kid ran the wrong direction with the ball, scored a touchdown in the wrong end zone, but we're gonna give it to him anyways because he showed up every game.
Because he's gonna cry if he doesn't.
In the community,
right? Yeah, he might quit if we don't give it to him.
Professional life has been here in the city of Worcester the past 10 years.
Dude, this is so pathetic. He can't even pretend that there's another vote to have on this search before he just decided that he's doing it tonight.
His career here in the city was
He made sure he had the votes privately.
And mentoring those people, a number of different positions that you held in the community.
God, at least do a fake interview so we can hear him talk about what he's actually going to do with the job.
Do you remember when they did that the first time they brought this up and he was like out in the hallway celebrating, came back in without his tie on, and Christian asked him like, so what have you done here? And he's
that's a very important that's actually a good thing to re-reference when I write about this. Is that is the only time he's ever been asked a question about him related to the city manager job. And Christian had to Christian had to go out of his way to do it. It wasn't going to happen unless Christian forced the issue. Jesus Christ. This is so pathetic.
I believe in doing this. I just don't think I'd like not to spend the money to do a search because I don't think we need a search. You're the person.
We spent all the money on a ballpark that we can't fit a concert into. So unfortunately, we can't afford the search at this point.
Listen, I'd be totally down to do the search if we could do the 10 live music events we promised that are part of paying the bond back, but we had to build it too much like Fenway Park. So we can't anymore.
We can get the job done, get through the Worcester.
But guys, we have fair polls, so everything's
I
okay.
just think we need stability in government. We can do a hiring process that I think you struggle. I think the administration struggles hiring people until we have a permanent city manager.
Yes, they do have a problem.
There's so many people coming to the city of Worcester. We'd like to see someone permanently in charge here. So I do.
Again, this is something I genuinely don't think Joe realizes that hiring struggles are not a uniquely Worcester challenge, right? Like maybe if you picked up a newspaper other than the Telegram and Gazette, you would realize that is a pretty common refrain going on about 18 months now. Hiring is hard.
And to think oh shit, we're gonna now that Eric's the city manager, so many more people are gonna apply to plow streets. You know, everyone who plows streets knows and cares and thinks about that. Fucking just, they're so inoculated against the real world by this circle of fucking backpatting and bullshit that they've built around themselves as like a petty political class. No pun intended. But
the question is, does Sarai get so pissed off at the overlap between Eric and the Columbus statue that she votes against Eric doing the right
she would
thing
never.
To stand
She would
up
never.
for the Columbus statue?
Way too loyal a soldier.
there for me. You're there for the city of Worcester, and I think you're the right.
What,
person
Mo? What'd I do?
for the right time. Thank you.
No, Joe just put the motion in.
Oh, shit. I was too busy being mad that I knew that was going to happen. Oh, God. They fucking clapping, too.
See, no one
They're going
else?
to do his contract tonight. That's great.
Thank you, Mr.
Oh my
Chairman. I urge all of my colleagues to advocate and vote for a national search for our next city manager and to engage our residents in this process, to embody the spirit of community and the power of having their voices in our government, to do our due diligence, to actually set a tone for democracy.
So the question what the it is that they're voting on here is kind of
Things I put
murky.
on is not within our purview, and this is within our purview. This is within
Like,
our job description.
going with the search
All the times that
RFP.
I got no, this is my first term. I'm wondering what will we say yes to when it is our job. To not do a search for me is just sort of lazy and apathetic and a little bit cheap. A little bit cheap on investing in our community for the next few years. And I just wonder, I'm
Fucking
so
tell 'em to.
confused why we would vote no for a search. Let's do our job. I urge us to move forward and to listen to groups like the NAACP, Black Families Together, and the Latino
This is going to be the issue
Network,
of the
and
election
many
next year.
individuals that reach out to us. I want to amplify.
And what's
Leo's
amazing is
focus on
that's what could blow up in their
policy
face,
and
Bill,
not the
because it's
politicking.
end of summer when
support
people
the
start paying
policy that the
attention to the
city
election.
manager
You know, from
recruitment process
January to
is
June,
open and
doesn't matter.
transparent, and that we bring
That's
in
when we're going to be in
community.
utter economic
This is
turmoil
not
in the
about
city here,
political ego.
and
Right.
It's not about an
it's the
individual
best thing
like
that
Eric Batiste.
anyone who wants to run for council can
He
run
is our
on
acting
will be
city
what is
Yeah.
likely
And
highlighting a
sure,
complete and utter failure of this
guy
council to think
is
outside the box and think for the city long term.
and what? He can
Right.
still be
And not to like totally talk
national
over
search. Why are we
to,
taking
I'll
this
save my thought.
right now? For what? Our constituents deserve a national search. Historically, we've been stripped away of being part of this. We've been stripped away from having an input. And if Eric Batista also says he support a search, why are we stripping away his voice as well? For what? Just to be cheap? $100K when we haven't even talked to the search firm about the costs? I don't understand. Y'all praised him here today, and y'all could praise him at community forums. No one's stopping you. We are asking to have a search and having a discussion. We must have a transparent process that engages everyone, all the districts, every language. You say you represent many communities, let all the communities show up. Let multiple chances of people show up. This is within our purview and our responsibility as city council. Stop saying no to your job. And I hope all of us will vote yes for a national search. We all did, or the majority of us did, a few months ago, and I don't see why we would back out on it. Thank you.
Hell yeah, too. Where's the clapping for that?
Yeah,
Thank you,
right?
Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Councilor Nguyen, for those powerful
Too much sense. It
words
makes too much
and
sense.
testimony.
They're such a
I am
powerful speaker.
thoroughly disappointed that what it sounded like for weeks now that this was going to come to this conclusion by the chairman's order. And then it sounds like the majority of the council seems to be on board with not moving forward with a full search, including a community engagement process that Councilor King, Chairman King, the MLO committee, Councilor Nguyen have outlined since we started taking the vote. You know, one of the things that I have been thoroughly surprised with is the ease with which this process has been derailed for months now. After we almost unanimously, for 10-1 vote, voted to move ahead with a national search. I have been frustrated in how easily we have dismissed the voices of NAACP, Black Families Together, Latino Empowerment and Organizing Network, and other community leaders and residents who have called for a national search, including Mr. Batista.
You guys know about this?
It is embarrassing that we could not.
I don't know.
Sounds like
I don't
we're
think
not going to
so.
do tonight, as the second largest city in New England. And it's not because we're not capable. It's not because we don't have thoughtful leaders
What person?
like Councillor King, who led the charge. And it's not like we don't have members
Oh,
of this
interesting.
council, including the two of us who are the newest members of this council, who have called for a public, transparent process, something that the community has also called for. We almost got close to actually performing our most important job and showcasing how a city of our size could be capable of leading a participatory and community process to hire our next city manager. Except we didn't. Chairman King certainly tried by outlining a clear roadmap. Councillor Nguyen also put an excellent order outlining a very good practice followed in other communities. But instead, we're choosing tonight, it sounds like, to take a detour, only to end up at familiar stops, using the same tired script of the past, starting with a public commitment to a national search, arguments that followed by arguments that made little sense, followed by deflections, and ending up with abandoning any attempts to do what we promised we would do. So at least we have the school committee process to brag about at this point. In all honesty, this solidified for me and those who like me, who like Councillor Nguyen and others before us who are eyeing to run for public office, that we've always worried about, that thoughtful, intentional, community, and best practice-driven processes aren't real unless the commitment to follow them is real. In every board and organization that I've worked in, even when we've had internal candidates, that's been a national search. In every professional place, that is standard. But we ended up treating this process with no respect for the work that Councillor King put in it. What we promised that we would do in April and what the community deserved and asked for, a full national search that did not exclude Mr. Batista from participating in it. Not one member of the city council has said that Mr. Batista is qualified, that he's not capable, or that he's not a good person. Not a single person has said that. So I just want to end by thanking
We did make
Councillor
lots of dinosaur jokes, though.
for your efforts. I want to thank
I would still
NW
like to have him answer that question.
Latino
And still
Empowerment
do.
Organizing Network, and everyone who testified and sent emails. Acting City Manager Batista, this isn't a vote against you. It is a vote for me for a process and transparency, things that as a body, we seem to have a really hard time sticking by. Thank you.
Tracy, can you do two things like that in one motion?
I'm sorry, Councilor Rose.
Seems,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I mean, not like we're going to get a good legal ruling on that out of our city solicitor, but
Lined up behind me, I'm happy to
seems like that's two.
and let them proceed, if that's possible. I just want to thank my colleagues for the opportunity to hold these items in our last meeting, so I had an opportunity to speak on what I believe is the most important role or job of a city councilor. In the time that Eric has been in the city administration over the years, now as acting city manager, he's an absolute superstar and a shining star who absolutely embodies nearly, if not nearly every quality.
Oh, Mo, it's over.
An ideal city manager. We know Mike O'Brien, and that
Nothing to be nervous about. We lost.
Makes sense to think about the same thing for Eric. However,
Yeah, Tracy, I'm with you here. I do think that
I would get emails frequently from residents who would cast judgment in saying that
that's a good meme, actually. We don't need a city manager search. We have a city manager at home. The city manager at home.
Mr. Augustus, for example,
Just watching Jurassic Park and shaking his head.
the superintendent search is a great example of community engagement, process, and transparency as part of identifying our next leader. Residents were able to hear interview questions and take part in the interview.
It's like it's annoyingly hard to explain what's on the agenda, but what's on the agenda is not
the choice for
nominate not an order to appoint Eric Batista to a full-time city manager. That's not it.
On her leadership.
And then Petty just made two motions at the same time to just do what he wants. Basically, he didn't even
very
try that hard to put it
transparent,
into
community-driven process.
like
I've said this
a
before. I'll say it
proper
again. I get the
fucking
frustration of residents
process.
who,
Can't even
from
do
the
that.
outside looking in, may say or fail or suggest that our MLO committee is not doing enough. We started with the negotiations of the contract for the acting city manager. I think we met over a dozen times. At 1 week that we were meeting.
You know, Tracy, I might put in the OML complaint
at which
just
point there was a time
to
when
get
I
an
knew I
answer.
had to take some time off work to be able to do it because it was so important. I don't want anyone to think or suggest that
For us
MLO
uneducated,
is taking our
OML
time
stands for
or just not
Open meeting law.
valuing this or prioritizing this in the right
The way that Joe Petty,
from the outside looking in.
oh, do I sound like a robot again?
All of the things that we sometimes
No,
in
she
the
put up the
business of
link to
municipal
the
government
complaint form.
are constantly thinking about.
Yeah,
I
open
get
meeting law.
frustration
It's
from individuals who are saying
the way that you have to do business
always has been,
to
will
satisfy
likely continue that
like
into the future.
public participation,
Why
so that
waste any
people know
money?
what you're doing.
You know,
What Joe Petty just did could be like a very hilariously flagrant violation of
Eric
that
is
law.
the guy. I want him to be able to
But it's
do
very
his job
murky and
effectively without
ambiguous.
any judgment.
And Bill's
I want
open
him
meeting
to
law
feel
violation
empowered. I want him to feel
submission aside,
prideful
if you
about
have
the
friendly
opportunity
counselors
that
text
presents
message,
itself
phone
to
numbers,
him
text them
should he
and
get the
ask them that
full-time
this
position.
would be a perfect opportunity
And
for the
I've
city
heard some
solicitor to
people say,
notice
this
Trapper Keeper
isn't,
full of laws and
anything against Eric or
respond to the
have you,
question in
and
real
that's
time
certainly
as
the
to whether or
case,
not
but
they can even do
as
this
far as
legally.
I'm concerned, going through the process for me is a vote for Eric.
That is
I
a great
really
idea.
want him to shine, and I want him to do really well, and I want him to be able to do his job effectively without any skepticism, judgment, and like I said, feeling empowered to do the job of the city manager. And so again, I'd like to thank my colleagues for affording me the opportunity to speak on this item, given that I had to hold it last week, and I would appreciate everyone taking into consideration what it could look like for somebody to have as important a job, second biggest city in New England, 220,000 residents or so, 52 schools. I mean, the list goes on and on. What it would look like for someone when we face adversity of some kind, any kind, to be hyper-focused on him not going through a process to get the job rather than the outcomes of what we're thinking about. So thank you again, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was very non-direct, but
He basically said that he wants to do the process, but he's going to vote for Batista in the end of it.
I think I stand here. I don't
He said a
wanna
vote for a search is a vote for Batista.
some of my colleagues in the sense of that many of us have stood here and have discussed.
Yeah, honestly,
And the importance of
it's going to be a 6-5 vote, and it comes down to George Russell, which is terrible.
community process. Acting city manager himself put forth a statement. I'm confident.
Trust in George Russell for progress.
Someone who's been
It's a great position to be in.
team, Eric Batista has been me since I think 2012.
Right.
he came on
And he's the only one that might budge on the
really
search
excited to be able
from
to see you
the
grow
normative
and
6.
know
And he's the one that
struggles
tried to make a
you've
motion to
had.
hire
We
him in the
don't know
first
what
place.
those struggles have been. but I know
Sarai
what
just
those
did her
struggles
best
have
Ed
been, and
Augustus
you've
impression.
stayed there the course. Mr. Chairman, he stayed the course.
My
Now,
computer roboted out.
we can't say we want participatory and community participation and then
Yeah, no problem.
different because then the people feel like
That's what we're here for.
I mean, I think it goes down to people saying we don't have a strong mayor. This is the one thing we can hold our council accountable, and now this isn't happening. And also, I think his shortchange is he himself, the acting city.
Yenni, the problem is
felt
voting on the
confident in
search
his work.
and appointing him at the
Done a
same
lot
time.
that a lot of people don't know. The whole budget
But then that
process
just comes down to whether it's 2 votes or 1. It doesn't really matter.
was acting city manager Eric Batista before he.
Oh,
was
no, wait.
city
I'm getting fucked up.
that's
No,
just one
the
of the many things I can rattle off of what he's done.
I'm getting fucked up. Sorry. It's that it
before
wasn't on the
he
agenda.
he won't enter this position under any cloud that he came in under any type of cronyism or favoritism or of pushing forward, because there will be those people that are going to say that over and over again. He will be scrutinized even much harsher than other city councilors because his last name is Batista. And I think it's going to be a proud day when after a search has come forth and we still see someone who's a shining
Still such a
star
bullshit line
that we
to
can
be
say,
like,
we've
oh, we got to
looked
do a search so that
far and
people stop
wide,
fucking complaining
there's
about us
still
not
no
doing a
one
search. Like,
that
just
stands up
it's
to the
saying out
work
loud that you're going to do
or the
bullshit search.
caliber of
No,
Eric
it sounds like
Batista.
Sarai's pro search.
But I think taking that
Yes,
away
she
from
is,
the
but
community
only in the service of like
only bring him into
helping
Standing him up more.
Batista's legitimacy.
and I think that
And
he deserves better.
like, she's
than
not
that.
considering, hey, we might find someone better than him.
He's had enough struggle. I'll tell you right now, he's had enough struggle and he's put in work. And I think that right now, as we move forward, we need to stop the limbo, get this going. It also, I feel, is an insult to the Committee of Municipal Operation that has put in significant amount of time. And I think it
Right,
shows that
Tracy,
he
and
is
the it's
put in
very
time.
obvious that he
It's not
did
just
know.
he
I mean,
put
just
in
the way that
time,
he
he
talked
put in,
about it, like
hearings,
he had a speech
and this is
prepared.
going on for some time. And so it's disrespectful to the
And
committee
like,
members who have dedicated time to push this forward.
but the thing about it is, even if you
Months ago to say
get
let's do a national search.
the state to come
Let's
down and
do
say,
that.
yeah, they violated the open meeting law,
So it's very saddening
let's just
to
take the
me
vote
that
right.
it's brought a
You know,
level of
it's like,
division within the community because it
but it
becomes,
would serve to show
Latino? Are you
how
not
sloppy
pro-Latino?
this is.
And are you pro-Puerto Rican?
So
Are you
for that
pro
reason,
other
it's good.
Latino? And let me tell you, man, it's been tough out there with that. So I stand here before just being consistent to what I've been saying all along, that it is important for us to have a participatory and community process. I'm very proud. I think the day that he stood in for Ed Augustus for the first time, I remember posting and being so excited that we had someone.
Yeah, Mansell Mom is so depressing that you can't say that,
calling him. I
right?
remember posting and
Two
talking
said
about
it.
it, doing even a Facebook Live.
Oh,
with the
yeah,
excitement.
yeah.
And
I think
so
Attell
this isn't about
mentioned something
whether
in so many words.
this isn't about Team Eric or not, right? Team Eric Batista or not. This is about being team community participation and community process. And that's where my vote will be tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing nobody else. Council King.
Oh my God,
you, Mr.
this
Chairman.
is just sad to watch.
I just want to express the realities of this process. As chairman of municipal operations, as you've heard, we engaged upon some intense work. You know, I was able to participate in that in the midst of a funeral.
Nice time to remind you that we have every stream up on YouTube if you ever want to catch.
Acting city manager under contract.
So if you want to hear about that guy talk about having penis in his mouth, you can go to YouTube.
Anytime. Contractually, for Mr.
You can join
Batista,
Kate Toomey and going to YouTube to watch every
Yeah.
single stream.
Upon experiencing the job, working with his family, giving us the feedback as relates to that. And it was a very intentional process. But it has been divisive. It's been divisive on many fronts. It has particularly undermined the credibility of this good candidate.
System Nomad, thank you for reminding me how insane this shit is to explain to somebody.
Sides of this family.
Like, who doesn't have a working, like,
sort of a personality thing or some sort of idea.
It's so warped.
That you should move forward without process.
And the more you learn about it, the more you understand just how warped it is.
We heard today it's about goodness of fit for this particular position. We've heard folks advocate on behalf of the Latino community. We've heard folks advocate that this is not an issue that's about the Latino community. It's about goodness of fit. We've heard all of those things. The reality is that not having a process does not.
Oh, damn you, internet.
Oh. Okay, hold on. Let me restart and see if I can get us back. Sorry, guys.
What's happening here, Travis? You leave the country for 1 week and everything just falls to shit.
Absolutely.
I'm trying really hard not to just keep talking about it, but like,
that's the
yeah,
process
whatever.
of democracy. That's the process of this council.
Bill, you with
take
us?
Feedback, and then we
I'm with you. Yeah.
His
I think
camera
so.
froze like 10 minutes ago. I've just been staring at the top of his head for a while. I didn't want to say anything, though, because it was kind of hilarious.
The folks
That's
that
cool.
came on behalf of the city manager, beautiful. The folks that came out on behalf of the process, beautiful. folks that came out on
Bill's having a
behalf
tough night.
Yeah, he sounds like he's ripping ass.
I wasn't
How many-
ripping ass. What the fuck are you talking about?
How many marijuanas did you smoke tonight, Bill?
I have never smoked a marijuana in my life.
to think that our candidate, who's from the
Did
city,
you guys see that? What is everyone laughing about?
We still can't see
creates
you.
a lot of doubt.
You're just
Your
a
screen
black
went
box.
black
Preempted,
like 5 minutes ago.
we certainly
And I don't know
have,
if you were messing with
but
your
it
mic, but
should
it definitely
not
sounded like.
be ignored.
Tracy put up
It
some
should
interesting
not
stuff.
be
I wanted to get your guys' comment
misunderstood.
on that.
The folks that stood here tonight.
Yeah, I mean, well, Tracy is correctly quoting the Attorney General, who we do like to think has a good grasp of such matters.
A bilingual candidate. We have been the champions of that on this council. Any aspersions to the contrary are just not okay. It's awfully interesting. Process. What does process guarantee? It guarantees that we get it right, that we have all the information. That's what a process does. We have no resume. We have no idea of the ideology on policy. We don't know. I'm not looking for Ed Augustus 2.0. I'm not looking for Mike O'Brien 2.0. I'm looking for our next city manager.
Hey.
And this may very well be it, Mr.
Welcome back,
Chairman. I'm
buddy.
going to ask you for some leniency.
What, am I back?
You're back.
As it relates to
You look great, too.
how we're moving forward. I'm going to ask the
I don't know, guys.
18E and
I'm never going to be a streamer.
together.
Who was it that was talking about the amount of views in this stream? Yeah, we're watching the Worcester City Council meeting, and my internet doesn't fucking work. And I'm not 23 with titties. So what do you want from me?
This 19C.
Just kidding. I don't
is
get
the
this shit.
RFP
Thanks for
report.
watching this with us,
I'm
guys.
sorry, 19E.
The alternate scenario of this, even though I can't figure out how to keep my stream up,
RFP report.
is I'm just alone in my living room watching this on the TV and quietly murmuring to myself about how fucked up it is.
That our next
So this is a lot better. I like this.
has the total.
Yeah, we're happy to keep you company, man. Wouldn't want you to be alone.
And this is going to be a split vote.
We're all alone in this world.
I think
Staring
this
up
was
at that boob
a
light.
pro for us.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, no, thanks, Emmett. Thanks for noticing that. We're up to 40 now. We're doing really well.
I've been in communication.
That's
with
awesome.
the office of the mayor throughout this process.
The racial equity, you know what, Troubler? I don't know. I don't think so.
We've been very intentional. We put a lot of work into this, and no matter what happens,
But sometimes I slack on checking subcommittee agendas
we're going to appoint and
when it's not something I'm directly working on,
contract
which is not good. I should check up on that.
this person.
Oh, okay. All right, cool. I'm sorry that I got frustrated with you, Emmett.
Yeah,
I
thanks.
haven't heard about that
Thanks,
in
man.
any setting. In any
Oh,
setting.
Emmett TK.
Dude,
Had a process with the city
speaking of views, you guys see anything about this U.S. Army e-girl?
public.
What?
It's fucking crazy.
Public.
There's a 22-year-old like hot girl on TikTok that's like in the U.S. Army and like talking about what it's like to be a soldier,
Are most important.
and it's like a psyop.
You know,
So cool.
we'll see where these votes end up. It's pretty clear where they will. But
Her technical classification is a
votes are broken down.
psychological mission
It's very
person or something like that. It's crazy.
that the folks who are voting.
I mean, historically, the Army kind of knows what the kids want. Remember when they did the Call of Duty clone?
Yeah, right. Yeah. The Army is, yeah, you remember when they made sure that no one else can get health insurance?
Travis, can we
What are we
switch to
doing?
just Bill's face?
Deal.
Thank you. Keep talking, Bill. I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, so we just lost the Worcester feed.
What's going on? What is going on?
We crashed City Hall, folks.
Charter is trying to prevent Batista's appointment. Or anybody.
Now they're putting e-girls in the military. What is going on?
This is fantastic.
What is going on?
What is going on? That is the
Kanye
question.
West seems to be beefing with Bella Hadid. Did you hear what he said about Anna Wintour? What is going on?
It's so much better than this meeting.
Yeah, I
This
know.
is really uncomfortable for me, but I kind of like the uncomfortableness of it.
Here,
It's
now we
like,
can at least have our reactions.
you know, the kind of performance anxiety when you're too close to somebody at the urinal, you know, and it's just like, it's awkward. That's what it felt like, just seeing my face up there and nothing else. It was just like, I don't know where to look. I don't know what to do.
Oh, there you are. Hey, you're moving again.
So we lost.
Yeah,
we
we
lost.
it. I gotta
Is
move.
it my fault?
No, Facebook lost it, so I gotta move to the other version.
What did I do?
It wasn't you.
How do magnets work?
What is going on?
We are gonna lose closed captioning, guys. I'm sorry to tell you.
Yo, you guys telling me they got sadness from Inside Out on the city council? And John Polito from Miller's Crossing?
Travis, others are saying Facebook stream is still working, but it sounds like Charter Stream or the actual stream from City Hall might be struggling a little bit. So I would try bringing Charter back up too, Facebook back up too, if you can.
Okay.
I just typed Facebook Worcester into Facebook. Just find that was dumb. Like that was my search to get the Worcester Facebook.
Oh,
I typed
yeah.
in
On Facebook.
Worcester
stream is down.
I typed in Facebook Worcester. Oh, that stinks.
Well, we have Bill back, so that's a plus.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can get it on my phone, and I'll just let you guys know what's going on. Worcester Municipal Government.
Bill, can you do your best Candy Carlson impression, and we'll just take the meeting up where we left off?
Never in all my years on this city council, never in all my years have I seen Phil Palmieri be such a bitch, be such a little bitch about things. He used to keep his mouth shut like he should. Yeah, it's down on my phone. This is a Spectrum problem, I would imagine, not a Bill problem. It wasn't me. I don't know what to do about this one.
Well, I can tell you,
Should we
this
just
can only be because of the Columbus conversation, but Ticketmaster just emailed me that Sebastian Maniscalco tickets are now live for Seabrook, New Hampshire.
I don't know who that is.
Yeah, he's like the worst comedian ever.
Yeah.
But he has a vowel at the end of his name, so I can only imagine that this is somehow related to the discussion of the Columbus statue.
Yeah, for sure. How about that guy that showed up in the Italia tracksuit to defend Christopher Columbus? That was pretty good. That would be like, that's too on the nose. That's like funnier than anything Parks and Rec could ever write about municipal government. Like, that's the thing about really watching these Worcester City Council meetings is there's little things like that that are like way better than any sort of parody or satire of, low-level government officials.
It only would have been better, though, if he was like eating pasta from Pasta Mani at the marketplace.
Yeah, for sure.
Shoveling it into his face while he gave his speech about how great Columbus was for the kids.
I got so mad. I came down here. I was eating my gravy, and I was so worked up about this Columbus thing. I got the gravy all over my Italia tracksuit. You know how hard it is to get the gravy out? We got people talking about this Columbus statue that get their Sunday gravy from a can. I don't know, guys. This sucks.
Yenni sent us the Zoom link.
Oh, the Zoom link. I don't know if we'll be able to get in there.
That's the last comment. Sorry.
Oh, I keep thinking everyone's laughing at me.
No,
Zoom
well,
is-
you're frozen again. So, but it's a very handsome smile that you left us with. So, Nope, now you're just back to live.
Oh. I was trying to get a good still.
That was a little jarring.
Yeah. Got my crate. Oh, Toomey's up. Candy says we gotta do Eric. The developers, they love him. How am I gonna get my kickbacks if we get somebody besides Eric Batista? He knows the score.
Yenni, due to a weird thing, I can't copy and paste. Can you just post that link again real quick?
God,
I
we're
can't copy
so
and
good at
paste out of
shit.
this stupid app.
I got you.
Thanks.
Hey, Travis, can you make the computer do the thing?
I'm trying like hell. Yenni's helping me.
Oh, K. Toomey read the charter for the first time, maybe?
Mm-hmm.
Listen, people kept talking about the charter, and I was like, why are we talking about my cable provider?
Recording in
I would
progress.
say 98% of the people that have spoken to me and come to me without me asking them about the city manager search have said, Eric's doing a great job. We're moving forward.
Okay.
Why would we delay longer?
One of the best things a copy editor ever told me, he was this old guy that worked at Metro West Daily News, been around a long time. He was like,
business because they don't know.
explain to me what moving forward means. What does
Travis,
it mean?
your audio is coming through. We just don't have the video. We just need the audio back now, Trav.
By both times.
There you
go. RFPs out there. And so what I say is, if there's that little interest in terms of search firms to do
Does it
this,
sound quiet?
then why go
It
for
does.
Yeah, because it's playing through my speakers now for some reason.
is going to
Before you put the video up, the audio sounded great. Then when you put the video up, it sounded like we were hearing it through your headphones. Now, yeah, I don't know what the hell we're. Now it sounds like it's in another room. But
prowess in terms of budget, in terms of working in the community, understanding the issues that are affecting all of us.
you just muted it again.
Okay. Oh, this fucking program. All right. Do this for now.
Leaders, not community activists. And as a leader, it is our job to see potential in people, especially in the position of city manager. Early on, I saw the potential.
You just lost the audio again, Travis. When you muted yourself, you muted them.
So once again, I will
stuck.
support Eric Batista as city manager. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Doesn't make any fucking sense.
Mr. Chairman, it's been no secret of where I stand on the search for the city manager. Months ago when Mr. Batista got his appointment as the acting, at that time I made a motion to give a 2-year contract. And I would ask that we amend your motion, Mr. Chairman, to say a 2-year contract.
That's good.
2-year contract. In line with what I had suggested months ago. Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, credit where it's due. I mean, Donna did just step out of her comfort zone on that one.
10, 11 years.
I would have preferred the African fellow I met at the gas
Some of the
station.
folks in this room have been there also the same amount of time, if not longer. And I don't remember, Mr. Chairman, 8.5, 9 years ago, when we were doing
Community
search
leaders
for
means
city manager, when we rearranged the
People who
furniture this
privately
fall,
decide
we did a national
what
search.
happens in the city
We
before
had
the city
3
council gets up
candidates,
and takes the
including one
shit for it.
homegrown
Okay,
candidate.
one more time, I'm
And
gonna
we
mess up.
did
Sorry.
everything but put a bright light in their eyes and asked them every question that we could think of.
Robo Russell. Guys like Mike Angelini, he's a community leader. It's like, whoa, Ed Augustus' private attorney to negotiate a city manager contract is
Chairman,
also the chair of the
At that
Worcester
time, when I
Redevelopment
made the
Authority.
motion for the
That's
two-year
kind of weird.
contract
Why would that
originally,
be?
I talked
Yeah, I
about
love Robo
putting
Russell.
the city manager in a position where he can deal forcefully with the issues on a day-to-day basis of being city manager, on the planning of moving this city forward,
How does
dealing
that
with
sound?
all the
Perfect, Travis.
issues that he has to face.
Yeah, not bad.
And at the
A little
same
bro
time,
body.
going through a search process
And
where he
there's
has
good
to
captioning.
compete with folks from all over the
I
country.
think that might be you.
I didn't think was in the
Bill.
best interest of the city. Mr. Chairman, I talked at that time about having a city manager that's going to be able to hire folks and, and keep folks in city government that work for the
Oh, like
city.
the chief diversity
Mr. Chairman,
officer that he
I
hasn't
looked
hired,
today
but is
and
just doing their job.
I looked
That's
at
good.
the help
Yeah.
wanted ad on the city of Worcester Facebook page, not Facebook page, but on our website. Mr. Chairman, we are looking, well, right now we have an acting city manager. We have an acting chief diversity officer, which happens to be the same person.
Holy
We
shit.
have an
Yeah,
acting
Razor,
fire
the idea of
chief.
George Russell
We
getting
have an
hosed down
acting
is awesome.
city manager. We have positions, level 1 and level 2, assistant city solicitors that we're looking for. We're looking for a chief accountant. We're looking
Bill, have
for
you thought about applying
community
for any of these jobs?
and intergovernmental affairs manager.
Well, I am
position
like George Russell
Mr.
in that I don't have a
Sanders
real
had before
job,
he left.
and
That's
I
being
kind of like
advertised.
that.
We're looking
But
for
if I was in
benefits
the market for a
manager,
real job,
benefits
which George
manager,
Russell has
human
never had in
resources
his life,
department.
then
We're looking for
yeah.
a cultural development officer.
Right.
And these are all on the city website. Let me keep going. And these are probably good to advertise available. Maybe Mr. Batista will get some more applications.
Oh, I'm George
Let me
Russell
keep
and I'm
going.
all wet.
We're looking for a director of administration for health and
Yeah,
human
he's a real
services.
estate guy.
We're looking for a director of public health because our public health director went on to Millbury to take on an assistant city manager's job.
Yeah, he's just looking
which
at
she
the website.
deserves, quite frankly. We're looking for a plant engineer for the fire department. We're looking for principal grant acquisition person.
This
We're
is
looking
George
for
Russell
senior
reading the internet to us,
energy
everyone.
services.
So,
The list
yeah.
goes
He just discovered
on
it this
and
morning.
on. And in this environment right now, Mr. Chairman,
He saw Kate Toomey do it and he was like,
such a tough
oh, I got to
work
steal that
environment,
move.
a tough labor environment. We're asking people to stay in city government when the Public Works Department is being poached, basically, let's be honest about it, by the state of Massachusetts, where they're taking our middle management and engineers and offering them better positions. We're asking a city manager as an acting person to go out and try and hire all these positions. And we're asking people in
only
city
time that
government to
George
say
Russell would
no
ever
to
talk
better
about
jobs
this as an issue is
right
trying
now,
to ram through a
person
crony hire.
in charge might be
He would
there.
never be like, hey, I think the city council
This
should
just
care
doesn't make
more
sense,
about
Mr. Chairman.
the middle management
And
at
for me, it
DPW.
comes down to one
Come
thing.
on. That'd be too
Are
smart.
we as a city, are we as a city council for
You
that
don't have to
matter,
worry about Lakewood
on the
Sigmund
right
being
track,
two-thirds shit once the
or
ice
are we
freezes.
on the wrong track? Mr. Chairman, people in this community vote with their pocketbook and they vote with their feet. When they move to Worcester, when they come to Worcester to invest, when they move to
I
this
haven't
city
figured out how to
live
vote with my feet yet. Have you
and to
guys?
take part in
Yeah,
all
with
the
my second
community
foot. You
efforts
think
that
I do
we
that with
have.
my
They
second vote?
vote with
I don't
their
do that
feet.
shit with my hands.
And
Do it
right
with my feet.
now, they're voting and they're saying
I
that
have
the
them bring
city
me
of
over a
Worcester is on
chair,
the right
take my
track.
shoes off.
And it's not
I do it with
similar
my
to
left
what was
foot.
going on in the school department, where they wanted to change everything that was going on. They wanted to change the whole direction of that department. Are we on the right track or the wrong track? I think we as a city council and we as a city government are on the right track. And it's up, and I think a vote for Eric Batista tonight to give him a 2-year contract is continuing along that right track.
Ah,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
boo.
Didn't Petty say 3-year? Not that it
Council
matters.
Bergman.
We're
Thank you,
just
Mr.
fucking
Chairman. I think probably an appropriate evening for everybody to at least say something. So I'll certainly speak as well. I think we took an initial vote in April and, it's a number of months now, 6 months plus to reflect upon Mr. Batista's position as so-called acting city manager. And at the time, I seriously
can't tell if you're frozen. Oh, no, you're not
considered
frozen,
whether or
no.
not the call for nationwide search was the right thing to do. Not so much because I didn't think that Mr. Batista could do the job. I know he can, because I wasn't sure he really wanted the job. And there's a lot of stress that goes with this job. He's young, he has a young family.
Mo Bergman,
and
like, not that
at that
anything he
time,
says right
I
here
wanted to
matters,
see
but
where
like,
he was on the position that he has.
he's
been in
trying
for
to
the
do
last
like
6
this, like
months.
sort of like
I will
conservative
say the
guy,
last
like
6 months it's
hidden
become apparent to me that
intellectual
he really does want
dishonesty.
this job.
But he does like a really bad job at
Despite
it.
all
Like where
the
you like
challenges
automatically take something,
that come with it.
immediately
And,
reframe it in the
I
way that's
appreciate
productive
that.
for you,
I'll
and like
also
talk
say,
from that perspective.
Mr. Mayor, I agree with you.
I don't know.
There's some rocky times ahead. I mean, none of us have crystal balls, but by all account,
speak for
interest
yourself.
rates are
Yeah,
up.
mine are
Housing
gold.
market may not be as
It's gold spray
dramatically
paint.
good as it's been in Worcester. Construction may suffer
They're
a little
solid
bit from
water
that.
for
We certainly
crystal.
have our share of problems with challenges with homelessness and rents and crime and so on and so forth. If Mr. Batista is willing to
Bill, this
take
is
on the
fantastic. If
job,
not for your
there's
slow
no learning
blinking,
curve with him.
you would totally be frozen
And
again.
that means a lot to me, especially knowing what we're about to face. I'll also say that, this is part of the process. Some of my colleagues may disagree. We're elected to make these decisions. We can't take every tough decision and punt it to listening sessions. Listening sessions matter. They do. But democracy works when people get elected to represent people, because they can't always show up for listening sessions. So they have to have confidence that they're voting for people to represent their interests.
Yeah,
And if
nobody
we're
else-
wrong
What
about their
What
interests,
are you
there's an
talking about,
election
dude?
next year. And they certainly tell us when
He
they
was
think
like,
we're
"Oh, I got
wrong.
this good
So
line.
I
We
don't think
can't
we
just
should be
punt our decisions to listening sessions." And he was like,
looking
"Oh
beyond
shit,
our role
people
here.
like listening
Part of our
sessions." So
role
he
is
went,
to
"Not that I have
appoint a
anything
city
wrong with listening
manager.
sessions."
We don't have to do it any other way other than what's being suggested tonight.
Remember that time like a month
Lastly, let
ago
me
when
say
they
something
banned
that
jet
may be
skis
a
on
little
Onion Lake
stronger
because
worded
they
than
listened to
some
3
of my
annoying
colleagues.
people in one
I have no
neighborhood?
doubt the school
Right.
department picked qualified
Dude, like,
person to be the superintendent of schools. But I do think there's something inherently wrong
all of
with
Mo
saying
Bergman's
that we're
arguments are
totally
like
going to
he's
exclude
self-rationalizing.
homegrown talent.
He's
I
like,
think
I
that
know
sends a terrible
what I
message
want to
to
do
people that
because
are
it's what
working
all of
their way up,
my
that you may get to the
friends are
top,
doing.
we're not going to pick you
How do I make it
because we're going to
sound
go
like
outside
it's
and pick
somehow
somebody else
smart?
just because that's what we want to do. How else are we going to motivate people to try to do the best they can and achieve their ultimate goals if we tell them that? And, I take the position that they may have, and I have no doubt, come up with the best superintendent possible. But I'm not going to be shy about or hide behind the fact that I think all other things being equal, and that's not always possible, but all of other things being equal, there should be a home court advantage for somebody who's qualified for the job, who's worked their way up through the ranks. And I'm not going to be ashamed to
And
say
I am
that.
steadfastly against
again,
figuring out if that's
sure,
true or not.
the new superintendent is wonderful and probably the best choice possible. But I'm also not going to shy away from the fact that I have seen nothing to make me think that Mr. Batista cannot do the job. And the fact that he's
You've seen
homegrown
nothing to
is
make
not
you
for
think
me
that
a
he can do the
disadvantage.
job.
It's an
Then
advantage.
put him
Thank
up
you, Mr.
against
Chairman.
fucking anybody else. He
Thank
still
you.
has the home court
You've
advantage.
seen nothing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Holy shit. Christian, why are you getting
It's, as I stated, important to trust the process that we embarked upon. It's also, I think, important that folks on both sides of
Oh
this
no, there's nothing like
realize,
that. High Castle.
that all of us as a body are very conscientious about our job. So no matter what happens, I don't want any aspersions as it relates to that. I did want to comment on
It would be nice if like a
what
city
was
manager, like a
referenced,
teacher
something to
has
the
to,
effect of
has to
sort
like
of
go to school,
treating Eric Batista
demonstrate in some
as a
way
candidate
their
differently
professional competency.
than others in the past. Through the chair to the clerk,
Unlike
if
anything,
you could just
street design, shit.
tell us, and if not the clerk, the city solicitor, but I think the clerk might have the information right in front of them. So whoever, acting city manager, what are the prerequisites for that per the charter, either to the clerk or the solicitor?
Oh,
My understanding
Brendan,
is
I think you might be getting at our question.
For in order to be acting, you must be an
Yeah,
employee
I did go
of the
back. So
city.
that whole thing with it
So I
only
just
being
want that verify.
that the acting city
first and
manager couldn't be
foremost.
city manager. It was only in a draft version of the
Has it in
charter.
front
It
of
didn't
him.
make the final version.
While I look it up, unfortunately, I don't have it in front of me.
And the reason that I'm asking that question as it's looked up is this. Ed Augustus made it exceedingly clear that he had zero interest in being city manager. My understanding of the charter is to be acting, you must be an employee of the city.
System Nomad,
For us to go outside
welcome.
the city and hire
And
someone else
Worcester City
requires
government is
that
a
we hire
hilarious
them
thing to
as city
follow.
manager for a time certain, which is what happened to Ed Augustus. We're not changing the rules. There was a process, as
It is
referenced
a
earlier,
decent idea,
because
thoroughly
the city,
corrupted by
Ed Augustus at the
generations
time
of Worcester
indicated
people
he wasn't interested in
interpreting the
serving.
idea.
So through the chair, could you just please explain the rules per the charter as it relates to an acting city manager and whether or not they must be an employee of the city through the chair?
Mr. Solicitor?
Through the chair of the council, yes,
How
that's
is
correct.
that?
It has to be someone who's already in the service of the city and administration.
Thank you. Candidate color, let's just be clear. We're not changing the rules here. We are not changing the rules here in terms of folks that want to process. This is internal, and as someone who has repeatedly, it's on the record, has asked the past city manager at Augustus to improve upon his succession planning, to diversify his cabinet. All of those things are in play here. And I do appreciate that we're moving forward on this one way or another. We must do everything in our power, regardless how the votes go tonight pertaining these items, is that we do better than an appointment and close the book, Mr. Chairman. And when it's time for your orders, if these go down as I think they will, I'll have some further comments on the motions. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. So is everybody else set? So we have, I think Council King has to do 18A, B together. So the motion is to file this, everybody know it, to file those. 18C, 18, 19E to do together. Motion to file those.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah.
If we could take them separately, because I think 18A, with all due respect, is just a report. 18B is a response that I'd like to vote yes for.
Okay.
And, you know, I want to vote, and if the order's to file A, I would have to vote no. I'm sorry, it'd be a different, I want to vote no on filing B and yes on A.
System, you're,
we can't take them separately. There's two different.
this
votes
is
there
very
for me.
murky.
Okay, so take them separately. Okay, then there's going to be a motion that the City Council does hereby suspend search process for the next permanent city manager. Then the next motion would be to appoint Eric Batista as the next permanent city manager of the city of Worcester. The next motion is the City Council will hereby recess an executive session at this next meeting for the purpose of negotiating a contract.
You know what's really funny about this is like
2 years on.
recessing to executive session.
Taking those all
Like,
together, I'm
No.
that's a fuck you.
Right, and we're
Let's
gonna
do that
do
the
them in
next
the order
week,
here,
you know?
right?
Yeah.
The motions come
Like,
after the fact,
To do
correct?
that without posting it.
City Council, so basically, whatever's on the agenda
Comes first.
comes first, and then Mayor Petty's motions will give.
I'd like to speak to those motions when, after this, please.
Okay. And we'll come to that one later. And,
Yeah, so
okay.
So what's the first vote?
motion
Brendan,
is
are
to
you
file
following?
18A.
Barely.
Roll
I mean,
call.
they're
Council
clear enough
Bergman?
shit that was
Council
on the
Calorio?
agenda.
Yes.
They're gonna hit
Council
Joe's motion.
Haji,
No.
Council King,
No,
Council Merrill Carlson,
Yes.
Council Nguyen,
No.
Council Rivera,
No.
Council Rose,
No.
Council Russell,
Yes.
Council Toomey,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes.
So, Mr. Mayor,
Reconsideration, please.
so for the record, Council Bergman, Council Caloria, Council Merrill Carlson, Council Russell.
No,
Toomey, and
18B
Smitty voted
is-
Yes, to file 18A.
Okay. So motions for reconsideration, roll call.
Council Bergman.
No.
Council Caloria,
No.
Council Haji,
No.
Council King,
no,
Council Merrill Carlson.
No.
Council Nguyen,
No.
Council Rivera,
No.
Council Rose,
No.
Council Russell,
No.
Council Toomey,
No.
and Mayor Petty.
No. Okay, 18B, the motion is to file. Roll call.
Council Bergman.
Yes.
Counselor
Oh, yeah.
Calorio,
Yes.
Counselor
18B
Haji,
is the
Counselor King,
No.
the technical
Counselor Merrill
process of
Carlson,
contracting a
Counselor
search firm.
Nguyen,
No.
Counselor Rivera,
No.
Counselor Rose,
No.
Counselor Russell,
Yes.
Counselor Toomey,
Yes.
and Mayor
Yeah,
Petty.
again, it's super petty.
So, Mr. Mayor, for the record, Counselor Bergman, Calorio, Merrill Carlson, Russell, Toomey, and Mayor Petty voted yes to file 18B.
Reconsideration.
Okay, motion for reconsideration.
Like, what are they?
Counselor Bergman,
No.
Counselor Calorio,
It's such a weird cultural thing that they
King,
do the reconsideration
Counselor Merrill Carlson,
like that. It just
Counselor Nguyen,
became like a
Counselor
norm
Rivera,
that you do
Counselor
that
Rose,
No.
when you think
Counselor
it's
Russell,
important.
No.
Counselor Toomey,
It's like a vague
and Mayor
threat.
Petty.
I don't know.
And no. 18C, motions to file.
Hold on.
Roll call.
Hold on, Mr. Chairman.
Mayor.
1 second. 18C. Okay.
Roll call.
So,
Counselor
motion to
Bergman,
reconsider
Counselor Calorio,
Yes.
is supposed to be used if you want to reconsider
King.
something.
No.
Counselor Merrill Carlson,
The city council uses it
Nguyen,
No.
to immediately
Counselor
do it
Rivera.
after a vote and then vote no, so that
Counselor
that
Rose.
process is off the
No.
table later.
Counselor Russell,
Yes.
Counselor
And I don't
Toomey,
know why
Yes.
they do that.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, 18C for the record.
I think
But
it
they
gives them the
basically just do it
Calorio,
to
Merrill
say that it's
Carlson,
important.
Russell, Toomey, and Mayor Petty.
I also
voted
think it gives them the
yes to file
opportunity to
18C.
appear like votes are unanimous when they were contentious.
19E,
Reconsideration.
I'm sorry, reconsideration.
Maybe.
Thank you.
Counselor
I don't
Bergman,
know. I don't know about that.
Counselor Calorio,
No.
Counselor Haji,
No.
Counselor King,
No.
Counselor Merrill Carlson,
No.
Counselor Nguyen,
No.
Counselor
How
Rivera,
long ago did you come
Counselor
from?
Rose,
No.
Counselor Russell,
No.
Counselor Toomey,
No.
and Mayor Petty.
So,
No.
motioning to
19E,
reconsider,
motions to file.
you could do, you know, I think
call.
the next meeting or whatever. But if
Counselor
you
Bergman,
vote to reconsider once and
Yes.
everyone votes
Counselor
no on the
Calorio.
reconsideration,
Yes.
Counselor Haji,
No.
then you can't do
Counselor
it.
King,
No.
Counselor Merrill Carlson, Counselor Nguyen,
No.
Counselor Rivera, Counselor Rose,
No.
Counselor Russell,
Yes.
Counselor Toomey,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes.
So Mayor, for the record, Counselor Bergman, Calorio, Merrill Carlson, Russell, Toomey, and Mayor Petty
Why
voted
is
yes to
Nico
file
reading these out? He
19E.
never does that.
Motion for reconsideration.
Roll call.
God damn it.
Counselor Bergman,
No.
Counselor Calorio,
No.
Counselor Haji,
No.
Counselor King,
No.
Counselor Merrill Carlson,
I'm sorry. Hold on. Which one was this?
This is on
And also
reconsideration.
just sort of
Oh, yes. No. Sorry.
informally,
No.
Counselor Merrill Carlson,
all of the
Counselor
city
Nguyen.
councilors
No.
think they're going to get
Counselor
like
Rivera,
No.
Counselor
slammed
Rose,
or be able to
No.
slam someone
Counselor
come
Russell.
election
No.
time on these
Counselor
individual
Toomey.
votes.
No.
and
So I
Mayor
think
Petty.
that's also why they try to lock
no.
in the consideration.
Next motion is that city council does hereby suspend the search process for the next permanent city manager. Councilor King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I sit here and I look at the potentially who will be the next city manager. Disappointed. We've heard tonight from a number of folks in the community on this council about a lack of cohesion with relates to this. What I'd like to see, Mr. Chairman, is for us to collectively, and when I say us, I mean this council, the office of the mayor, to take additional steps and to do better, Mr. Chairman. I'd like some sort of coalescing, some unity as it relates to that. As such, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to make a motion. I'm going to hold these items that have been put forward by the mayor tonight, all of them. I'm going to make a motion myself, which could be held if it's so chosen, to ask our chief of council to work with the office of the mayor to come up with some sort of process. We've just dismissed and we're perhaps going to suspend, or I think we just voted not to do the search. I'm not sure, but we got to do something. We've heard tonight from the public, Mr. Chairman. We've heard on the radio, we've heard in print media, we've heard in person, even folks that support tonight's want a process, Mr. Chairman. We have one
System Nomad, hit me up
opportunity
on Twitter. I
to
know,
come
I think you
together,
follow
to
me.
communicate between the
I
mayor
can
and the
give you
council,
stuff to get a baseline idea of what's going
figure
on
out
here.
what it is that we can put together, not as a show, Mr. Chairman, but perhaps showcasing the next city manager to be, perhaps figuring out a way, perhaps in MLO, perhaps in the full council, doesn't matter to me. Some sort of process where
Vampire Hunter,
he and us
thank you for commenting Snoop
can
Dogg
hear from the
in this
community,
chat about the Worcester City
not
Council.
regarding
That's cool.
anything individually perhaps, but what they'd like to see, the community process that should help shape our vision. You know, we've heard on this council before about arrogantly taking votes. No one here did that tonight. My colleagues have the absolute right and authority. They've been put in these positions to move this forward, and that's what they're doing. And I don't hold anything against them for it. I just trust the process, and I'm going to hold these items. That'd be my motion through the chair.
He doesn't need a motion,
Mr. Chairman,
does he?
I'm hoping that the offices of the city council and the office of the mayor can come together and strategize about a process moving forward, where we can ensure the credibility of this candidate is not undermined. As a person of color, I know what that means. You know, I think Mr. Batista deserves at least that, Mr. Chairman. And that's my motion.
Okay. Councilor Russell?
Mr. Chairman, I'm having a little bit of trouble quite understanding. I understand that Councilor King is holding your motion to appoint Mr. Batista to a permanent contract.
They can't even get on the same page about how to do the bullshit.
I understand that. So he's holding that item. What exactly is the motion that's before that Mr. King, Councilor King is offering? Because
He's asking for that the mayor and the city council office, well, really it's the clerk, is the right terminology, work together with this, I think you say city solicitor, I'm not sure, but with come out with a process that Eric Batista can meet with the community and over the next, we'll say, period, whatever, how many times we have to do that.
but that is not prior to him being voted a permanent contract. Is that, Mr.
Well,
Chairman,
it could be
or what?
before we have our next city council meeting is not till the 15th. So
So, all right, because Mr. Chairman, I agree that the city manager should be doing an outreach into the community. I believe that the city manager should be
You were.
doing at least 5.
Now you have a hot
specific,
dog going up your nose.
meetings in the community.
He loves them long boys.
Hopefully with each one of the district councilors playing the lead, trying to get.
Yeah, I don't know why either,
community
Feeney.
there
I was about to ask that too.
Physical meeting.
I think a lot of it has been where the Jewish holidays
so
have
that
fallen this
if
fall.
people can't physically get there, that they could call in or Zoom into that meeting. But I think that's something that's very important, that the manager listens to those concerns of the community. You know, on our monthly meeting with the city manager, I always, not only with this city manager, but with the 2 previous city managers, I always invite them out into the community to meet people. And I think that that's a great idea. I think we should
I'm
go
getting frozen
one
doing all
step
sorts of
further
shit.
and have a formal meeting. Each one of the district councilors, if they so choose, can play a lead in doing that. And I congratulate Councilor King for that suggestion, but I don't want it to be
Congratulate
misinterpreted
him for the
that it is in some
suggestion.
way, you know, putting the selection of Mr. Batista, because again, it goes back to all the items I spoke about giving him the ability to move forward in a you know, a confident way, and with the rest of the community, not only the community, but in city employees. So I would support that part of it. I think that sometime soon, but I wouldn't want to see it hold up the process of the actual appointment.
He already said that he's holding.
So I guess it would be an amendment. If
what the fuck is he talking about?
okay, so we can
He has no idea.
work on that over the next couple of weeks. How we want to do, Councilor Nguyen?
Yeah, I would also like
clarification on this process, because I think to me, to have all the districts kind of meet with Eric Bautista, even though he's already selected, that just undermines community feedback or anything. Like I wouldn't show up to a place if you're already telling me what's happening. There's literally nothing to say. That's almost like you're silencing community. He's here, he's there, you have him. What can I say? Who's gonna show up except for praises? I think we have to encourage actual dialogue. And this is not a dialogue. If people are just like, yep, I'm actually introducing him already. He's already your city manager. So that's what I would like to say and would like to have a more clarity on this process.
Well, we don't have clarity yet. I'll have to work on that. Council King?
Should
Thank
have
you,
followed
Mr.
your fucking
Chairman.
process then, big guy.
That you voted
We all
almost
have
unanimously
the
so-
ability, authority.
If I'm the
to move this
political
forward
advisor
as
of the
necessary.
people on the city
We've
council that
seen
don't
throughout the
completely
course of
fucking
this,
suck,
parliamentary procedures.
I'm saying let's try to
as
get this
relates to
vote
this.
clear
I
tonight.
think what I'm really
you know?
thinking about is the stakeholders. I'm chair of MLO.
All we're doing right now
representatives of the
is
council,
making it
whoever,
less articulate,
anybody's input. I don't care
less
who's
harder to
emailing or whatever
articulate
it is, anybody.
what happened,
We can figure out a way
and like
to
make the
absolutely
headline
listen to the public
6-5 vote
on what
to
they
appoint
would
city
like to see
manager.
for a city manager, and
So
for
you
the city
can-
manager to actually respond with
Never
his
mind, whatever.
expertise. And I don't disagree that doing that after an appointment is problematic. And I look forward to trying to figure out what that process will be like. And if folks want to hold my motion, they can do that. We can do that if they want, but there's a lot of work been put in this. And again, Mr. Batista is going to start. if we were
Hold
to
his
vote
motion
this
to hold?
tonight,
Man,
with
this
a
is
split
convoluted.
vote, in a vote without any public honing, crafting, or shaping of our process. And no, I'm not punting anywhere. I've never been one to punt. I like to run the ball when I have it. And I think we have a good
I don't
opportunity
think Mo
here
runs.
to come together. Let's come together for once as a council. Let's come
Bye,
together.
Matt. Thanks for watching.
Despite what we've dismissed, we have
Good night,
one
Matt.
last shot here.
Okay, so these were
Yeah,
held,
one last.
the motions I put forward. And so the motion, Council King, is try to work out something if we can. And Council.
Try to work out something. Cool. Thank you.
I just need some clarification. So does that mean that we will not be appointing Eric
Tonight.
city manager based on Councilor King's order? Help me out here. What are we doing?
So, Mr. Mayor, if I can provide some clarification. So,
I was told
Mayor,
before
you
this
made
meeting in
motions.
private,
First
we'd be
motion was
appointing
to
Batista
suspend the
tonight.
search.
Yep.
What is
The
getting in
second
the way of
motion was
that?
to appoint Eric D. Batista as permanent city manager for the city of Worcester. The third motion was to go to the next city council meeting after the meeting to executive session so you can negotiate a contract. All those three motions made by Mayor Petty on the floor tonight are being held by Councilor King. There was another motion, the fourth motion brought forward by Councilor King to allow the city clerk and this, and I think he specifically said the chief of council, it falls under the jurisdiction of the city clerk, to work with the mayor.
The Worcester City
to
Council
conduct,
speaks its own
some kind of
language.
search
It's very hard to
process,
untangle.
or, no, I'm sorry, not search process, some kind of community.
Wouldn't
organization, Mr. Councilor King
see it as
dealt
any
with it by-
reflection of
I'm
yourself.
Speaking
you know?
here, some kind of community process in the 5 city council district.
As it's clear, they don't even know what they're
Your
doing.
Order here, if you want to clarify.
I
have the mayor's
I'd rather not
motion
add
a little-
any words to the order. Perhaps in the meeting, it goes some other sort of way, but I certainly want the process as I stated. I support
Oh, can
obviously.
we all appreciate
all
Sarai's
districts. I
bag
don't
on
know, we're in
Shaun
the
Rose's
age of
chair?
virtual work. I don't
Shaun
know
Rose
if
what?
we need to go out, but I'd like to have an opportunity. to
Sarai's
explore that
bag
with the
on Shaun
office
Rose's
of
chair.
the Council
Ooh.
and the mayor. And I don't have any other clarification on that.
Okay,
So just for,
Councilor, Member Council.
just for clarification for this
Email
process.
Council is the word.
So
It's so simple.
I think that going out as, Councilor Russell had talked about and Councilor King had talked about, I'm okay with that. But the next process would be our following city council meeting. And as we all know, potentially that could be held again based on 4 votes. But the following week, does that mean that we, the city council would vote Eric Batista as
You could.
permanent?
Yes,
Okay,
you could.
thank you.
Councilor Toomey.
Through you, Mr. Chair, to be honest with you, I think that by asking the city manager, once he's been hired, to communicate with the community, have a meeting in each of the
I
districts.
feel like
is
it's
fine.
too soon since the last
That's
time
pretty
that
clear. I don't
Kate
think we
wore
need
her
a process to do
Cthulhu
that. Go out and
gown.
meet people. It's a meeting.
Yeah, right.
He would
It's
listen.
hypnotizing.
They would
It
listen.
opens my third
and
eye.
meet him. And anybody who would say, I don't want to meet him because he's not my person, I don't know. I think that's a little closed-minded. I'd want to meet the guy that's going to be doing all the administrative duties in our city.
I think it's a
whether
little closed-minded to hire someone without
I'd wanna
fucking
know who
interviewing
he
him,
is.
Kate.
And so I think that that's a very simple ask. I don't think we need to go through a whole convoluted process that's going to continue to delay, which is what we've seen tonight. Delay. That's why we're still at 6 months. Delay. And if we even
Because you didn't do
went
the
with
thing you said you were gonna
process,
fucking
it was
do.
going to be another 3 months at least before something was done. So I'm sorry. I'm tired of the
Who was
delay.
the one person that didn't vote
I
for
have
the
no
nationwide
problem with
search?
requesting that he meet the community, that he engage, that he
It
talk
was
to
like a
people, that he
10-1
listen.
vote.
That's great. Love the concept. But we don't need to have a pine about the process and the
Russell was the
involvement of
only
the
person
council
who
with
didn't
that.
vote to do a
It's
search.
something very clear that we asked the manager to do.
Jesus
Okay.
Christ.
So
Shut
I'm going
up.
to support Councilor.
That was a fucking hissy.
I think Council.
I have to wait another week to appoint my city manager friend.
Have something while we're waiting for the next vote. So we'll figure it out. And if it does, we can't be figured out, then we'll go with the vote. Council.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to remind the clerk that my amendment to your item was a contract of about
Nobody
2
noticed.
years. It doesn't have to be exactly 2 years, but of about 2 years.
Subject to negotiation. Yeah.
Subject to negotiation, of course.
Okay.
but
Well, it's being held
about 2
anyways.
years. But
Okay.
but that was my amendment.
Okay.
I want to make sure it's in the record.
Okay. So the motion, okay, so the motions are held. Next motion is really from Council King, Russell, Candy, and is this to see if I can figure out the process in between the next vote. Okay. Roll call.
Figure out what sort of process.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I don't want to
fucking
delay
know.
this, and, you know, I know there's no opportunity to clarify.
This is where Joe
I-
really
who's gonna be
shines
coordinating
in his special kind of
this
way, right? Like
process?
he knows what he wants to get done,
You, Mr. Chairman?
even though he's
Yeah.
not the one
And
making a
is it-
decision, right?
is it
Like people
intended
around him
to
are telling him
reach
what he
out
needs to
to
do.
The district?
He
or
doesn't have
certain groups?
bandwidth upstairs to be able to
Probably the
navigate
district
that
was
in
something to
real
be
time.
determined,
So he's
so.
just going to
That's
hand
my
wave
problem, is
everything
I may
away
abstain from this because
and assume that
without
somebody else
clarity, I
is going
can't
to
really.
put it all in order
I
for him
understand the
for
position
a
you're
simple
in.
vote
First you're
the
hearing
next
of
time
it.
they meet.
I haven't objected that it wasn't on the
Mhm.
agenda because I think
But he's
it does relate
overcomplicating
to the
the whole
issues here
process
tonight, but it
in the
puts some of
process.
us in a difficult position. I know exactly what the process is going to be. So I just, you know, I think I deserve to say that publicly, that I'm going to abstain, not because I necessarily disagree with it, but because
Okay.
it's not specific enough for me to agree with.
Okay. Councilor Russell.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to make
Such
it
a
easy. I'm gonna
sassy
hold the
shrug.
item.
He does have
And
a
then-
very
and then
sassy
by-
shrug.
By holding the item, in the meantime, I'm sure
I can,
it doesn't mean you can't talk to people and try and come up with a proposal and include Councilor King in the conversation or all the council.
okay.
Thank you.
So they'd like to have an unanimous vote, so let's do that.
So they
And,
just held the item
Okay.
that holds the item.
Okay, so we have. Sorry, guys in the back, but we'll get to you in a minute. We are on Councilor Sarai's item because some people stayed, a lot of people stayed tonight, and which I thought was an important discussion. So we are on Councilor Sarai's. What number is that?
Oh my God.
Oh, now we can spend an hour discussing a genocidal maniac and how he deserves real estate in the center of the city.
Oh, that's still on tonight.
Guessing the movie
Eleven
Escape from New
A.
York.
Request that the
And
city
George
manager
also gets
organize
to
a diverse
shoot-
community
George
discussion,
Russell,
determine the
Jesus
best
Christ.
course of action for removing the Christopher
Never
Columbus
mind. I'm
statue
not telling you a story.
from public space. Have Council Corio take the chair. Recuse myself.
Why would Joe recuse himself about the Columbus statue?
Because he has too many friends connected to it.
If I'm not mistaken, his wife's family was
Councilor
either the
Rivera?
person who carved it or was
Yeah,
one of
my
the folks who
intention was not
fundraised for
to
it.
go into a whole conversation about this because we had this in 2020, July of 2020. And this was just to follow up on that really. And I think especially with some of the conversations we've had lately, I'm hoping that we can have, some open dialogue. There was some really good comments that were made, for example, by Vincent Pedoni and as well as the mayor, who talked about like, not just this, but other situations, whether they be streets or other relics that would be hurtful to our community. So I'm, through the chair to currently the acting city manager, not really sure how to say, is it acting? Is it, no, city manager? Looking back, and I know you weren't in the position at the time through the chair, but part of the conversation at the time was, was saying, can we, bring people together from all aspects,
They
from
freed the
different
statue
opinions
from
and
the stone,
different
yes.
conversations. And I think that, having hard conversations is not always easy, but I think it's necessary. And I think it helps us to move forward. I think from that initial, I want to just,
This transition was
it's not
designed to
about,
hurt me.
like I said that before, cultural
to
heritage,
hurt
but I
my
want to
brain,
just really
I think.
highlight how impressed and how it soothed my heart
Like,
to see
I'm sure
that
no one did it on
parade
purpose,
was
but if
called the
they did, they
Italian
did a good
Heritage
job.
Parade. That was a
This is
beautiful
tough.
thing, right? And
This
it
is
really
really tough.
changed this year. And I think that was part of like having some of these conversations. And I think it's just, through the chair as to the city manager, we, and I'm not saying now or like in December, but maybe at the beginning of new year, looking at talking to the WRA and getting some people from the community from all angles, from all perspectives, because I think it's important to have different perspectives. And I really want to appreciate some of the conversations. I don't appreciate all, but I can appreciate some of the folks that spoke tonight. Even though I may not agree, I respect that they came to this podium with respect, unlike others, and unlike some of the hateful emails that I received.
Better than a boy? Worse than a boy?
Which just kind of like really surfaces like kind of some of the hate that comes across. So basically, without belaboring this,
Oh
it's
my
just
God,
to-
that is such a
the
funny
chair to
question to
city
ask
manager,
when
is it
Survivor
possible
Hair
to maybe
talks.
come
Why can't I
January,
pay attention?
we could work on maybe having a day to get some
I'm still
folks
trying to figure it
together
out.
and
I can't
just
though.
to begin
Holy
to have
shit.
this conversation, and it doesn't have to just
I've
be
just been
about
in like
this
a mental
speak
liminal space,
about, as we
just
stated
like
in the last
staring into
conversation
the
that the
middle
mayor
distance.
stated, and
I
also
don't even
Ms.
know.
Pedoni, is to look at
I was
other
reading the
aspects of
water
the
I'm
city that
drinking
is
because it was more interesting.
that, yeah, it is part of history, but it's also,
I mean,
but it's a
I
hurtful
agree that we need to
history.
bring this shit down, but
And can we have this conversation?
she
And
talks
that's what
in
I'm
circles.
asking is, we talked about this in 2020, and the city manager had talked about trying to bring people together, and that's what we're looking
We
at, as
won't
well as I
condone
remember.
any
I think it was
vandalism to
Angelini,
the
as well as
statue,
Pedoni
but
spoke
if
at
you
the
wanted to
time,
go out
WRA,
and add
could we
like a
potentially have
nice
this
stick-on
conversation in
dildo to
January to
it,
begin?
I totally
with the
condone
community.
vandalism to that statue. If you have a
Through the chair
sledgehammer,
to
I
the
mean, just
city
roll up
manager.
on that bitch. That's somebody
Yeah.
commented earlier that there's cops down
I'm
there
sorry,
protecting it tonight, which
Through the
probably
chair to
on
the
point,
city
but they're going to
manager,
get bored eventually.
yeah,
Go
I
get
can city, through the chair to
food
the
or
city
I'm
manager.
sorry.
blowjobs behind a
That's
dumpster. I don't
okay,
know.
acting
Like, but
city
yeah, take the statue down.
Through the chair
That's
to the council. I'm fully aware that
just wait till
previously in the last
November.
meeting, there was a large community conversation
It's a terrible
around
statue.
Plantation Street.
That's
And I know that Vincent Pedoni and the mayor
that's the
have put
part of this
forward,
conversation that I think upsets me the
a
most.
request or
One, it's
suggestion,
an ugly
if the
statue.
item
right?
passed,
It's
I don't know
awful.
what
for
Columbus
the
looked
city
like, but
administration to look
that
at putting together a
rendering
working
is
group
not
to
an
have some
attractive rendering
community
of Columbus.
conversations about
But two,
some city
the
assets,
base
et
plate
cetera.
of it says that
I'm
he's
willing to
the
facilitate
person who
that
discovered
conversation,
America.
but
It's
that
just
comes at
factually
the
incorrect. Like
the
you
will
would
of the
think that
council
we
in
would be
terms of what
rushing
they
to
would
take
like me to
down
move forward on
in the same
and
way
what
that
the
we would
community would have.
take down like
And through the
I don't know,
chair to
if
the city
someone put up
manager,
the sign for the DCU
again,
Center
the
and it was the
conversation that we had, and
CDU
this
Center,
is
right? We're
just
like,
a
oh, that's
continuing
wrong.
factor.
Like,
So in
take it
2020,
down.
in July of
Yeah, yeah.
2020, part of the conversation was
Just take
at
it
the
down
current city
based on
manager say that he
stupidity
would,
alone. If
work
people are
on
upset
trying
about
to,
that, well, they're dummies. So
come
let
and
them be
bring and
upset.
have people come together.
But my dad
WRA,
and his
some
two
of the folks that
friends.
represented WRA even made that suggestions. Unfortunately,
Remember when that guy
passed,
cried
things weren't really
I love
prioritized.
that part.
And I get it, you know,
about
there's
the
If we could have
statue?
just a live
going on, but
stream
we
of
see
him
that
just
time and time
crying for
again, this
2
has been
hours,
happening.
be
So
perfectly enjoyable.
this is just a
Guy
request. It's not
cried
a new
about the
request.
statue.
It's just going
What?
back to that request to just have this conversation. So that's basically it. So I know that wasn't you at the time, but looking at that, it was a request upon from 2020. Can we look at not belaboring this anymore and bringing folks together? Because I think when we bring folks together, it presents a really authentic. It helps bridge relationships. It helps bridge conversations and get to see different sides of everything to try to move some things forward. And that's what I'm asking is just, can we look at what happened in 2020 and they're saying, yeah, we're going to do that. And we all know on this council that sometimes things
Holy
get
hell.
presented and we're just kind of like waiting and waiting and waiting. It doesn't happen. And I don't think it's on
Yeah,
a
we all
negative
feel
thing.
that
It's
way
just that
sometimes,
it's really busy. We also had, you know, we're dealing with a pandemic. There was so many things going on. And so all I'm requesting is I'm not even going on a whole trajectory right now. It's just about, can we have this conversation, please, for healing? Thank you.
Councilmember Carlson.
Yes, so in 2020, this item was brought forward. And
I'm
in
taking a mental health
2020,
break from
the
Andy's
item was
comments.
voted down
Good luck, Bill.
at that time.
I think I might
So
snap.
that's the reason why, in terms of the city manager and others, there was no discussion with the city manager on this particular item. Since then, there certainly has been lots of discussion with the Italian community, of which tonight Kevin Mercadante, who is the president of the Sons of Italy, as well as Stella Fiore, couldn't be here tonight. They actually have one of their largest banquets that's this evening. Again, you know, when we talk about hurtful, it's equally as hurtful to listen to this every so many months. You know, and I
Then
find
fucking
it
do something
interesting
about
that
it.
we can talk about
You numbskull.
being hurtful when, and somebody even referenced, which I thought was really extremely hurtful tonight when they referenced about Nino and his speech tonight here.
It's a gabagool baloo.
That Columbus statue also serves as a memorial to a family here in the city of Worcester. And for us to be so dismissive and to say that it's only hurtful to some and not to all. I've had this conversation many, many
It's
times.
hurtful to
And
our
yes,
intelligence.
part of the moving forward was changing
legit.
the name of the Columbus Day Parade to the Italian Heritage Parade. And the Italian folks who have reached out to me, every single one of them want to know why it's only one statue, one ethnic background that
Well, how many
we
Columbus
continue to
statues do
talk
we
about
have?
on this
Yeah,
council
name
floor.
another offensive statue that we have
In
aside from
fairness
Turtle
to
Boy.
the previous city manager, there were several
The
discussions
Bob Cousy one looks
that
like he's
he and I
shitting a
had
ball to
had
me. I
over
think that
what
one
took
should come
place
down. But
with
Made
the
of melted
Italian
chocolate.
community.
Yeah.
And how is this that we move forward?
That statue also gives you the impression that
So
there's
far
basketball at
as,
UC East.
and that's great that Vincent Pedoni said X, Y,
That's
Z.
not right.
Vincent Pedoni also said
Oh,
last week,
Dolphin
he
Boy?
let
You
people
gotta see Dolphin
know
Boy.
that these
Yeah,
same
Dolphin
people would be
Boys.
supporting the Black and brown community on the east side, and we seen that didn't happen last week. Okay, so
What?
in terms of throwing names out there, again,
What the-
there's a lot of people who
Dude,
are
I want to give Katie Merrill
involved in
Carlson
what
a
is
fucking
taking
swirly.
place, and there's a lot of different things that have taken place. The WRA, and this was run by the city solicitor in 2020. The WRA has no standing on that statue whatsoever. That is city property that was verified in 2020. So for us to
What is she
think
talking
that
about?
we could have
The history
somebody
of the last
from the
argument about
WRA
moving
to
the
think that
statue.
they would have any discussions about the removal of that statue is just not so. again, that was taken up by
I also love
the
him,
city
though.
solicitor. Kevin Mercadante, who is the president of the association, as I had said,
No, she's talking
along
about the
with
Worcester
Stella,
Redevelopment Authority.
along with
Which
Right,
is
but
one of those.
Vincent was the
John
head of the
Piccolo,
WRA at the
who
time,
is
which
the
is she's just trying
president
to she's
of the
just
Shrewsbury
shit talking
Street
Vincent now.
Merchants Association, asked me
She's just being a
tonight
messy
to
bitch who loves
file this
drama.
item. So as somebody who represents my district, that's exactly what I'm going to do.
That's
Thank you,
a
Madam
pretty good
Chairman.
observation, Sister Nomad.
Councilor Nguyen.
Except at least in the Bible, cool stuff happens.
Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Yeah.
I remember in 2020, it was not just the year the pandemic began, but it was also the year what was considered the racial reckoning. And that year we saw the needle of justice move a little bit due to the tragedies and the organizing of grassroots folks and BLM folks. And, you know, we as a city made many commitments to racial justice
You got to power
and to
through
do
it,
better.
Nomad.
And since then, we've also seen a
There's
growth of
programs where you
folks
can read it in a
growing
year.
and
Like, you can
educating
just follow a
themselves
certain
on
list
racial
of-
equity issues
That's good.
and to reflect on our histories
Ezekiel
and how we find
23:20
ourselves in these
is my
moments
personal.
and in these systems.
I just looked
believe
at the
it's
way that
time
I
we
was
have these
looking and the way that Estelle was
conversations.
looking. Is
It's
to
time
say,
that we hold space and not just make statements after statements on commitments of racial justice and stall and delay and actually make moves to actually have these discussions. The needle has been moving towards the direction of healing and reconciling our past. The statue is a symbol of what needs to be deconstructed in our city. These conversations allow us to deconstruct the ways in which our systems have failed us, the ways in which we need to think about our past and do better. Sorry, my phone fell. I stand here with the folks who's been dying, literally dying, and have died because we aren't having these discussions. We have to understand the magnitude of racial injustice and these symbols. And so I really ask us to have these discussions. It's been long overdue.
We're
And I
big
also
fans of
believe in
two on this
indigenous
program.
sovereignty.
2 is good.
Okay, so the first motion will be to
Madam
file.
Chair,
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, Councilor Rose.
thank you, Madam Chair. And
Yeah.
again, if there's somebody after
Two
me,
is
if I end up
peers.
losing it a little bit, I'm happy to defer to them until I can come back. But, you know, I've had dozens of conversations with residents on both sides of their position on the Columbus statue. And, you know, a lot of people have strong opinions and for and against the statue. And we had a fraction of that debate or conversation happening here tonight. And I think that the bringing of people together to discuss the statue is actually a good exercise. I think it's educational. And I believe everyone can learn from each other. I mean, I've learned so much about the statue and Columbus and the indigenous side and both sides of this. And I think it can present itself as an opportunity for people to share and maybe heal on one side, but at the same time, help others to understand their conviction around it and why it's so important to them.
Well,
and
yeah, Yenni. I
Italian
mean, it would be
heritage and
protected, but it would
history,
also make that
its
person an asshole,
origination.
which is part of the
So for
problem with
me,
this
I don't
conversation.
think
Like,
that a
nobody's willing to look
conversation
at the people who are
hurts,
so hell bent
to
on that
just get
statue
people in the
existing
same room.
and saying, okay,
Because if
I
this gets
understand your
filed
position.
tonight, it's just
You're
gonna
an
keep coming
asshole.
up over and
It's
over
really
and
that
over and
simple.
over
Like,
again.
if you
And
think
that's
it's a
my
great
fear,
statue
is
to
that
have
it's
in your
just gonna
city,
keep
you're
coming up
just an
over and
asshole.
over again to
You
a
can say
point
garbage
where
human if you're not
it
like
just
comfortable
becomes
swearing at
like
people. That's fine, but
pulling people
and the same
further and
goes for a
further and
Hitler
further
statue.
apart from
You
each
can put up a
other,
Hitler statue.
and basing
You're just a garbage human for doing
the
so.
weight of your value in someone is dependent on what side they fall under, and as it relates to keeping or removing the statue. So for me, I have learned so much from both sides.
Speaking
I
of
think
local
we
garbage human,
learn so much from each other.
I was
I'm not sure what
at
the
the tattoo
outcome
parlor
would
in
be
Atlantic
in the
Square the
end,
other
but I
day,
think for me, the
and the guy
exercise of
who
people
rents
just
the
sharing their opinions
computer repair shop
professionally, their
in the building that
history,
Mo used to own.
their
This is
familial
important.
history,
I'm
the
gonna draw a distinction.
ancestral
Mo no
history,
longer owns the building,
would be so moving.
but this guy was a
and
tenant
it would just
when
be
Mo
such
owned the building.
good,
He
rich
walked into the
conversation.
tattoo parlor
Even
wearing
if
an Identity Europa
the
t-shirt.
concept of
And it was like
the meeting,
everybody in
the
the room
theme
was
of the
like,
meeting wasn't
"Go
about its
fucking away."
removal, just how it's
It was-
impacted you and
it
your
was
life,
wild. Like, the
positively or
balls to walk
negatively.
around Patnick
I
Square
think it just could be a really
with a
great, rich
a
conversation for
defunct
people
Nazi
to hear one
organization
another out,
on your t-shirt.
rather than
Are you
having
fucking kidding me?
these different groups or factions, like
But that
silos
dude's
from
not,
one another
he's
and
not
having
rooting for
different
Ukraine.
opinions
He's
on
rooting for the
stuff.
Azov battalion.
Again, I've been on meeting
God.
with people from both
Yeah,
sides
that was a
since
weird one.
2020, and I think bringing people in the same room to professionally have a conversation about things.
I wasn't leaking gallons of blood at the
Again,
moment. There
whether
may have been violence on hand,
it's,
but
I don't even think the focus
seemed
of
to
it
be wanting to
necessarily
kind of
needs to
walk
be
away from already a bloody
taking
mess.
down of the statue, but just more of like, what does this statue mean to you? Whether that's positive or negative or you're indifferent, or you feel like the process by which anything. But again, I think I've learned so much, and I welcome the
Mo was
opportunity for
nowhere.
people to come
A guy
together,
who rents
because this is just going to be an issue that I think
in a
is gonna
building that Mo
continue
used to
to
own
evolve
and rented it
keep
from
coming
Mo
up.
when Mo owned
Thank you,
it,
Madam Chair.
was wearing
Thank
the
you,
shirt.
Councilor
But that would've been
Bergman, followed by
hilarious if Mo
Councilor
was
King.
wearing the shirt too.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
That would be absolutely massive news.
I may have said some of this when it sort of came up a few years ago, but I'll try not to repeat myself. I heard a lot of opinions tonight, and there are a lot of opinions. Naturally, there's a lot of emotion naturally, and history is not always pretty, depending on which way you look at it. There's often ambiguity with history. None of us were there in Columbus's time. None of us know how Columbus acted in the perspective of how other people were acting in the 1400s. At the same time, there are some people that
They did, yeah.
Columbus
They're no
as a
longer
hero.
around.
And
I mean, I
some of
guess
the
it's a
Italian
novelty
community
shirt at this point. So
has other reasons to cherish that statue. And there
I
are
mean,
other
shit,
people
if
from
I
other
thought myself in
communities,
the Caribbean
no
in
doubt,
the
that see things
1600s,
differently,
I would have
much
probably had
differently.
slaves too.
But the bottom line is none of us are experts. And when I see a suggestion about diverse community discussion, to me, it's like community tonight we
Yeah,
heard from. A
it's
lot
too
of people
bad
have
that the
strong
Catholic
opinions,
Church
but
didn't
nobody's
keep
going to be
immaculate
an
records
expert
on
about it. It's
everything that was
emotional.
done under their
For the most
watch.
part, it's not factual. Some of it might be, but a lot of it's emotional. And I don't see how you could be judge and jury of something that's not everybody can agree on. So I don't know what goal there would be in requiring a meeting, and I'm reading it, to determine the best course of action for removing the Christopher Columbus statue. We're not talking about a conversation, which I think is great. Councilor
It's kind of like
Maripalski
how you
said
guys push
organically
through
there's been
the
conversations
city
taking place. And I think that's the
whatever.
best way to do it, for people to get together, good-minded people, and see if there's things that they can talk about to make people feel better about each other and about the statute that's there. But forcing that on people that are going to have diverse opinions, which are not going to change because they're based on a lot of longstanding beliefs, right or wrong, is not going to work. I'm sorry, I don't believe it's going to work. And let me just say one other thing. I'm somebody that there are other people here that share the same love for history. I'm always going to take the position. Fair enough. Many of my colleagues may disagree. I hope they don't. I'm always going to take the position that removing history is not a good thing. We learn from history, good or bad. And let me just end by saying this last statement. Is the city of Worcester more tolerant by keeping that statue in place, or less tolerant by asking for it to be removed?
You are an
I vote for
asshole,
the
Mo.
former, not the latter. Thank you.
Somebody clip that.
Yeah,
Councilor
really.
King.
And while we're at it, I mean, was slavery really that bad?
So we could
Thank you,
take it
Madam
down
Chair.
and we could put the fucking statue
Just
in the
want to begin
VFW
by saying
or in the whatever Sons
there's
of
a lot
Italy
of folks
office.
who, as mentioned, have a lot of different opinions on this. The King family is a Latino family. My wife's Puerto Rican, my daughter's Puerto Rican and Black. I'm a family of immigrants, first generation American from the island of Bermuda. I know about occupation, colonization. Bermuda happens to be,
Christopher Columbus is quite the slanted character, you could say.
it
Yeah.
happens to have status. It's not even a territory of it. I understand this in many ways. And we know in Puerto Rico, there's some statues of Columbus, and there's mixed feelings on it, mixed reviews. And yes, the history is clear. History is clear about what was done to our Native Americans, folks in the Caribbean islands, from his conquests and torture and rape and what have you. I also know that there's people that I love in the Italian community that have reached out to me, and I'm not going to say their names, over on Pilgrim Ave, I went to Holy Name with.
During my
whose
graduating
parents I
class.
broke bread with after being at Friendly House. And some of them are reduced to tears about this. I've also had people of color, Puerto Rican families, folks from the Caribbean islands, my family, very, very adamant about the bad of Columbus as well. To the Janae family, I appreciate you coming out, sharing about your father and the history. And I want to bring up that in July 2020, after this order went down, I brought a motion forward asking the city manager to start a conversation with the Italian community about the statue, but without any explicit mention of the removal. It was voted down 8-3. The only folks voting for that conversation was myself, Councilor Rivera, and Rose. We have a new council now. I predict a 5-5 split. That being said,
6-5.
You know,
against you.
If you think
Right.
about last
Tony
week,
Soprano.
think about this week.
Well, because it'd be 5-5
think
because
about
mayor's recusing
sensitivity
himself.
of all the communities
right.
involved.
Okay, yeah.
You acknowledge Italian Heritage Parade and the concessions there, the leadership in the Italian community.
We got all the
gotta
coolest
be
mafia
others to
movies.
help achieve this.
There's
It's
literally got to be
impactful.
any other Italian
But
person
when you
that
don't
we could
address the
celebrate.
issue and have these conversations, it lives and it festers. It will come again.
You guys got good
Same thing with
sandwiches.
Plantation Street. It'll come again. We had folks last week who I played ball with back
Like
in the
one
day,
decent Godfather
up here,
movie.
upset. We had folks,
come
I know
on.
people of
Two's
color
good.
who come from down south, whose family were raised and exploited by plantations not many generations ago, upset, and it's still there.
Whoa.
It hasn't gone away. It's
System
gonna be
nomad.
back.
Imagine if they were talking about that.
The question is, are we as a leadership going to be able to help steer and create a healthy, safe dialogue? That's the question before us. We can get up here and be attorneys and parse words and fight over language, but ultimately for me, and I'll suggest perhaps in an amendment, that we really vote.
Galileo
and
was
we have a
Sicilian. That's not
diverse community
Italian.
discussion to determine the best course of action for the Christopher Columbus statue, period. That dialogue has to happen. We have good people here. These aren't bad people here on behalf of the Italian
Gio
community.
Rizard. I
We have
hope
good
that's a
people
joke.
who are hurt
That's
regarding the
Man.
history that Columbus has wreaked upon their families. We have to have this discussion, and that's what I'm going to vote for. I offer that as a friendly amendment. If Councilor Rivera doesn't accept that amendment, I'll be voting with her order as is. But this is really about a dialogue. We have to come together. City manager search, diversity, inclusion, Italian community, Black, yellow, brown community, whatever it is, immigrants, refugees. We have to come together. This is an opportunity to do that. And I believe that there have been conversations with the past city manager in silos, not communities together, communities separately, not together. Not together.
You know what's
And I think with
ableist?
good people, we can do this.
Criticizing the city council.
That'll be a friendly amendment. If it's
Ableist
unaccepted, I'll
against
vote for
dumbass.
this as is. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councilor Rivera.
Yo, Yenni, I applied for a
Madam
job
Chair,
at
I was
Strong
really
Towns.
hoping this was going to
Didn't
be
go
a really
well.
simple conversation. I was really hoping this was going to be a simple conversation, but I see that it isn't. So, first I want to address this. This is not the
Sarai
same
Rivera
order.
is about to Rage Against the
It is not the
Machine
same
album
order.
cover
There's a
herself.
different order. To be able to, again, just encourage some level of dialogue. So we can see sides. I could appreciate the conversations here today. That's why this is a different order. It's not the same. I don't know what we're talking about in regards to last week's or the last council for Black and Brown children.
She
And it
planned
wasn't
this
voted.
outfit
Was it about Black and Brown children
for
or
this
some
moment.
people's political agendas? Because I don't know if anybody's gonna care more about Black and Brown.
But
My
truthfully-
son, I have
This
sons
is
that are
when
black
she's
and
the most
brown.
coherent, is when she's really
Mayan,
pissed off
Taino,
about something.
black are my sons. My sons.
Yo, that shirt rocks. That's
So,
what it
is there
says. That's
emotion?
awesome.
Yes, but now let's talk about history. Let's talk about facts. Information, a historian that is written. The quote below is a Columbus personal journal where he describes how easy it would be to enslave the Taino people. They do not bear arms that do not know them, for I showed them a sword and they took it by the edge and cut themselves out of ignorance. They have no iron, their spears are made of cane. They would make fine servants. With 50 men, we could subjugate them and make them do whatever we want. Another quote that is put, and this is in history. While I was in the boat,
It is.
I want to give fair warning that this could be triggering. I captured a very beautiful Caribbean woman that till this day, we actually still fight with this level of stereotype, by the way, of being hypersexualized. I captured a very beautiful Caribbean woman whose Lord Admiral gave to me when I had to take her to my cabin where she was naked as their custom. I was filled with desire to my pleasure with her and attempted to satisfy my desires. She was unwilling, but I then took a piece of rope and whipped her soundly as she let forth her incredible screams that would not have believed your ears.
Look at
Eventually,
Kate
we
Toomey
came to
trying
such
so
terms.
hard not to listen.
I assure you that you would have thought that she
Oh,
would
fuck
have
Kate
been
Toomey, too.
brought up in a school of
Yeah.
whores.
In short, he was a good Italian.
Now, this was not supposed to be this conversation. Why do we want it? Why are we so afraid to talk about conversations? So we have a conversation, we want to support Black and brown children. Well, let me tell you, I can tell you for a fact how this hurts Black and brown. This is not for our young people, because when we see this level of oppression of history that we live, that we've, it's not just, and it's not just far, again, I've said this before, it's not just far removed. Let me just read to you how some of this comes out. This is just some. I can appreciate, this is why I said I can appreciate the conversations that people came tonight. But but some of the ignorance that comes out.
She's losing it.
Email, one of the several hateful things I get.
No, she's got it the most she ever has.
To take down the Columbus statue? Who are you that you are so righteous that this history of our country, you do not like, if you don't like it, move. You're just another white hater. Why don't we take down the Black statue for every white statue that comes down? You're just another terrorist again, against America. F you, but it was instead F you. I would ask you to use common sense regardless your ill-conceived idea to remove the Columbus statue.
Really?
You people, trying to figure out
Kate's
who you
going,
people are.
wait till she finds
have
out
done
I'm all
enough
in the past
damage by
Etsy store on
removing
Twitter.
statues based on today's values that erase our history. Whose history? Whose history? If you have damaged our country's history with your woke, he was supposed to write woke, but walk ideas. I hope intelligence has prevailed. Again, some of this hateful language speaks. So when you bring something like this up, look how this is surfacing. If we are the heart of the Commonwealth, we come here, we hit our chest with, oh, we're diverse, we're welcoming. We're
Kathleen,
not.
I know you listen.
Okay, you want to go and you want to follow. This isn't the same order. So let's
you suck.
clarify. This isn't against one community. This is against an individual that was rejected by the Italians and went to Spain. And we were colonized, which is why we are speaking Spanish. Hablamos español. Because of the colonization of the Spaniards. He was rejected and was brought into Spain. And this has been an ongoing battle for a long time. Let me just state that there has been over 40 municipalities that have done this. There has been, I researched, there has been a number of places: Sacramento, San Jose, California, Los Angeles, Denver, Colorado,
Liberal,
Houston, Texas,
liberal,
San Jose, Birmingham, Tampa,
Take those all off the list of the
Dulles,
places you should be
Illinois,
looking for a city
Chicago,
manager
Illinois,
from.
St. Louis, Missouri, Madison, Wisconsin, St. Paul, Minnesota, Detroit, Columbus, Buffalo, Boston, Providence, Hartford,
At 2
Middleton.
Columbus?
I could go on, but I'm not going to, right? Some of these, this is a form of study that was done by a collaboration between the Washington Post and the MIT, published in 2021, and the statues have been removed. It's like Casa Nujen. It's about understanding the Arabian. This is not, I don't want this twisted. Again,
Whoa,
I
whoa,
wanted
whoa. This
to
is
be a
Worcester. We
simple
can't talk about what other
conversation, to
cities are
have
doing.
authentic relationship, but we want to turn
We're
this and
unique.
twist it into what it isn't. And I'm not going to stand here, and a person that I've had my tenure, not just in this council, but for years have been working on racial equity. I've traveled, I've done it here, I've done it internationally. Let's look at other people's resume on this council floor to see if they've been working on racial reconciliation and doing work on hard conversations, going into countries where I have to be under armed guards to be able to do some of this work. I
These
want
democrats
us
are out of
to
control.
heal and move forward. You think it's easy to have this conversation, Madam Chair? It isn't. It's exhausting. It's emotionally daunting. It rips away at parts of our soul each and every time. You want to file it? People want to file it? Go ahead. Go ahead. Eventually, history will bring it up again. Because this is not about what I'm not going to permit. What I want to say, and I end with this, is that I'm not going to allow that this is about one community, one situation. No, I'm talking about one man that was rejected by the Italian community, brought in through Spain and the colonizers of Spain, did a lot of damage and a lot of hurt. And that's what we want to heal from. We don't have to, it's not about changing. We keep saying this. It's not about changing history. You don't remove hard history. I get that. But we also don't memorialize and commemorate or celebrate it when it's hurtful, when it's been damaging. Do we have to have a Saddam Hussein statue? I could go on a list. Mussolini statue. I mean, there's a whole bunch of we're not going to put that up, right? We would have protests on that. How other statues that have been hurtful towards women and reproductive people, things that have been hurtful to LGBT communities. So all I wanted was to have a conversation, because sometimes when we have these conversations, we can hear each other out. In authentic relationships, I've learned that authentic relationships have taught me so much. And that's fine. We want to do that,
You've
but
learned
don't come out of both sides of the mouth. And also don't turn this in onto what it isn't, because it isn't about that. This order is different. I actually went on comments that were made that time. I was hoping to have a conversation. Don't want to have it? Don't have it. But I know that every time that people stand up that refuse to have it, I'm going to challenge it. Don't come here and talk about no field, about black and brown kids, when those black and brown kids have to see the same person that enslaved them, that enslaved their ancestors, that hurt their ancestors. We can't speak out of both sides of the mouth. This is not about the Italian community. I remind people, it's not about white. I remind people that I am Boricua, that I am Puerto Rican. I carry the blood of the oppressed, the blood of the oppressor. I am Taína, I am African, and I am white. So I think it's important for us to understand this. I wasn't intended on speaking and saying any of this tonight, because I was hoping
So you
we could
just
have
wore
a
the
nice
shirt
conversation. We can move this forward
casually?
and bring people together. But to go and twist it, to see something, you know what? To twist it, that's unacceptable. Thank you, Madam Chair, for allowing me to speak twice.
Thank you. Councilor Nguyen?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I really want to thank you, Councilor Rivera, for that, and really reading all the history. And, I want to share that obviously this isn't my lived experience and it's not my ancestors' lived experience. I think we need to honor what was shared here as the lived experience of Indigenous folks and the people who have been hurt by Columbus. And, I also want to state on record and note that, many of the racial equity dialogues that have been put forward since I've been around has been shot down by many elected officials who are white in this room. And that kind of hurts, kind of predictable, but kind of hurts as a Vietnamese counselor. And so I just want to throw that out there, that if y'all are allies, as you claim to be, to Black and brown communities, this is where you show up. This is where you vote to have a conversation forward. If y'all constantly say, oh, you support, Southeast Asian folks because, they need more, their English language speaking, or like all these other things that you say about BIPOC folks and that you support them in all these ways, then let's vote to have a conversation. We are asking for a conversation. If you're our allies, vote yes.
The first motion is to file. And then if that fails, we'll
Who
go to.
who made the file motion?
Councilor Rivera, you want to adopt as is? without the amendment or,
I don't.
no, Councilor King had an amendment.
Yes, I'm open to that, or anyone else has a comment that has an amendment in
So I'm
regards
going to
to
just go what takes
conversation.
priority. It's the first thing is to file. Roll
Do you
call.
remember who made the motion to file?
Council Bergman,
Yes.
Council Calorio,
Yes.
Council Agia,
Nope.
Council King,
No.
Council Member Carlson, Council Nguyen,
No.
Council Rivera,
No.
Council Rose,
No.
Council Russell,
Yes.
Council Toomey,
Yes.
Mayor Petty has recused himself, so the motion fails 5-5 on a split vote. Council Bergman, Calorio, Member Carlson, Russell, and Toomey voted yes to file.
Okay,
Thank
so
you
the
for saying
next
their name.
item would be to adopt as amended, Council Rivera? Is that what you would like? Okay. Roll call.
So Madam Chair, just to
Oh, I'm
clarify,
sorry, Councilor Bergman?
I.
It
there
didn't
was
go
some
the way they wanted,
conversation
so they're
about
not
the
going to
motion,
reconsider it.
But I need to know what the language is.
so Madam Chair, I want to actually
Okay.
clarify that. So Council
Yes.
King asked to strike out some words from the motion, from the order. So Council King, correct me if I'm wrong. One of the amendments would state that request city manager organize a diverse community discussion and determine the best course of action
That sounds
for the
fun.
Christopher Columbus statue. Is that correct, Council King?
Yes.
Frank Sinatra, that's a good
The
Italian.
words
11.
that- I'm sorry, the words of removing was. struck out.
Removing, yes, the words removing, and then the statue from any public space were also stripped away.
Okay, Councilor Russell.
Just a point of order, Madam Chair. Could the clerk or the solicitor just identify what we're doing? Because is it 5-5? Was that,
Then it fails,
so that failed? So any other 5-5 would fail also?
yes.
Correct.
So I'm losing track of this.
So the
It means
next-
you might actually have to take a
next
stand for
order
Through
would
the
be-
chair, according to Rule 27, to place on file was number 6. To
Uh,
amend is number 8 based on the rule in the order of motions, and then to adopt as presented by Councilor Rivera is number 9. So we took up number 7, which is number 6, which is to file with the city clerk, so that failed. So Councilor Rivera accepted the amendment for Councilor King, so that vote will take place now.
All set? Roll call, please.
So Madam Chair, on the amendment roll call, Councilor Bergman,
No.
Councilor Calorio,
No.
Councilor Agia,
Yes.
Councilor King,
Yes.
Councilor Member Carlson,
Holy shit.
Councilor Nguyen,
Yes.
Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
Councilor Rose,
Luckily, you literally
Councilor
only
Russell?
need this one meeting for the
Councilor Toomey.
campaigns and next year.
So Madam Chair, the amendment vote fails. There's only 5 yes, Councilor Agia, King, Nguyen, Rivera, and Rose. 5-5 vote
Okay.
fails.
So now we'll go back to the agenda. Mayor Petty will come back in.
So I think, Madam Chair, the last one is to adopt as proposed, as presented. So that's the last vote. So,
What? Oh, he made them
11A
vote
as
on the
proposed by
motion.
Councilor
Yep.
Rivera to adopt. Would you like a roll call?
So, I'm sorry.
Because we voted on the amendment
Amendment.
and
Oh, no, we
failed.
do
So now
the-
the
okay.
last option on or the
The
last
last-
motion on the
okay.
floor is to
Okay,
adopt.
I get it. Roll call on adopting as written by Councilor Rivera, 11A. Roll call.
Councilor Bergman,
No.
Councilor Calorio,
No.
Councilor Agia,
Yep.
Councilor King,
Yes.
Councilor Carlson, Councilor Nguyen,
Yes.
Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
Councilor Rose,
Yes.
Councilor Russell,
No.
Councilor Toomey,
No.
Mayor Perry has recused himself, so the motion to adopt has failed on a 5-5 vote. So Councilor Agia, King, Nguyen, Rivera, and Rose were yes for the record.
Okay, thank you. Back to the agenda. Where are we at on the agenda? So we did hearings, information.
So, Madam Chair, I think we left off.
Oh, 9-1.
That was one of the most
Yeah,
impressively
appointments of,
dismal
from the
back-to-back
city manager.
topics
Okay,
I can
So-
remember
9-1A.
ever at a city
transmitting
council meeting.
information-
That was
communication
special.
Relative to the
That was,
reappointment of Green, Gracie, Westbrook.
that was something
and
else.
William Eddy
Um,
to the Worcester Housing Authority. And we can take A through C together. B, transmitting information, communication relative to the reappointment of Karen Hone to Elder Affairs Commission, and C, transmitting information, communication relative to the appointment.
Wow. It's
of
kind of like
Chantel
hard to
Campbell the
articulate
Worcester Arts Council.
just how fucking
Roll
bullshit
call.
that was.
Motion to what? File. Roll call. Motion to file. Roll call.
Counselor Bergman,
Yes.
Counselor Calorio,
Holy shit.
Counselor Agia, Counselor King, Counselor Merrill Carlson, Counselor Nguyen,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera.
Okay, this is not a vote.
So through the chair to the council, I think there's clarification on the roll call. So we're voting on 9.1A through C, our informational communications from the city manager regarding appointments of WHA, Elder Affairs Commission, and Worcester Art Council.
Yeah, I just noticed there's a mistake on here too. So 9.2B should be also an appointment.
Oh, man.
That shouldn't be a vote. So we can move that up to A, B, C, and that one B.
Okay.
Okay, so motions, Council Bergman.
Chairman, on 9.2B, the gentleman Donald Northway is here, so I just wanted, he's been waiting. So I.
Yeah, nobody cares about that.
Wow. That guy's been waiting for
Oh, I got it
4.
right to you. Okay.
What's 9.2B? Whatever. Hold up.
So let's,
So to clarify, 9.1A and C and 9.2B, the mayor's motion are to file.
Correct. Yep.
A roll call again, Counselor Bergman,
Yes.
Counselor Calorio. Yes. Counselor Agia. Counselor King,
yes.
Counselor
All
Merrill
right.
Carlson.
So the only positive way
Nguyen.
to understand any of
Counselor
that
Rivera,
is that,
Counselor Rose.
I mean, like,
Yes.
those are the two
Counselor
things
Russell.
to run on.
Counselor Toomey.
Right.
And Mayor Petty.
Yeah.
The city
Yes.
council
Okay,
couldn't
next we have 12.
have a public process for
David,
city
by the way, Thank
manager.
you for your service.
Not please.
Much appreciated.
and can't do anything about the fucking Columbus statute.
No.
Like,
No, we approved it. That's means approved.
we gotta get rid of these jokers.
Okay. Enjoy your stay on Historic Commission. Council
Mr.
King.
Chairman, did we do 9.2F?
No, I'm doing that next.
Oh, okay, I said 12 point something, okay.
Okay, so we're gonna do 9.2A through G minus B.
I'd like to speak on F.
Okay, so. we
Joe
have,
Petty is
recommended
honestly
appointment of
like
Joe Wallen,
the
Jack Newman to
rhetorical
Community Development
master of
Advisory
disguise.
Committee.
He's just like,
Recommend appointment of Mary
I-
Leibovich
no
to
one
the
knows what
Community
I'm
Worcester
saying, so I'll
Advisory
just
Committee.
fucking
Recommend
do whatever I
Philip-
want.
Is it WASA to the Cable Television Advisory Committee? Recommend the appointment of Robert Bellata to the Diversity and Inclusion Advisory Committee. And F is, okay, here's a challenge here. Recommend the appointments of Leopardo Negron Cruz and Herman.
Nailed it.
Is it Chiriboga and Laura Martinez and Hamilton Serrano to the Advisory Commission for Latino Affairs. And recommend appointment of Jennifer Hernandez to the Advisory Committee of the Status of Women. Council King. F.
Brendan, are
I
you
want to
talking?
speak on F. We
No.
had this
Oh, okay.
discussion.
I thought I saw your
Myself
mouth
and
moving.
Vice Chairman
Yeah.
Russell and municipal operations we brought forward in light of
I think
Heritage.
it was just twitching my
Hispanic
mustache.
Heritage Month, which is this month. The particular order pertaining to the Latino Commission. We, by ordinance, this body moved forward with the creation of the commission back in November of 2021, I believe. So we're just coming up on a year. And I wanted an update from the administration on.
She might run next year.
where
I don't
we
know.
were
She just
with
got a
the
new job in
process,
another school district.
As
So
there no appointments had come before.
seems like it
us
might
from
be
the
a little bit
past
too much.
administration.
I really hope she doesn't.
You know, that was the result of a lot of work.
Is that just a one-year
the
contract? though, Bill?
Latino Empowerment Organizing
not
Network,
sure.
Leon, who called in tonight regarding the city manager search, was front
This
and
is
center
very
with that
whack.
with the
You're right.
office of the mayor.
This is one of the worst ones.
Mayor Petty's office was integral in this. And of course, we as a council. And I just wanted to
Like we saw the
commend,
tonight, we saw the
us
city
moving
council
forward on this.
refuse to do
You
the
know,
bare
the
minimum of
group
what they're
folks that are
expected
here
with their most
and who are
important job.
named, I know will be committed. I know that
Um,
we have a,
and
it's a commission of 7.
then
there's four names here. My
refuse to do
question the
something that
chair,
cities
to the
across the
administration
country
is, are
have
the
been
other
doing
three appointed,
for how
or are
long?
we
Like
waiting
fucking 2
on
decades?
additional appointments?
We've
through
been
the chair?
recognizing with
Mr.
the
Manager?
fucking Columbus statue.
Through the chair to the council, we're waiting on additional
Like how
appointments.
long? Long time.
Yeah.
I made a decision on one of them to hold back because we had multiple applicants for a specific district. So I wanted to make sure that we have enough applicants that represent every single district to then determine where that person will sit within the number 7.
Thank you. And I won't belabor this. Folks can go to the municipal operations meeting regarding the purpose of the commission, the intent of the commission. But this is particularly important. I would further recommend, that we consider, once that body's up and running as well, to make sure that things such as this particular matter that are pertinent to the Latino community and communities of color and the Italian community
Oh boy.
are looked at by folks who are stakeholders in these sorts of commissions. It'd be very much appreciated. And I appreciate the movement on this. I just met with the manager on this, I think last week, the acting city manager. And, we have some names, and I know that Leon was working on this. I spoke with representatives from Leon who had indicated they had done some work with the prior administration, and there were some names percolating and surfacing. And I just want to acknowledge this, given the fact that it's Hispanic Heritage Month. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. So collectively on a roll call.
Counselor Bergman. Counselor Calorio. Counselor Agia.
Yes.
Counselor King.
Yes.
Counselor Mary Carlson.
Yes.
Counselor Nguyen.
Yes.
Counselor Rivera.
Yes.
Counselor Rose.
Yes.
Counselor Russell.
Yes.
Counselor Toomey. And Mayor Petty.
Yes. Okay, let's see if we can move quickly. We have people been waiting too, and people who came tonight drew the short straw. So thank you for being patient. Much appreciated. Next one up, and quickly recommend adoption of salary ordinance amendment necessary to implement recently completed collective bargaining agreement with NAGE 490. Roll call. The advertising proposed ordinance. Roll call.
Counselor Bergman.
Yes.
We can't even get them on the open meeting law thing
Counselor Agia.
Yes.
because of
Counselor
the
King.
hold.
Yes.
Counselor Mary Carlson.
They didn't actually do it.
Counselor Nguyen.
Right.
Yes.
Counselor Rivera.
So the hold makes them do it
Counselor
right.
Rose.
Yes.
Counselor Russell.
And they're mad about that.
Counselor Toomey. And Mayor Petty.
Yes, recommend adoption of order taken for the parcel of land at the First Universal Church on Shore Drive. A roll call.
Counselor Bergman.
Yes.
Counselor Calorio. Counselor Agia.
Yes.
Counselor King.
Yes.
Counselor Mary Carlson. Counselor Nguyen.
Yes.
Counselor Rivera. Counselor Rose.
Yes.
Counselor Russell.
Yes.
Counselor Toomey. And Mayor Petty.
Yes, public safety, transmit information, communication of the emergency management disaster response. What did I miss? Oh, okay. So transmit information, communication relative to the emergency management disaster response and recovery
Oh,
procedures.
God.
Mr. Manager.
Someone just fucking
Through
sticking
the
that
chair to the
meeting on
council, I
that
just want to be
statue.
very quick with this, but I know that this was an item that.
I mean, they'll definitely
multiple
replace it. If
councils
somebody
have been
vandalizes it, they'll
requesting or asking for information related to emergency responses. There's additional information that will be coming forward in specific to, the Mill Street apartments. But our specific goal with this item was we wanted to communicate the important work that emergency management is doing on a day-to-day basis and some of the changes that we will see in terms of how they would triage and how they would handle emergency responses when it comes to fires, when it comes to whether it's flooding, whether it's roof collapse, et cetera. And so they've, taken the time to meet with partners, meet with agencies and organizations to try to come together with a process in which they're triaging and managing these responses on a day-to-day basis, because we know that there's other agencies who are pulling back from taking these responsibilities. So we want to make sure as a city, we're stepping forward within that as well. So this is an item to inform, and it kind of gets prime pumps as we continue to move forward and build emergency responses for the city. Thank you.
Okay, great report. And I'm going to send that to Public Safety, Councilor Rivera.
Yeah, I just wanted to just rise and say, I really appreciate this report. I can really appreciate this. This is not an easy task to do. Through the chair, I just want to really commend the administration and the emergency preparedness. And I'm currently working on emergency preparedness at a micro level compared to this. And I know the complexities of just what I'm dealing with for an organization and an agency. And when I saw this, I'm like, oh Lord, like the amount of work and the, also the collaboration of bringing partnerships. I just want to say,
Man,
you know, you all continue to do, this department continues to do amazing work. Even under short staff, under this whole, that everybody's struggling with. I know this department is as well. Kind of bringing the collaboration, really, the emergency preparedness is all about dotting the I's, crossing the T's. There's like these little minute details that sometimes could get overlooked, but you have to like play these scenarios in your mind, and people don't realize how complex actually putting something like this together is. So through the chair, I just want to say thank you. Very impressive. And I know
I don't
that
think
this
there's
will be
much
really helpful
left in
for
this
other
meeting that's
organizations
really
and other people to take a look at this and
No,
that
really
big a
collaborate
deal.
and figure out how they
We
can
we
also
got through
be
the big
prepared.
two
So when,
things.
you know, we're better prepared as things rise.
Let
So
me
I
just
just
take
want to
another
say
look
thank you.
here.
And it wasn't easy. I'm very impressed. Thank you.
We'll send that to Public Safety, Councilor Toomey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So as Chair of Public Safety, I will tell you how important this report is and how important it is that we talk about this in committee in depth. There's an incredible amount of work that's gone into this, and I look forward to having this conversation for this other department that completes the wheel for our public safety for the people in the city of Worcester. So I look forward to this coming to committee. Thank you.
Council Bergman,
Yes.
Council Calorio,
Yes.
Council G.I.,
Yeah.
Council King,
Yes.
Council Carlson,
Yes.
Council Nguyen,
Yes.
Council Rivera,
Yes.
Council Rose,
Yes.
Council Russell,
Yes.
Council Toomey,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes, transmitting.
I wonder if
information
Phil
communication
Palmieri is
for the
still
legal
there.
opinion
Talk about
addressing ownership
18B.
rights in the private streets. Want that in Public Works?
That'd be fun.
Roll
Back down in
call.
the
Council Bergman.
catacombs under the building.
Yes.
Calorio,
No, he's up in the
Council
rafters.
G.I.,
Yes.
Council King,
Yes.
Council Carlson,
Yes.
Council Nguyen,
Yes.
Council Rivera,
Yes.
Council Rose,
Yes.
Council Russell,
Yes.
Council Toomey,
Yes.
and Mayor
Phil
Petty.
Palmieri is just in the
Yes,
gallery,
transmitting
just
information,
spinning the
communication of fiscal
revolver,
year
the
2023
pistol, staring
financial
at Kenny
update.
Malcross.
Looks like you're doing all right for the first quarter, so I'll send that to MO. Roll call.
Ah,
Council Bergman,
Yes.
Council Calorio,
Yes.
Council G.I.,
Yes.
Council King,
Yes.
Council Carlson,
Yes.
Council Nguyen,
Yes.
Council Rivera,
Yes.
Council Rose,
I love writing about Worcester,
Russell,
but the
yes.
idea of
Council
writing up
Toomey,
the way
Yes.
this
and
meeting
Mayor Petty.
happened
Yes,
makes me
transmitting
want
information
fucking
communication of the updating pricing of the
lay down in
Green
the
Worcester
street.
Electricity's municipal aggregation program.
It's really important, though. It's really
For the
good.
report, it
I
was
mean-
pretty clear that everybody's prices are going to go up. We don't know what the
The
people
city
who are not
council
in the
might as well have
aggregation
just
plan, what their
shown
costs
that they're
gonna be,
completely
which is gonna be
useless.
probably larger than what the aggregation plan is. So
Just
I
entirely,
think
fundamentally
Councilor
broken. and
Ajay brought it up last time. and,
irrelevant.
Well, Councilor Carlson did. I'm sorry, Member Carlson brought up the who's people can't afford it. So Councilor Carlson.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I know that we had a brief discussion on this. And I know the city manager had talked about the city of Worcester's plan going up maybe 52%. I couldn't find a number in here. What is the city of Worcester's electricity going up? Through the chair to Mr.
That wasn't very good English.
What is the city of Worcester's electricity going up?
Through the chair, so it's.
Oh, dude, I can't.
You have to clarify a little bit. So two things are changing. So just to be clear, the 52% you're referencing is the amount of renewable green energy that is in the mix. So that has gone up to 52%. So over half of everyone's electricity that participates in the program will be from renewable sources. We're also talking about, of course, that the price of the electricity is going up as well. So the way the price is working for most folks, which are under the standard plan, their rate will go to 25 cents, 25.8 cents kilowatt
He's a
hour.
goddamn magician.
From December to July, and then it will fall back down in August to next December to 16.9 cents.
So let's have a real number, like what's the percentage on the increase of what's going to take place for the people who made a decision to go in the city of Worcester's plan. No differently than you can call the grid and you can ask
Sure.
them, and they'll say to you, it's gone up 62%. Your bill now will go from 195 to 285. So that's what the people are looking for.
Right.
That my constituents are asking, what is the city of Worcester's dollar amount that they're going to see an increase in their bill?
I feel
I
incredibly beat
understand
down in this meeting.
the question, yes, and through the chair.
Yeah.
The average customer will
This
have
one
an
was tough.
increase of about
Tougher than usual.
49% compared to what they had prior. That is through July, and then after July, the rate will come down substantially so that the increase will be closer to about 18-20%, depending on usage.
That's great.
I'm about to go out and smoke some more weed.
Believe it or not.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it is
help.
actually a pretty
I'm
good
on
rate.
3 or
help with my
4 bowls,
existential
Far
dread.
better than 62%.
but
And
I'm
for
ready for bed
reference,
at this
the
point.
rate, the
This is just
savings in
exhausting me.
dollars for folks who are on National
this
Grid
is,
versus this
I'm saying that we
aggregation
could probably just not
will
watch
be
the
about
rest of this meeting.
$42 saved per month. So
We can
you
entertain that idea.
and collectively across the
I
whole
mean, it
program, that
might be
translates
interesting to
about
see what
$18
kind of shit they get up to at the
saved. So
end.
that's a significant amount of savings.
But that's a maybe. There's nothing
So that's great.
here.
Thank you.
Council Tully.
Yeah, I'm broken.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I recall several years ago following the order, it was.
I've been broken upon the
order, it
wheel
was
of the
signed,
Worcester City Council.
By our colleague.
I mean, it's more
Tony,
time to be mesmerized by this
who,
garment.
supported it with me, and I want to thank Mr. Odell for moving forward with it. It took longer than I wanted, but
Where do you think
it's
she
a
bought
great
it?
product.
Like, I'm looking
And
at it,
I'm
I'm
very
just
proud
finally
to have
understanding that
advocated
we're
for
all
that. I
one
remember when I
organism.
first talked about aggregation, people were like, what the heck is that? You know, and I said, it's going to save you money. What do you mean? What is it?
Well, you know, consciousness is
And
just like a
so,
series of
you know, it's
patterns.
also going to help the
Wait,
environment.
is that
So,
a dragon's
I'm
eyes
very
and like a
proud,
mouth near her
to have been
crotch?
part of that, and thank you for your efforts, and you
Whoa.
also, Mr. Manager, for your
Truly
efforts in
satanic.
helping with this as well. When everyone works together, we all win, right? So thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Council Tully, for bringing that forth. And Mr. Manager?
I think it'd be
I'm
really
sorry,
funny if
Council
one of the
Russell, sorry,
times that
Manager.
Kate goes to sit down in her chair,
Mr.
so I
Chairman,
just rolled it out from
through
behind
you,
her really
uh,
quick. That old gag would go
the,
over real well in council.
when you have, you're still getting a bill from National Grid.
Should you do the
right?
fucking Family
How do
Guy
folks
thing?
know that they're on it?
Ah!
And is it too late to be on it? If they're not on
Like just
Through the
for
chair,
10
great
minutes.
question.
it? You followed that, good luck, right?
Yeah, a great question. So everyone will continue to get their
Patty
bills through
keeps
National
calling
Grid.
Batista Mr.
On the
Manager,
bill
by the
itself,
way.
you'll see that it's divided into two sections in terms of the billing process. The top section is regarding supply of electricity, and that will note Direct Energy, which is our supplier, the company we're supplying with, and Worcester Aggregation. So we'll say Direct Energy - Worcester Aggregation. And so you can then see that you're on.
No, we're finally in the
aggregation
bike shredding
If it
section of
says
the meeting.
something else, if it has just National Grid on it.
Yeah, they didn't do it right
or
this time.
A different third-party supplier, which
Did
folks
the
are
bike shedding
certainly,
Yeah, supposed to do it.
some folks are
Well,
on.
now
and
everyone's
certainly
they're
welcome
all
to
going to
do
come
that,
across as being smart.
to
now.
join those
They
third-party
saved you
suppliers
money,
as
Bill.
well. You can all, if you're with National Grid, you can switch over to the aggregation to get that lower price and the increased amount of renewable energy. You can do that in a couple ways. You can go to the website, which is greenworcesterelectricity.com.
He's not
or
saying
you
it
can
right,
call and
right?
you can get on through an 800 number, 1-833
Worcester.
926
He's saying it just like
1207.
slightly
That's
off.
also on the website. You can get it through the city website, go to the sustainability website, and go right to the aggregation.
The last question I have, Mr. Chairman, through you, is there a comparison chart of some kind to show folks, like you mentioned, there are other suppliers. Is there a way people can know that they're getting a better deal or that they may find a better deal elsewhere? Is there any kind of a comparison chart? Not only with National Grid,
graph,
but some of
maybe.
these other companies that people might have signed up for when they got solicited
Pie
before
chart.
we were even offered.
Through the chair, yes, it's not something that we manage ourselves, but if you go through this, the state oversees that program, the third-party suppliers, and there is a website that you can find on Google looking for pricing, and all those are listed and available there.
My recommendation to the administration is put something on our website, because this is an important issue that the many property owners and homeowners are dealing with, and tenants. And
Whoa, they never would have thought of that without you, George.
On our website that links over to those
album art
various
Bill
different
tonight.
things that were just mentioned. Comparison chart,
Your new still
comparison
photo.
chart of some kind to find out if folks are getting the best deal possible.
You keep going
and
still,
also
and then
if
you'll
they
pop
wanna
back
change
in.
the
You
contact
disappeared
number of how to
about
do that.
10,
I think
15
that
minutes
should be
ago. That shit was
information that
awesome.
we have right up front. And just as a little aside,
I
Mr.
think
Chairman, the Public Works Committee has been
I'm just being very
trying to
clear.
get a meeting together with the utility companies. There doesn't seem to be
I'm liking the Oliver
an
comments.
act of urgency on
Sorry
their
to
part, but we're still working on
shout
it.
out
I'm
here. Hope it doesn't mind.
reminding the clerk and his
Sure
team
he's fine with
to try to do that. We
Thanks
gave
for
them
watching, Oliver.
specific dates. Let's try to keep working on that to try and get them in. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I turn over to the manager, I'd like to say I was asked to talk to the delegation, which I did. Senator Michael Moore is leading that effort. And the delegation has signed on to a letter about the
Well,
high
that will
costs
certainly end
of
poorly
energy.
then.
So, and see what they can do when it comes to supply, right? Mr. Manager?
They're going to ask for lower
So
rates.
I'll be brief. I just want to thank
bundle
John
of
O'Donnell
drones.
and his team and his leadership for this. I also want to thank the council, because back in 2019 is when the aggregation program started, and this council voted and supported that effort. And now, in a time where we're seeing significant increases for our residents, the vote that the council supported back in 2019 is paying dividends now, where the increase is not as significant as we would see in other communities or other residents who are not part of the program. So I just want to thank all of you, because again, we see the benefits of some of these policies that help our residents. And I think one thing that, John mentioned it earlier, we've mentioned it before, and it's listed here. It's over 50% of the energy that's going to our residents is renewable energy. That is huge. And that's something that this council has committed through the Green Worcester plan, that we've committed to continuing that effort. That I think we're the first in the state that are doing something at that level. I mean, it's pretty unique. And so I think it's something that this council and the administration should celebrate these efforts.
Okay. Thank you. So we're going to refer that to.
How is he coming up with that
Council King.
50% number? That's kind of
Thank you,
weird. I
Mr.
haven't
Chair.
heard that
Just a quick
before.
question to the chair regarding this. Particularly the mail notification piece. I'm just wondering if there's any way to expedite our mailings. I know it says the next few weeks. Folks are really experiencing stress as relates to the electricity, the gas increases. Is there a possibility of perhaps expediting this process? I'd like to make a motion that be considered by the administration if it's feasible, and like to hear from the administration. Just want to kind of get on record that the council would like this expedited, the notification process if possible.
Mr. Manager, Mr. Ardell.
Through the chair, we are actually accommodating that request. The letters are going out on October 28th, starting on the 28th, so people should be getting it in the mail shortly thereafter.
Thank you.
Okay, so we put down the urban tie. All those in favor? Opposed, so ordered. Okay, we have finance items 9.378 through D, 9.38A through E, 9.39A through D, 9.40 A through C. Take them collectively on the roll call.
This shit is madness.
How many marijuanas are you up to tonight, Bill?
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Way more than
Yes.
usual.
Councilor G.I.?
Yes.
Councilor King?
Told you it'd be worth.
Councilor Merrill Carlson?
Can't stare into the
not,
abyss on a night like
Leanne?
tonight.
Yes.
Councilor Rivera?
I plan on
Councilor
staying
Rose?
to the
Councilor
a couple
Russell?
hours after this meeting.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty?
It's the great balance of life.
Okay. Thank you
Unfortunately, there are a
for
couple
being here
really
tonight.
good things.
So on the next long meeting, we'll put the police and fire up first, okay? So Lieutenant, thank you for being here, and Chief, thank you for being here, Sergeant. Appreciate it.
Mr.
Okay,
Chairman, does that go into committee as well?
what's that?
That report?
Which one?
Regarding the letter from the Chief Sergeant.
What number is that one?
9.38D. Did we just do that? I thought.
Yeah, we just did that, yeah.
Did we send that to?
We can send it to
committee?
public safety, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, motion to send it to public safety. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered.
Public safety, everyone's favorite subcommittee.
Did Joe lose his place? What the hell's going on now?
Yeah, we're so fucking.
Joe's brain just stopped working.
Yeah, everybody's dead.
Did the head spot on the left side of his head disappear? I only see the right one now.
The one Chairman's orders 9:10A to 10M. Motion was to adopt.
Mr. Mayor, I think 9.40A through C, I think we missed that, if I'm not mistaken.
Was it just dirt?
9.41.
A through C, it's the prior year finance items.
Okay.
Oh, Pigpen Petty.
9.48 through C.
Oh,
roll
okay,
call.
so it's definitely not.
Council Bergman,
No, I mean, the one on the right has
Councilor
been there
Yes.
for, I mean,
Councilor
years
GA.
now,
Yes.
growing.
Councilor
But there was
King,
one on the
Yes.
left when he came
Councilor
back
Carlson.
from
Yes.
Councilor
after
Nian,
the election.
Yes.
Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
Councilor Rose, Councilor Russell,
Yes.
Councilor Toomey,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
You know, Petty's
I think
age,
we
right?
already did
Counting
those.
his dots.
Okay, 10.A to 10.M. Motions to adopt.
Mr. Chairman,
No.
on 10.A, is that contradictory to the items that we voted on previously? Just a,
You're just filing an order, George. Shut the fuck up.
I guess so. We should hold that for the
How
next
long have you been on the
meeting,
city
I guess.
council?
Yep.
How long have you?
Okay,
Let's just go to bed, George.
so we'll hold 10A and 10B to
We got to get back to weekly
10
meetings because these
M.
meetings are fucking
Motions to
punishing.
adopt. Roll call.
Yeah.
Which ones are held, Mr. Chairman?
10A.
Okay.
Okay, all those in favor, opposed, so ordered. We're on the orders.
Yep, they did. Guess what happened? I'll give you one. Good.
Orders request the manager organize diverse community discussion. We already did that one. Request the city manager, request Commissioner of Health and Human Services to provide city council with an update concerning COVID-19, especially as it relates to the upcoming flu season. Councilor Rivera.
Yes, I mean, one of the concerns is, just wanted to get a report. We're definitely going to flu season. Have seen an uptake in COVID. Thank God that we're moving that along and with the vaccinations and getting the information and education. But we do see kind of a spike during the season. And then it's almost like the perfect storm because we're really struggling with having lack
Yeah,
of
Billy, I
providers
answered you.
and lack of having
I'm testing you right now.
access to healthcare. So
Uh,
that's why I feel like this report would be important. Thank you.
And we can, what's the third one called? The upper respiratory, beyond the flu.
I'm gonna
the-
fill in for Jack Murray tonight by getting
RSV.
really mad.
What's it called?
I think it's RSV, right?
So-
Yeah.
I didn't miss him.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Oh,
Councilor
okay.
King.
Quick question to the
So I
administration,
asked,
just
I
regarding,
said,
you
what did
know,
I say?
reminds me, I've made a number of orders pertaining to
I said, guess how it
telework,
went.
and things of that nature.
Guess
through
how the
chair
Columbus
to the
issue
acting
went.
city manager. Just
Did they vote
wondering,
to keep the statute?
how we're looking in terms of
Consider
flexibility
getting
for our
rid of it.
workforce,
You get one.
as relates to.
Bill, are you still in our
upcoming flu
program or are you
season,
just, are you talking to a neighbor?
COVID-19 and all the
No, there's
continued challenges.
there's a chat. He's actually on our program.
Through the chair to the council, we
Respond to
currently
a chat.
still apply the telework policy. That policy was not abandoned when the pandemic ended or things got a little better. We are
Wow.
going to make a little bit of some
What a leap.
enhancements to that policy, but right now that policy is subject to every department head.
That's our guy.
Autonomy.
He's
to
our guy.
manage that
Guys, the
against their
pandemic's
staff.
over.
I've encouraged departments to utilize that.
Everyone's saying.
It's
As
for
the
real.
He's out there for
before, the
city
labor
manager.
market is
He
pretty
And I
took the
said, no,
glasses
we got him.
expensive right now, so that is one tool that we have to make
Do you
sure that
think
we
he's
have
using
that
just for
flexibility
men,
to our
or do you think
employees.
he is getting?
Thank you. I
grayer by the
appreciate
week?
that.
He looks like Steve
As someone
Carell.
who's in the public
Um,
He
sector.
does look like Steve Carell.
Billy,
Dude, I've
they,
gone
uh,
gray
workers,
through his hiring process. I
for-
can only
since
imagine what it's like.
1999. I know that particularly
They
the
voted to keep the
workforce, a
and
lot
not
of
entertain
folks are
any
looking for that
conversation.
flexibility. You know, we had some comments tonight about our lack of, or our vacancies. And we're attributing to the acting city manager's status, which I would say that there's minimal correlation there. These vacancies existed in the prior administration. Those holes were left unfilled. And I look forward to us moving forward on that. But, you know, if the administration, this is not an order, if they could kind of take a look at the previous orders related to telework and how we can maximize our workforce and become more, you know, enticing to folks.
Yeah,
If we could get a report back,
hire a
you
city
know, the
manager
things that
from
this
another
council
city.
move forward
That would
be
actually be
appreciated.
rad.
Thank you.
Send that to the manager. Roll call. No, all those in favor, opposed, so ordered. C, request the manager request the chief development officer organize a community discussion forum where the administration can discuss actions being taken to ensure BIPOC Latino individuals and groups are being provided equitable opportunities in the city's economy, as Massachusetts was named the worst state in the nation. Economic and social disparities between white and Hispanic residents, according to the data compiled from the financial news company 24/7, Wall Street. Councilor Rivera.
Is that true?
Yeah, this is about really looking at how do we
I mean, it sounds like
kind
she
of
just pulled some random
eliminate some of
listicle
this
off of
gaps. There's a
Facebook.
study, so BayStateBanner.com,
69th
along with
best at
like
one
USA
point.
Today and others, talked about kind of the worst state for Latinos. And I really want to talk about BIPOC communities in general in terms of economic inequality, and according to that study of 24/7 Wall Street. And so really looking at by a number of socioeconomic measures, poverty, income, educational attainment, unemployment, incarceration, Massachusetts has the worst inequity between white and Hispanic residents in the entire United States. While the typical Bay State white household earns 29,000 year, the median income for Hispanic households is just 39,742. This isn't just the first study to shine a light on such inequalities. Previous report from the Greater Boston Latino Network and Boston Foundation show Latinos are largely absent from positions of power across the region. As we discuss home ownership here on this council, it's important that we talk about issues that and the home ownership, I wholeheartedly agree with. I'm like on board with that. But we want to be able to really talk about the equity steps that we can take. How do we measure how we're minimizing that gap? There's numbers, these numbers that are presented on this report need to change, right? So there are certain numbers that we talk about in regards to incarceration. There's, for example, one of the studies shows that residents looking at home ownership rate is only 26%, unemployment 6.5, incarcerated over 100,000, 9.28, versus 241 whites. And so how do we look at these numbers and present them in a report that has to change, right? When we take a look at, for example, home ownership, are we looking at bank lending, redlining? Are we looking at how homes are valued, how they're assessed? Are we looking at the issue of segregation, equitable education, prison pipeline, health inequities? These are all really important conversations. So what I'm asking is to be able, the same way we've done this with like homelessness, we've done this with, a number of different issues on home ownership. We've actually had conversations regarding
What exactly have you done on
landlords,
homelessness?
just a number of different things that we've had forums about health, obviously. Can we do an analysis and see where we are in numbers? How do we measure here in Worcester? What are we doing? How do we look like in regards to home ownership and BIPOC communities? How do we look like regarding BIPOC communities, unemployment rate, incarceration, educational system, health? How are we addressing these issues presented in the city's own racial equity audit, right? And so all of this is so we can figure out and have a structure and really use equity tools to actually minimize the equity gap. Thank you.
We'll send that to the manager. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. 11D is held by Councilor Rivera. We are on 11E, request manager by council report concerning the oversaturation of room housing shelters and programs on specific city streets. Did I miss something?
No. Mr. Chairman, do we need to do a roll call?
No.
On those things?
That was spicy.
Oh, okay.
No.
Thank you.
So,
I wanted to sign on to 11C. I didn't realize.
Oh, down, Kate.
Okay, as amended, we will send that to the city manager with Councilor King. And Council Petty's name on it. Okay. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. 11D is held. 11E, request the manager.
Actually, I want to be able to hold 11E and F because there were some people that were trying to log on. They had some trouble today.
Okay.
And they wanted to speak on it. So they asked me if we can please hold it. So
So we're
I'd
gonna
like to
hold
be able to hold D, E, and D, E, and F, just so
Anyone heard
they
from
can be able to
Bryan at all?
maybe
Do we know if he's still
speak
with
on
us?
it next
Or is he a ghost?
council meeting.
I don't know.
He's been in the
Okay.
chat.
Am I allowed to sign on to 11E even though it's
My
held?
guess is that
Sure.
No?
he fell
Yes,
asleep.
thank
He
you.
signed off
It's a no.
hours
All right.
ago.
I'll do it.
Or he might
sleep
still be
well, Bryan.
ghosting us.
He said no. Yeah, it's fine.
Okay.
Or lurking, better description.
Okay, 11F is held.
Lurking.
11G, request the manager review metal on the sidewalk in front of 15 Benefit Street in the interest of public safety. Council Rivera.
As it reads.
All those in favor?
Thank
oppose,
you.
We love it. We love it as it reads.
Request the
Oh,
manager
no.
request Commission of Public Works and Parks from the tree on Main Street covering street lights between Gardner Street and Piedmont Street without damaging or eliminating trees. Council Rivera.
As it reads, just focusing on make sure that we don't damage or eliminate trees. Very important, please. But as it reads, thank you.
How do you
Okay, so all those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Request the city manager.
send
request
somebody
police
up
chief
to just
consider
pluck
purchasing a park
single
such
Well,
as
if Bill was on the tree
Emily
committee.
emergency
wouldn't be an
integrated
issue.
life-saving lanyard water safety robot for using during water rescue.
Oh,
And
fuck.
that's from Council
I
Bergen.
completely
Bill
forgot about
Thompson,
the
I think
lake
Council
robot.
Toomey-
Well, we get a water
Toomey on there too. Okay, as amended, Council Bergman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Don't usually do this. It might be the first time in on my tenure on the
Stop
city
saying that.
council, but I'd ask our clerk to roll tape because there's about a 1.5-minute video that I think speaks volumes to the item, and I promise
Jesus.
after the
Oh, I'm
video, I
gonna
will not take more than
fucking-
3.5
I'm gonna
more minutes. I'll
croak.
be well within my
Would you
5
say
minutes.
1.5 more minutes?
Sorry? Maybe 1.5 minutes, we'll say.
This
We
is
have a problem with the sound.
torture.
Look at the fucking size of this thing. And that's
This
an
is
ocean.
So, Mr. Chairman, I
is
think we have a
insult
problem with the sound, but I can
What
try to play the
fuck
video.
are we
Maybe
doing?
I'll just address it while the clerk's
This
working on
is
it. This
fucking, you know, when I was
brought to me
talking
by
about Parks and
constituent who called in
Recreation.
earlier, Rob Blakeney. I was somewhat aware of the technology.
That's a
but he
fucking
certainly Made
helicopter.
me more aware of it. I talked to the police chief informally about it. He thought it was a good idea to have out there, hopefully get referred to public safety, but
We
this won't save somebody that's
can't
below the
afford a
surface, it will
search for a
save
city
somebody that's
manager, but
above
we
the
can buy one of
surface,
these
and
fucking toys.
Oftentimes,
I'm gonna have a psychotic
unfortunately, we
break.
know all too much.
We
That
have
This is too
the
much.
additional tragedy
WPI.
of somebody
This is a
going in to
remote
try to
controlled
rescue
buoy.
somebody who's been on the surface. So this is another opportunity to try to save folks like that without
Mo
necessarily
Bergman's gonna ride this up
endangering
Beaver
others.
Brook
The
straight to the
cost
heart.
of this particular item, I think, is close to $10,000, but there's other versions
Which
of
is
it
where he
that are
lives.
closer to
It's in the city.
$5,000. I'm sure public safety can do a great job in having a great
If you could
discussion
spare
about whether it makes sense to have it.
$10,000.
And then if we do have it, how many we get and where we put them. But I think it's
What? What's happening now?
worthwhile to look
Oh,
at.
he was
and,
on
I'll ask our
Telegraph
clerk
with, like,
again. If we
can you
can
imagine
always
this
play
stuff
it at public
exists?
safety.
I want.
if you
Let's
can't
get
it.
those. Let's get the torch flashlights.
Trouble getting
Thank
it?
you. So
Yeah, I think.
That guy had a
Mr. Chairman, We
lightsaber
do
in
have
his
a
hand.
problem with the sound.
Right.
Cable service try to look
That's
at
fine.
it.
Thank you for trying.
Council King.
Wrong video, Nico.
I'm sorry, Council Toomey was first.
Wait, hold on.
Council King.
Somebody do
Through
some
you, Mr.
research.
Chair, I would love to
See
get
if that
this
is a real
into
thing.
public safety. Actually,
It is.
they just-
Tracy had
I believe it was,
posted the
last year or
link
the
in
year
the chat
before.
earlier.
Oh, she
um,
did. She totally did.
It was last year. I actually had spoken about this.
I just had a small dream that they fell
regarding
for a
a
meme.
similar item.
That was
It
a very
uh,
surreal little
it was
moment
actually
right there.
shaped
That
a
was
little
underrated.
differently and had some
What does it say
propellers,
about us as a city? Where like
underneath it,
we are
and was able
looking to
to
buy
do the same thing. So
I don't know,
I'm
robot
absolutely
fish
in support of this.
to save
I think the
people
more
potentially
tools that
drowning
we
instead
have
of just
that will
hiring
save lives,
appropriately
including
equipped lifeguards.
our own first responders, not only for the police department,
Just
but the fire
fucking
department as
have
well,
WPI
are
set it
worth-
up in
definitely worth
the
looking into.
robotics as
Thank
one
you
of
very
their
much.
Thank you, Council.
sessions for as much
King.
money as Worcester gives them. Have one of them come up with a robotic
I'd like to sign
flotation
on to
device.
this.
It'll cost
This
us less
particular
money.
Item. My only question is
What the fuck are y'all thinking?
to be
Fair
explored and reported back to, I guess, after public safety and what have you, is where will this be stored? As I sit here and I think about Indian Lake and us banning jet skis, and I think about the lack of progress by
Yeah.
the city.
Well, the drone would deliver it.
To have folks trained to use the boat at Indian Lake that has sat there and has not been used to the
I don't know,
best of its
Yenni. I'm
ability, as
gonna
we've discussed ad
take a swing at
nauseum
this and
in
say that I
committee
think
and on
building a
this
bridge
floor,
over a small pond is a
due
little
to
bit different than
concerns of,
building a
lack of
remote-controlled
personnel, the
life-saving
lack of
drone
staff.
for the colleges.
And I don't think that'll be the case necessarily here.
But is it? I mean,
But I
shit.
do want to note
Yeah,
that's going to require
it is.
training.
It's
And I'm all for supporting this.
definitely different.
I don't think we have large
It's
bodies
basically,
of water
it's
that,
already made. They just got to
need the
make it
distance,
float
but
better
the
or
speed of this
support
can
weight.
certainly save a life of perhaps a first responder and people that they're trying
I'm
to
gonna make this
rescue.
shit tomorrow. I'm gonna go find
A question I have to
$150.
the administration. I don't think anyone.
Imagine deliberately not doing the one
to the
job you
administration,
need to do at your job,
currently with
and then
our
an
vote
hour
for
later
Indian Lake, where is
showing
that
your
stored?
boss
Is it
a
stored
fucking YouTube
somewhere,
video of a
Indian
robot
Lake? Is
that
it
swims.
at Worcester Police Department? Where is that?
Get a report if you don't know, but go ahead.
Does he know where it is?
Hey, I know you might be a little mad at me,
No,
but
okay. So
check
we get a
this
report
out.
on that. I think my suggestion would be
Check
that
out
we
this
have
fucking video of a swimming robot.
a location on Indian Lake similar. We have the
It
ability
really
to do
does
that
feel like it was
in
an email
partnership with
forwarding
state
right in the
police
middle of our civil
and
meeting.
environmental police on Lake.
Isn't that
State.
neat? Imagine that.
We, as a city, explore.
This is one of those
some
things that we're
sort
going to
of
buy, and then
space that's
100 years from now,
accessible,
people are going to look back and say, it
where
really
folks
wasn't a
don't
lot
have
of
to
money,
have
but
it necessarily with them, or
did they
go
really
get it or
spend
bring it
10
from
grand on
somewhere,
that
but
fucking thing?
on Indian Lake somewhere, if it's near the boathouse on the other side or the lake.
We're gonna get an earmark from State Senator
bathhouse,
Michael
wherever
Moore
it is,
on that one.
that our folks
without a
have a
doubt.
space where that can be
long
and
as
the
it's
boat
going to
can
the
be.
cops.
So the motion would be to explore perhaps a location to store those things so that first responders and rescuers will have quick access to this once we get this going. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so send the item to I'm sorry, the public safety. And
I know this
Council
isn't
can
how it
report to
worked
the
on
manager.
Baywatch, but
Those
like
in
the
favor,
time you have to
so
rescue
ordered.
somebody who is drowning does not
Communication with
involve
city
calling
clerk,
across the
operator, urban
city,
technology, innovation,
getting
environmental.
a flight
15-minute
plan for the
drive.
aircraft to go up so you can drop it in a body of water that you could comfortably throw a wiffle ball across.
Send that to Ty.
Oh my God.
Those in favor, opposed, so ordered.
That was
For the Economic
so
Development Committee, the petition of
That
Richard
was
Burley
so
requests that
funny.
the zoning map be amended to
Holy
change the
shit.
zoning designation entire block bordering the Belmont Street Plantation, Native Street, and the
insane.
railroad tracks
Goddamn
from
insane.
ML1 to MPG3 for the properties located at 350 Plantation Street, 306 Belmont Street, and adjacent to.
How is it
storage parking
possible
garage.
that somebody could be that
With that
embarrassing?
referral,
Bill, can you imagine that we
from
almost
the
signed
planning board
off
to AD.
before? We would have
Those in
missed
favor,
that.
opposed, so
I know.
ordered.
We gotta
Reports
clip
committee on
that.
Municipal
That was
Restoration
that was
Committee,
something
motion
else. That
15A
was
to
really fun.
15D is the motion to accept. All those in favor, opposed,
That
so
is fair,
ordered.
but you still have to get it there.
16A,
Right? Are we going to have
B,
one in the back of
motion
every
to accept and
cruiser? Or
adopt. All those in favor, opposed, so
like someone
ordered.
has to deliver it,
16C,
unless we're going to buy one for
16U,
every body of
motions to
water.
accept. All those in favor,
I
opposed,
imagine
so
they're 10
ordered.
grand each.
17A to 17 double.
Well, we can
Maybe
save
we
the
can get a
money that we
bulk
were going to
deal.
spend on the city manager search.
Council Bergman?
I said
Yes.
this, I think, a
Council
couple
Calorio?
shows back,
Yes.
but
Council
I can't wrap
GA?
my head around the idea
Council
why
King?
nobody
Yes.
here has come
Council
up with the idea
Carlson?
of like
Council Yan?
firefighters don't get as
Yes.
much
Council
overtime
Rivera?
opportunities as the police
Council
department
Russell?
does.
Yes.
Council
They should just
Toomey?
give them the
Yes.
opportunity to
Mayor
do
Petty?
overtime as lifeguards
Yes.
at all the bodies of water. We treat it as a youth employment program, which
We
is
are under
great.
That's a really good idea, Brandon.
But like if you go to play
18B,
communities like
condition
beach
of Salt
centric,
Palmyra
like
request the
especially in
council
Southern
request the
California,
manager immediately
it's the fire
suspend all
department
work
that
parking.
handles lifeguard
Lot
duties, like
That's a
construction
super
professional
good
disposal of
job,
public work
because
land
people
access to
drowning
Rizzo
sucks.
Court,
So you
pending
invest
legal
in it,
review
not
of the
have-
proposed work and attended a likely use of the said parking lot. Once
That's
constructed,
that's
determine
getting
if
two
the use
birds stoned at
complies
once.
with
Is what that
restrictions
is.
imposed by Article 97, the amendments to Massachusetts Constitution governing land taken are required for conservation purposes. Okay.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. I mean, yeah,
Council-
do everything.
Member Council?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to file this item.
Okay, motions to file.
Which one is that?
This is 18D.
That's Phil Mary's shit. Oh, we're so close to the end, guys. This is awesome. awesome.
Is Phil still
There's
there?
only one more after this. Hey, you know what the one more is though? K Toomey's police precinct.
Did they put a hold on that? Because
File
cops
roll
all
call.
left.
Counselor Bergman, Council Caloria,
Yes.
Council Haji,
No.
Guess not.
Council King,
No.
Council Member Carlson,
Yes.
Council Nguyen,
No.
Council Rivera,
No.
Council Rose, Council Russell,
Yes.
Council Toomey,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes.
Yes.
Next item is request city manager by council with a report concerning the possibility of creating police precincts at various locations throughout the city, as well as what other municipal services could be provided at those sites. The motion is send that to the manager. Those in favor, Council King.
Just want to reiterate, the purpose for holding was to get some more information. Given the
This is
fact that we
torture.
just kind of re-precincted, I think is perhaps the
Yeah,
terminology.
like
We've
anywhere
recently done
else.
something like
Yeah.
this.
Maine, New Hampshire.
But how is
I look
Anthony
forward to the
Petroni going to make
report.
$300,000 a year?
You know, and
get his little
looking
part?
forward to seeing what creative ways we can have as relates to community policing.
Suck my
However, I just want to reiterate, and I'll ask
We
the
could put
same
him in
question I
charge of
asked last
security
week,
at the Columbus
last
statue
time we
if he's
met,
full-time.
regarding what do we call the process we just did?
They lifeguard
where
the
we
statue.
did the promotions. We have folks who are currently assigned to each sector 24/7, which my understanding was done to make sure that there's no gaps as it relates to end of shifts and things of that nature, and things being queued and backlogged on the 911 system. So through the chair to the administration, I know we've talked
They are
about this a
different than
number of
us. I
times.
will agree with
If you could just share what the correct
The rare
terminology is
breed.
there, so I'm not misconstruing this the wrong way through the chair.
Mr. Manager.
That's a
To the
great
chair, to the
idea.
council.
We'll have
Currently, right now, the setup in
Anthony
which
do like a formal
the
swap off
police
of
department
these.
has restructured.
You
the
get one of
deployment
those candles
the captains and the
like you find at
officers
the Italian
in our
restaurants,
streets.
and that could be the
They are
internal
calling it
flame.
precincts in terms of how
Just
they
gotta fill it from underneath.
laid out
It'd
the
probably
city.
be more like the guards at Buckingham
And
Palace,
so
though, where
that's
if you get
current
too close, they
terminology
just
they use in the way they
push you really
restructure.
hard out of the way. It doesn't matter if you're a toddler; they're just going to
Don't
drop
know
kick you.
to the extent
It'll
of
make a
what
great YouTube
this
video.
order
We'll
in terms of if it's
That's how we
similar to
could
that
be
or not, but I think
Yeah.
based on my understanding of this intent is to think about a like a substation, somewhat of a hub or et cetera
I
for
didn't go to
police
Buckingham
department and
Palace.
other services.
So
But I did
thank
see a
you through
couple
the
of-
chair.
Why is the city manager
Again,
explaining
I
a
filed
city
a number of
councilor's
orders
order?
on substations, met with the chief of police on this over the years. Everyone was in support of that idea. And as I mentioned before, with an emphasis upon not costing the city any more money. And I'm going to reiterate, perhaps using nonprofits or what have you, so that folks don't have to come downtown if they don't want to do virtual
Dried
engagement with transaction, things of that nature.
Oh,
That
all of
being
our
said, this is
Really
very confusing.
3 days old.
Given the fact that they
Or
just
microwave.
went through a process of creating precincts, and we increased the budget as relates to the folks who were responsible for all of that. Precincts upon
The
precincts, I
fifth
don't
one's on the
really
back of the second
understand it.
page.
But
Such bullshit.
you know, I would recommend a friendly amendment to this.
They've all picked
You
up this
know,
quirky little phrase, friendly
asking
amendment.
for a report that also includes, I guess I'll make this as a separate order, perhaps, if it's not going to be accepted, that the report also includes the most recent evolution of precincts in the police department, the dates, and, you know, budgetary allotments that were appropriated for said changes. You know, I don't want to waste the city manager's time with precincting upon precincting, you know, and look forward to the report. And if that's not accepted as a friendly amendment, I'll make it as a separate motion, Mr. Chairman.
Council Toomey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As I discussed last time, the term precinct and substation are often used to mean the same thing. So in Boston, you had a precinct, but you had a station, a substation in the precinct.
This is
So,
such a little
you could
fuck
use
you at the end
them,
of this meeting to have to
both.
bear this.
So, you know, for clarity purposes, I'm happy to change precinct to substation, but they are interchangeable in terms of discussion of the actual thing. So I don't have a problem with that. But all of the
They're
questions
not
that were
interchangeable.
asked
The
certainly
precinct
could
is the
come in this
geography. The
report.
substation
It's
is the building in the
talking about the
geography. This woman
possibility
is a moron.
of creating
It's just so
substations or
fucking wrong.
precincts or
That
whatever.
dress is
It's
a
not
travesty.
intended to
Everything
change
she's
the
saying is wrong.
structure of the
She's so
captains with
fucking,
each
she's
geographic
so
area
Mr.
here.
Rye, just
We're
kick out
talking
the
about
damn
adding
chair.
potentially
she's
2 or
so
more
dead fucking wrong on
physical
it. Like,
plants
holy shit.
within certain areas of the city. And that's basically to improve the ability for communication with the neighborhood, to provide also municipal services, similar to what's happening in Maine South, so that people
Dude.
don't have to come downtown. And certainly we could be looking at other things regarding
No one goes to
what
the
happens
police
with
department for
the
services on purpose.
structure of the way the police department
I would
is
love
set up
numbers
right
on
now.
people who use Little Town
If
Hall or
everyone
whatever the
doesn't have
fuck
to
they
come
call that little
downtown
thing.
No
to
one,
the
dude.
main station, it certainly
We
could
got to
be
use
a
it as
big
headquarters
savings,
for
for
Powwow
all of us
Worcester
as
because
well.
no one was
So
going there.
these are all discussions why I want to get a report from the manager and then discuss it
I mean,
in
granted, that
committee.
was 2 years
And
ago, but
have no problem saying, or actually what I would like to do is police precincts slash substations. So.
Oh, so you want to be wrong and right?
Council Nguyen.
Thank you, Mr.
That's
Chairman. I agree with Councilor King on many things. I would like to motion to file this item, and because I
Nice.
believe that,
I can't wait
municipal
for this to
services
fail.
don't
I'd
actually
say.
have to be connected to sites of policing. I think they could be separate spaces.
Yeah,
And
'cause
if
the cops
the
don't get out of their
motion to
fucking
file
cars.
fails, I would like to hold it until Councilor
Every
King
car is a substation.
gets the reports onto council. Thank you.
Okay, the first motion, first of all, I agree with Council Toomey. I think
Wait,
it's a good
are they
report
trying to
just
set
have
spawn points?
and vote for it.
Yes,
It's a
that's
regular report.
exactly
We
what
all
it is.
ask for these all the time. There's no difference in this
Dude,
report
I
and any other
wish
reports.
I could just go in there right now and
And,
Fortnite.
so the motion,
fucking
the first motion
the
takes precedence
entire.
to file.
Never mind. I'm gonna stop talking.
And
Mr. Chairman,
Parody,
prior to
comedy.
doing so,
Yeah, you
I'd
want
like
to you
to
want to
speak on
teabag
this
them. I
item.
get it.
There's certainly with what's happening in this city, I think that getting a report back on this and how it's working would be extremely helpful. I think
report
that
back on what?
what's taken place in certain areas of the city.
They didn't vote to
and if I'm
fire.
not
Oh my God.
mistaken, that this was all part of why we wind up opening one up in the Main South area. So I think that moving
That's
this
not-
forward and for us getting just a report back, I think would be extremely helpful because quite honestly, I do want to take a look at, is that something that would be extremely helpful? For example, in the Lincoln Street area, given the facts of what's taking place right now, it actually would be great just for the municipal services for the people up in that area. So thank you.
Councilor Rivera.
Yeah, just to clarify, we don't have a precinct in Main South. We have municipal service center. I think that we tried to, we've like repeatedly have stated that. And I would definitely look at not wanting to have, I would support, I think that having municipal service centers, I think are very different. I think that definitely I support that. I think that definitely having something like that, like in Lincoln would be great. But I actually stand with Councilor Nguyen with like looking at filing this order.
Just take the
I
vote.
think,
It's 6-5 vote.
I'm not for having multiple precincts. If I were to look at anything policing in their budget would be to be looking at community policing, foot patrol, where they're connecting with community. I find that that has been the most helpful. No, precincts people have to house. And I remember learning a lot of this actually with Chief Jem at the time is really looking at, you don't want people kind of on the inside. So the things with the
Pete's eye
municipal
rolls are only
centers that
frustrating because she
police
still
could
thinks she's
actually
the
go
smartest
in
person
there,
in the
right,
room.
for different things.
And
or
literally,
report
I mean,
or
there's
people
probably
who
not
may
a lot
feel
of people left with us,
uncomfortable
but everyone that's
and
here
having it in
knows
their
she's
home and their
by far
neighborhood
the
for
stupidest person
safety
in the room.
reasons, right? Because in there, but it doesn't, that's a
Yeah, it's not a
municipal
big
center
secret.
functions very,
No,
very
just
differently than a
giant dummy.
precinct.
She's in a terrible
like,
dress that she's
Unless
worn
we
twice.
were dismantling
Way too soon.
the
Most
one
votes every
main
year.
one and putting precincts two out, that'd be a different aspect where we're breaking neighborhood, but not having one and then using police manpower to be putting
Can you
out
just
in
vote
different
no,
areas
please?
when neighborhoods and communities have been asking for
expanding community policing and foot patrol and getting that connection with community out there. Expanding some programs in regards to, for example, the youth police dialogues. Those are all things that are empowering for community and connectability for police. So those are the things that I
Who are
would
you
want to
speaking
see
to?
kind of financially
Yeah, really.
supporting.
Holy
And I
hell.
think like I heard one counselor said, voting for this would be saying that I'd be supporting precincts, even though we're just looking for a report, kind of similar to when I was looking for the vote for legal residence.
Okay, so we have a motion to file.
Mr. Chairman.
Oh, come on, Council King.
Thank you. This is important. I need to speak on this. I just want to be
He
clear.
just says, "Oh, come on."
I agree that municipal services should be separate and distinct from this. So I concur with my colleagues. What I will also say, any sort of intimation or insinuation or statement that this is going to solve crime problems in our community as a standalone is just not accurate, Mr. Chairman.
If you
I
believe that,
certainly,
you're as dumb as your dress.
appreciate, getting an idea. Someone
doesn't
mentioned, I don't think it's
believe
emotion,
Doesn't
but
have
it's a good
independent
idea to
thoughts.
find out how things are going with the new captains and all the money
Anthony
being
Petroni
dispersed
says,
for
"Here,
that
file
and the
this
new
order."
way
She
of
goes,
doing
"Okay."
policing in the city. I also concur
I think it's
that,
great that my friend Anthony
successful
wants this
policing is
stuff. I
dependent
think you should get it.
upon us as a people. The police can't have good relationships and can't receive quality information. They don't solve crimes by themselves most of the time. In addition to that, Mr. Chairman, I'd be more interested to hear about where we are with body cams. Where are we with body cam policy? I'd like the police to focus on that a little
It's
bit.
so funny. They haven't done body cams
Voted for
yet.
drones here.
Supply
Some
chain
folks have.
issues.
We voted for
They just can't buy them.
Shot Spotter Connect, and we've asked
So many
for
people want these
measures of
cameras.
efficacy. Like to see that.
Oh
In
my
terms
God.
of all of this, I've always said, and I'm going to say it again,
Yeah.
that we as a city should not hang our hat on the crime statistics. We should hang our hat on the
Hat
comprehensive approach to our community, including policing, including social work, including the health disparities, all of it, economy, housing, all of that is interconnected. Because if we hang our hat and say, hey,
Our
we
hat
got
is
the
hung.
lowest crime rate, the policing is working, then we have
Somebody
to
just
say
drop
it's
a
not
tambourine?
working when we're
That was
having
my
crimes,
dog
and I don't
shaking off
necessarily
his
subscribe to that. So
They do know the public's watching,
really like an
which makes it
idea.
sadder.
I'm not filing any orders right now. I will file them in coming
Yeah, that's
weeks
almost the reason
regarding
for the publication.
training, acquisition of the new police body cameras. And I know we voted we voted for tasers and things like that. We need an update, Mr. Chairman.
Gotta tell you, if I was
I
a city
think that's
council, I'd
where the
fucking
focus
hate my
of folks
job.
should be.
Holy shit.
Oh, that's
focus
exactly
there,
Damn, I need to get a new
in the
job.
police department with the
I could never
administration.
be the
And if
city
the administration
councilor. I could
feels
only
that
sit
that's
in this
not the
chair and
case,
make
then
fun
that's
of
not
them.
the case. However, I would encourage the administration to
Yeah,
really
Katie Cousins like,
stay on
we
top
all
of
know the
those issues,
neighborhoods,
because
all
those
right?
have been ever,
Brendan, are you thinking
ever
about running?
prioritized
Absolutely not.
by we as a
Good Lord, you
council.
can
And
never
to
pay me to do this.
re-precinct what's already been precincted is
I
a
mean, I know they do
challenge.
pay, but no, you
Thank
couldn't.
you.
I feel
Thank
like
you. So
out
the
of
motion
everybody
now
here,
is-
you have the actual skills to do it.
Councilor
The
Russell.
people skills of
Sorry, Mr. Chairman.
No, I'm too much of a degenerate.
You know, I
like
look
it.
at this item, first of all, I wouldn't have any problem holding this again. If we had the votes to hold it, I don't know what would take precedent, but I'm gonna
Excuse me.
support filing it because I don't like, to be honest with you, I don't like telling the police department what to do. I trust them to come in with
I like
recommendations.
them coming in
I
and
see
telling me
this
where to lick
as
on their
basically
boots.
directing them.
History shows you should just let the
the way it reads.
authoritarians
So
do whatever they
I'll
want.
either
It's
support holding it for more information. The hour is late and I know we don't want to have a full blown discussion on it, but I don't
But
like
here I go.
telling the police department that we got better ideas than they do. I trust their,
well, George, you have no
their
ideas.
judgment before my own.
So the motion is to file.
Excuse me, Mr.
Council
Chair,
Toomey?
in response to that, I'm not telling what the police department what to do.
They
These
tell
are
me what to
actually
do.
Issues that have been
Yeah,
discussed
really.
in the past. All I'm doing is asking for a report on the possibility. I mean, this is going absolutely to completely different. You guys are all talking about completely different things than what's here. This is
Kate's having
very
a breakdown.
basic.
This is great.
The concerning and the
This is the dress you want to have a full
of
breakdown in.
creating police precincts
You're
slash
exhausted. Maybe you
substations
skipped lunch
in
today.
various
This is the
locations
dress you want to be
throughout
wearing
the
when it all
city,
falls
and
apart.
as well as
She's
what
unleashing
other
the dragon
municipal
now.
service. This is basically, is this possible? Is all I'm
Now she's gonna
asking.
freak
Is this
out.
something that
Somebody
we're
else has to
interested
get up
in?
and
Can
Patel
we
needs to
discuss
speak, and then
this?
she'll cry.
It's not telling the police department
Mo
what
looks
to
like
do.
his
It's
head's
not
about to
saying that we
explode.
know how to do it better. And I'm sorry, I really have a problem with that because it's not. It's no different than any other request
Come on,
from
give us tears.
departments and
Give
et
us
cetera.
tears.
That's all I'm saying is that I've had conversations with people. It's an idea that has come up. And so I said, you know what, let's move forward. Let's ask for a report is all I'm asking for. That's it.
That's
Okay, so
it.
we are
Move
going,
forward.
Council Rivera.
I
did
just love
you
how it's
move?
convenient for
Where's
sometimes before
forward?
the report, because the
What,
report from the city
conversely is backwards?
clerk
What do you mean?
about
by
another
that? What are you
item
saying?
regarding giving legal residents, like that's a whole issue. So,
Oh my
you know,
God.
we gotta learn
Yeah,
to not
we
speak out of
know
both
that you
sides of our
lost
mouth
on
here
that.
on this council.
We're going to, the motion right now is to file. So yes vote will be the file, and the no vote will not to be the file. Roll call.
Council Bergman.
People
No.
are getting
Council
spicy.
Gloria.
No.
Council Haji.
Yes.
Council King.
Yes.
Council Merrill Carlson.
No.
Council Nguyen.
Yes.
Council Rivera.
Yes.
Council Rose. Council Russell.
Yes.
Council
Is he not there
Toomey.
anymore?
No.
And
Rose
Mayor
left.
Petty.
No. So the motion is to hold. Since it's held once, you need 4 votes to hold it again. Roll call.
Is this a motion to hold, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah,
Okay.
for a second time.
Can I just ask a question? I have no problem with this going forward, Mr. Chairman, but just procedurally, because I'm a little confused. I thought you had asked to hold the item before we vote on the item.
How are you
Again, I don't,
confused, dude?
I'm gonna vote on
No,
it.
the motion was to file. Now there's the motion to hold.
I'm still confused about that because
This is
Is that
not a,
listed,
this,
Mr.
this is
Chairman?
not, this is not a hold under privilege. So this is a hold on the second time where you need 4
What
votes.
was the previous vote, Mr. Chairman?
Oh, please, before we go there.
Previous
let's
vote
finish
was
this
to
one
file it, dude. Are
conversation.
you fucking paying attention? Jesus
Um,
Christ, this is so.
So through chair to the council, so the vote you just took that failed was to file the item. So now I think the mayor's recognizing your motion, Council Russell earlier to, or I
This
think
election
Council
is gonna
King
be
might
so
also
fucking
made it,
ugly. I can't wait.
to hold. Or
Do we
Council Nguyen,
know,
I'm sorry, whoever
like,
made it.
candidates, have any
a few
other
minutes
candidates
ago.
pulled
So the
papers?
vote to file
No, you can't
failed?
do that
What was
yet.
the vote?
We won't know till like December,
So
January,
to
February,
file,
what it
we
looks
had
like.
Councilor Haji King,
We'll have a pretty
Nguyen,
set
Rivera,
board by March.
and Russell file.
If I remember correctly.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
Oh,
5 to 5. So Councilor Bergman, Calorio, Merrill Carlson, Toomey,
It was
and
5 to 5. Okay,
because,
It went the same
Councilor
way
Rose
as
is not
every
here.
other fucking vote tonight.
now we have a motion to
Fucking-
hold
Oh
on
my
the,
God.
on the
This is so
second hold,
annoying.
correct?
You've been doing this for like 8
Roll
years.
call.
Councilor
What have you
Bergman.
learned
No.
in that time?
Councilor Calorio,
No.
Councilor Haji,
Yes.
How
Councilor
have you
King,
not
Yes.
learned the
Councilor
basics of this in
Carlson.
8 years?
Councilor Nguyen,
Jesus
Yes.
Christ, dude.
Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
Councilor Russell,
Yes.
Councilor Toomey,
No.
and Mayor Petty.
She sounds so sad.
No.
Yeah, we did get
No.
5 votes to hold.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so we are going to motion to adjourn.
Oh, thank
Those in
fucking
favor,
Christ.
opposed, so ordered.
Wow.
Well, that was
That
embarrassing.
was something else. That was
19 of you stuck around and you're beautiful.
wow.
And we love
Thanks
you.
for sticking around, everyone. That I feel like that meeting is going to be extremely useful in defining the 2 different visions for this body come the election next year. I mean,
Yeah.
just the back-to-back punch of like refusing to do a search for city manager and all but getting to the point where you're just appointing Eric Batista, having never interviewed him for the job. And then you do the Columbus thing, where Sarai Rivera literally reads a historical account of Columbus raping a child, and still the vote is split 5-5.
But you can't know the history, Bill. We weren't there to see
You
it.
can't know the history. It's like that was so insulting. I don't know. Like, boy.
If we can't trust
I
books,
hope everyone. I hope
hit the table
everyone
of the
runs.
Torah.
I hope everyone in the city runs. Anybody but the 6 people on the city council, the 6 old white people on the city council.
That actually would be an approach to take, like truly to get like a couple hundred people.
Yeah, right.
To run and collect the whatever signatures you need. It's not that much. Like just hold a couple
Right, and
signing parties up at Ralph's some night. And
then
just
no one, no one really has to campaign.
just
Get
bury
the-
everybody's name.
Yeah, right. Not a bad idea.
I want Johanna Hampton Dance to run against George Russell too.
Yeah, that'd be great. I
It
think
would
that,
just be fun to listen to her in those meetings.
Yeah, I think. I think George is one of the people that really needs to go. Basically, like it's a really neat thing that we were just given there. Everyone, the 6 people that voted to not search for a city manager, on that vote alone, they need to go. You know, that's and we don't know which of those people are even, going to run again. We're pretty much sure Joe Petty isn't, but it's too early to tell right now.
Mm-hmm.
This is a December, February sort of speculation.
But the other thing too, and I just wanted to thank Yenni for putting out a bunch of messaging about voting in the upcoming election. It's equally important to keep in mind that historically, the reason that our local elections fall flat is because people get so wiped out and burnt out from the federal election cycle. And because we're in the odd number of years, you come right out of a contentious midterm or presidential cycle, and suddenly you're supposed to care about Kate Toomey's dress. And,
Yeah, right.
or whatever
It's a good point.
ailment she comes up with every election cycle. And
Yeah.
it's really is impossible to keep people engaged, which is why I think it's important that there are newer folks getting engaged as well. The existing body politic gives up early, it seems.
Yeah. Yeah. So on those 2 things, those 2 votes, you see very clearly who's good enough to keep around and who needs to be voted out. I mean, Christ, you can't bring yourself to fucking entertain the conversation of the Columbus statue. Like, just get out of here. Kate Toomey is probably going to go for mayor.
That'd be so hilarious.
Oh,
That's the other thing too. You know, something we should start thinking about too is actually hosting a debate.
I would love to add. Let's do it.
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
There's places we can do it.
I mean,
I
I mentioned it before. I should send the link around, but I mean, we did this back when Tim Murray became lieutenant governor. We hosted a mayoral debate at the dive bar, and it was the old dive bar. It wasn't like the friendly craft beer dive bar, and it was fantastic because it was a bar room of just angry people yelling and making a mockery of what was obviously nonsense.
Oh fuck yeah,
That's
we
awesome.
do
We
it
should totally
like
do that.
Ralph's.
But it's
Ralph's.
exactly, and it can be done right. You know, where you invite everybody in, someone that actually knows their stuff, like Bill. You moderate it and ask the questions and whatnot. But yeah,
That'd be awesome. That'd be a lot of fun. Yeah, we should do that.
That would be a lot of fun.
Yeah. But you know what? For tonight, I think we're all pretty sleepy. I think we all got pretty demoralized and beat up by that meeting.
You can't be the only person high tonight, Bill. It's time for me to sign off.
Yeah, I have to write about this tonight a little bit, which sucks.
I'm going immediately to sleep. But thank you all. You all should read Bill's write-up on his website.
Yeah.
Worcester sucks and I love it.
Yes, always.
Do it. Thank you.
And write him a check for $5 and mail it to his house.
Yeah, I'm still waiting on my check from Phil Palmieri. It hasn't come in yet. I'm really expecting it to. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Have a great week, everybody.
We'll see you on the 15th.